Worcestershire did a great job for a long time, and welcome the official main sponsor of the Warwick Motor Company, the official beer providers Green King, shirt sponsors, the EBC Group, Langley Business Systems, Green King, and A-Plan Commercial Insurance. Training kit sponsor, Utility Stream, and kit provider, Mark Party. As the place today, starting at 11 o'clock course, lunch at 1 o'clock, 40-minute lunch interval, and then the afternoon session tea is taken at 3:40 or when 32 play would remain, and the close of play scheduled for 6 o'clock for completion of 96 overs. So you can all get away as soon as it's about 8 o'clock tonight to watch Scottish senior railways on Channel 4.
Hang on, I'll just tell you now.
Might be worth me driving. Very good. If you wish to purchase the auto, to be ordered from your RTC
Driving to where?
application, I might park it. You have access to where please scan the QR code. They're located all around the stairway, the back seats, or the back of the railing in front of the seating, and on the ground. So if you could do that, that would be really good. You can also order from the official club shop, the official club legislation, so you order from your seats with the QR code, or you can go to wccc.co.uk shop, wccc.co.uk, order now for food and drink. And we have some very friendly staff there in aprons and yellow t-shirts who will be able to sort out your everything. Toilet facilities are located all around the ground. If you're not sure where they are, then please ask a steward. Very changing facilities are back to Basil Solidarium stand, and facilities for the disabled are the new road end of the ground and the view, which basically is behind the site suite. So if you want any of those facilities, again, if you're not sure where to go, please ask a steward. I have to remind you that there's no loading capacity at New Road, social cigarette service is prohibited in all buildings, seating areas, catering areas, travelling at walkways, is allowed in the open areas behind the stands, so if you do wish to smoke, you give due consideration to others at all times. Ground regulation. you have bags with you, can you make sure that they are, well, with you, or some of those carry your bags? Maybe that's saying, I tell you, make the room. We would ask that if you are walking around the ground that you wear a mask. There's nothing around this or standing or sitting on your floor, but please wear a mask when you are walking around the ground. The area of the ground from the end of the Belvedere stand around to the Euro stand, everything is a spectators, restricted to new star players, sports staff, and officials. There are no facilities for cocktails on the ground or outlets operating contactless payments. If you have no access to a credit or debit card, prepaid cards can be purchased with cash from the main section in the new building. Those are the rules and regulations and advisories for the day. Please follow the Now, as I said before, if you're children together and what to do, please ask us to.
They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We're keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear.
Anyone for tea?
two teams with squad numbers. For Warwickshire, 45 is Garlic City. Number 31 is Peter Martin. Peter Milan. Number 35 is Gilbert Rhodes. Number 16 is Sam Hain. Matt Milan wears number 7. Number 17 is Rob Yates. Keeping wicket will be Michael Burgess, shirt number 61. Number 22, Ryan Sidewine. Number 18, Craig Miles. 23, Jake Lintoff. Number 24, Liam North. Worcestershire lineup. Number 27, Darryl Lecture. Number 2, Jake Liddy. Jack Haynes. Number 29, Tom Fell. Number 15 is Brett O'Leary. Ed Barnard is number 30. Keeping the wicket wearing shirt number 10 is Craig Cox. Number 23 is Skipper Joe Leach. Number 18 is Ish Sodi. Number 61, Howard Finch. And number 33, Josh Baker. Sometimes the link talking Chris Moss, the match referee, is Tim Boone keeping score, Sue Bridgewater, Ross Sickles. This is not going to know this or and Chris Watts.
Leave it, yeah.
For Warwickshire, Tom Sibley and Rob Yates.
Good morning from New Road in Worcester, where play is about to get underway in this LV Insurance County Championship game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, or should I say Worcestershire and Warwickshire, with Worcestershire being the home side. Warwickshire have won the toss and chosen to bat, and their openers Rob Yates and Dom Sibley are out in the middle. About to get things started from the Diglis end is the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach. Let's give you the teams during the course of this first over. I'm Frank Watson. I'm at FrankWatson58 on Twitter, and I will be joined shortly by Radio WM's Mike Taylor, who is at Mike Taylor Sport on Twitter, all lowercase. Do get in touch at any stage during the morning if you've got anything to comment on in the game. Here's Joe Leach then from the Diglis end, round the wicket to the left-handed Yates. He's in and bowls, and Yates is forward to that first ball and plays it back up the pitch to the bowler. Warwickshire then giving a first-class debut to Jake Lintott, left-arm spinner, and played here the other night in the T20 game. Their full team is Sibley, Milan, Rhodes, Hayne, Lamb, Yates, Burgess, Sidebottom, Miles, Lintott and Norwell. And an interesting addition to the Worcestershire side, which I'll expand on in a minute, as Leach comes in and bowls again, and Yates this time pushing defensively up to mid-off, where Jake Libby is the fielder. Worcestershire side is Daryl Mitchell, Jake Libby, Jack Haynes, Tom Fell, Brett D'Oliveira, Ed Barnard, Ben Cox the wicketkeeper, Joe Leach the captain, Ish Sodhi in the side to play red ball cricket for the first time this year for Worcestershire, and a first appearance of the season for pace bowler Adam Finch, who I think we'll probably see bowl the second over in a minute. Here comes Joe Leach again round the wicket to Yates. He's in, he bowls, and Yates again is pushing out defensively, this time on the onside. And it's fielded by the final member of the Worcestershire side that I haven't mentioned, Josh Baker, young left-arm spinner, academy product from Ashwood Bank. Very tall young man, probably about 6'3", 6'4", coming in from mid-wicket there to do the fielding, and it's his first-class debut today. Malvern College boy, as I say, a product of Ashwood Bank Cricket Club, and Birmingham League player with Kenilworth Wardens this year. As Leach comes in again, bowls, and Yates leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper Ben Cox. 4 slips in place. They are Tom Fell, Daryl Mitchell, Jack Haynes and Ed Barnard. Other than that, we've got a cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Fairly conventional field. Rob Yates in good form, 100 last week for the Bears. Waits now as Leach is in again, bowls to him, and he's taken on the pads. A big shot for LBW, and he's gone. Big wicket for Worcestershire in the first over. Rob Yates, probably the man in form as far as Warwickshire are concerned, but he is trapped. LBW, and it's 0 for 1 in the first over. Ideal start for Worcestershire, having lost the toss, and it looked a good shout, must say. Leach round the wicket. Yates hadn't gone very far in terms of movement forward, taken on the pad. Haven't seen the replay yet, just going to have a look at it when I get a chance. And Peter Milan comes out to replace Yates, so big wicket for Worcestershire in that first over, and an excellent start for the home side. Lovely sunny morning here at New Road. Not a great crowd in, it must be said, but the crowd might swell as the day goes on, and then I suppose it might diminish as the day goes on, because there is another sporting event taking place later this evening. But there's plenty of room here at the moment. It's a beautiful day, and the home side off to a very good start. Peter Milan then is the new batsman, right-hander, and he's taking guard now against Leach. Quick update coming for BBC Aaron Worcester's FM listeners. We've just had 1 over here at New Road, Warwickshire having won the toss and chosen to bat, and it's been a successful over for Worcestershire. Joe Leach opening the bowling from the Diglis end and trapping the Warwickshire opener Rob Yates, their in-form batsman. LBW with the 5th ball of the morning. Yates out without scoring, 1 over gone. A great start for Worcestershire and their captain Joe Leach. Warwickshire are 0 for 1. And we are going to see Adam Finch bowling from the New Road end. Bowling to Sibley, Tom Sibley, familiar figure, England opening batsman. And right-hander just taking guard now. And he will be facing Adam Finch. Finch, first appearance of the season for Worcestershire in the first team. Took a few wickets last week at Nottinghamshire in the second team game. Comes in now from the New Road end, right arm over the wicket. He's in, he bowls, and Sibley is forward and pushing out on the offside, straight to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off, and there's no run. So, good start for Worcestershire, good start for the captain Joe Leach. Picking up that wicket with the 5th ball of his first over. And it's a big wicket really, because Rob Yates has been very much the man in form as far as the Bears have been concerned. Here's Finch again, right arm over, he's in, he bowls, and Sibley lets that go outside the off stump, fairly wide that one, and taken by Ben Cox. Just got a chance now to have a look at a replay of that wicket and see if it confirms my view that it was a pretty good decision by the umpire. And my video is now buffering, so I'm going to have to hold fire on that one. And here we go now, I'm watching it. Yeah, looked a very good shout. Just a half forward push really from Yates, and right in front. In comes Finch and bowls outside the off stump again to Sibley, who allows that to go through to the keeper Ben Cox. So, big day for Adam Finch, really. Not a new kid on the block, as it were. Has played a few games, but first appearance this season. Went out on loan last season to Surrey for a while and impressed there with a couple of decent performances, but his opportunities have been very limited so far this season, and he'll be very keen to do well. Comes in now from the New Road end and bowls, and again Sibley lets that go outside the off stump. Not interested in playing at anything he doesn't have to at the moment. I'm joined, I'm pleased to say, by Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM. Morning, Mike. And not a good start for the Bears, losing Rob Yates. And I think I'm probably right in saying that that is a pretty big wicket at the moment, as far as Warwickshire are concerned.
Without question it is, and good morning to you and to everyone. No, Yates has been splendid this season. Had a short spell when he was sidelined with illness in the last few weeks, but very much back, as you said, scored 100 the other day, 3 centuries in the Championship, and has really been impressive.
Finch again outside of something. Again, Sibley able to leave that alone. He's got a tremendous ability to leave the ball, Dom Sibley, and I mean that not disparagingly. I think it's a great skill for an opening batsman, and one that probably it's fair to say that a lack of that skill has been the downfall at higher level of quite a few people who've had a go in Test cricket for England. Growing up playing the white ball game, playing at everything, looking to score at everything, and a bit of a throwback Sibley in that sense. As Finch comes in once more, bowls, and again he leaves that alone outside the off stump. He really forces the bowler to make him play. Anyway, the end of the over, another maiden. We've had 2 overs, both maidens. Yates is the man out. He was LBW to Joe Leach without scoring, and Warwickshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat at a sunny New Road, are 0 for 1.
Well, I'm not sure when I was doing the earlier upload whether you've already mentioned it's a pitch that it's the same pitch as Friday's, the 2020 game.
Apparently, yeah. It's Worcestershire have included 2 spinners, Isodi and the debutant Josh Baker, so they're obviously expecting it to take some turn.
Whether or not Warwickshire would have liked to have done it is somewhat of a moot point, because they're already searching around for one, but opportunity knocks for somebody, and in these situations it knocks for Jake Lintott today. Joe Leach is going to bowl over number 3 from the Diglis end, running almost towards us. From our commentary position, we're sort of at third man here as Peter Milan leans forward rather than really strides out and pushes away into the offside. Warwickshire 0 for 1 in already the 3rd over, having chosen to bat first, having lost, as Frank was just saying, Rob Yates. I very much concur. He was not really forward decisively. And Leach, accurate as usual, now has the support of 4 slips, awaiting Milan to push forward slightly off the inside half of the bat, but he's going to score his and Warwickshire's first run, in fact 2 of them, as the ball runs away towards the mid-wicket boundary, and Warwickshire get the right half of the scoreboard moving, as far as they're concerned, to 2 for 1 in the 3rd over. The introduction of Lintott is the only change to the Bears team from the side that played against Durham. Didn't play very much during last week. Danny Briggs away with the reassembled England squad for these one-day games against Pakistan. Leach bowls again and beats Milan here on the forward push. That time he did push forward, and the ball past the outside edge and through to the wicketkeeper on what I suspect is rather a swingy morning for a bowler of Leach's abilities. It will make him a very
it's got that feel about it, isn't it? A bit of humidity, bit of cloud cover. Quite warm, isn't it?
It's been humid all the week, hasn't it? Can't move for flies in our garden. In comes Leach, rolling up past the umpire, and Milan is driving here through the covers, and there's quite a big gap to aim in. In pursuit is Libby in pursuit, up to the extra cover boundary, and he's hauled it in just a few feet inside the rope. Thank you. Yes, I'd got 2 as Libby, and then I've done 2 as Haynes as well.
21, I think, Haynes. That's
right.
wrong. I think it's 21. I beg your pardon.
No, I was
Dave Bradley.
earlier on, but I looked at Libby and I thought, no. That's him. That's the fella. It was a good chase, and kept him down to 3.
Haynes is 17, actually. He's at 3rd slip. I beg your pardon, so I'll change that.
I was 17 once. My kids don't believe me. So, for the first time, Sibley will be on strike to Leach. Milan having profited by 3 good runs there, and that was a much more convincing stroke. 5 for 1. Sibley fidgets in the crease and is pushing forward, dabbing his first run out into the covers. It was more or less straight to Libby, but it was cushioned, so there was time for Sibley to get the wheels moving. And it's 6 for 1. There's quite a lot of broken cloud around above New Road. We're looking almost directly across towards the cathedral from here, so not quite the same angle. If you're watching the pictures, You're obviously looking from behind the bowler's arm, but we're looking across more or less direct towards the cathedral, and it's quite a mixed grey sky behind it, as Libby's next delivery is played from the crease by Milan out into the offside. 6 from the over, 6 for 1. Warwickshire 5 to Milan and 1 to Sibley, having lost Leach for naught. Yates for naught.
Yeah, the forecast is quite good for the day. I'm pleased to say there is a possibility of some rain coming in late afternoon, early evening, which I suppose we could say might not be unwelcome in terms of getting away to watch another sporting event, if there is one happening today. I think when England first got through to the final, I think some people were speculating that the over rates in county cricket today might be quite good. As Finch comes in from the New Road end and bowls to Sibley, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox. 6 for 1 it remains.
You're not implying that's why Worcestershire picked 2 spinners.
And played on a used pitch, and yeah, and lost the toss on purpose.
Merely coincidental.
No, but yeah, there is, as I say, there is a possibility of some rain later down and possibly a little bit tomorrow morning. But I think the rest of the game should be unaffected by weather, as far as we can tell from a weather app. In comes Finch again outside the off stump, taken by Cox. This one a bit wider, and I mentioned that Sibley is a good lever of the ball. He didn't really need to be a very good lever there because it was wide. And he didn't have to make any kind of judgment really of where his off stump was. He just knew that he could let that one go through. So 4 slips at the Diglis end. Fell at first, Mitchell at second, Haynes at third, Barnard at fourth. As Finch moves in again and bowls, and again it's outside the off stump and left alone by Sibley. Kept quite low, that one, taken by Ben Cox down at ankle height. And Mike Taylor alongside me is Mike Taylor Sport on Twitter. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Mike mentioning that Worcestershire have included 2 spinners. Josh Baker, the 18-year-old left-arm spinner from Ascot Cricket Club. One of them, as I've mentioned, and the other is Sodhi, who's at mid-wicket now. As Finch comes in and bowls, and Sibley gets an edge to this one, but plays it with soft hands, steers it down on the offside, diving stop by Ed Barnard at 4th slip, moving to his right. Sodhi, who has come over really principally to play in the T20 Blast for Worcestershire, but I suppose the view is that he's here, so he might as well play if we need him, and he's playing red ball cricket. He certainly regards himself as a red ball cricketer. Said to me quite recently that his main ambition is to get back into Test cricket rather than just to play white ball cricket. As Finch again comes in, Sibley tucks this one away on the onside, much straighter, had to play it, and that man is Sodhi coming in from mid-wicket to do the fielding.
Well, he's played a fair bit of international cricket.
Yeah,
well, now is the time to try and get back in the New Zealand picture, let's face it.
Absolutely. Very proud of his New Zealand background, obviously, and I was very pleased when they won the World Test Championship a week or 2 ago. Also, there's a nice little story which some listeners will have heard before about his Worcestershire connection. Is Finch in bowls and Sibley lets that go out of the off stump again. It's taken by Cox. End of the over, the 4th of the innings, 6 for 1 Warwickshire. The man out, Rob Yates, LBW to Joe Leach without scoring. I'll just expand on that. He's from Auckland, Ish Sodhi, and he said to me that one of the biggest influences on his life, not just on his cricket, has been Deepak Patel. Former Worcestershire all-rounder and man of the West Midlands, and Deepak emigrated to New Zealand in the mid-80s and was a very, very big influence on Ish as a cricketer and as a young man at their club in Auckland, which I think is Hawick Pakuranga, and he said when the opportunity came to play at New Road, that was one of the big factors for him, was that he could actually sort of tread in the footsteps of his mentor, really.
Leach going to start over number 5, and Milan is forward in defence to push out on the offside. Well, it's a well-trodden path here, isn't it, with New Zealand?
Yeah.
I mean, Santner, who's in the Test championship winning squad. He was here, wasn't he?
He was here, and it goes way back, of course, to Glenn Turner and John Parker in the 70s, and actually even further back than that. I'm not sure the extent to which modern listeners will be aware, but Martin Horton, who played here in the 50s and 60s, local man, all rounder, played one Test match for England.
Leach bowls right arm over the wicket again to Milan, well pitched up, and Milan is forward pushing. Defending positively, but pushing out on the offside straight to Libby.
And when Martin finished playing here in 1966, he retired early because he got the opportunity to go out to New Zealand to become the director of national coaching in New Zealand. And when you think what happened to New Zealand between 66 and sort of 1982 or 3, which is when he returned, he had a massive influence on the game out there. And then returned to his Worcester home in retirement and took up a position as cricket professional at the Royal Grammar School, where he had influence on a whole new generation of cricketers.
Splendid life. Milan is dropped. Oh, now is that carried? If it carried very low to fell at first slip. Milan was again like Yates. He wasn't really forward. He was just nibbling at that. But if it did carry, it went very quick and low to Fell, who is quite well back at first slip.
He was right on the edge between carried and not carried, looking at the replay, I think.
In front of his left boot. It was tricky, but Milan has escaped there at 6 for 1. A distinctly awkward start from Leach for the Warwickshire top order, and forward comes Milan to defend the next one, more certainly out into the offside.
I think the general feeling is we're going to say it didn't carry. I think
I think I'd be inclined.
Almost impossible to pick that up, wasn't it?
Give the benefit of the doubt to...
It's been a bit low, if anything, this pitch, hasn't it, so far?
Yeah.
Quite a few going through at sort of shin height, I think.
6 for 1. Leach turns. First 3 or 4 paces are a scuttle, and then it's a more bouncy approach up to the crease, and he bowls wide enough of the off stump here for Milan not to play a stroke. But the slip cordon are very interested, as you can imagine at the moment. It's down to 3 in this over. Fell at first, which is what happens to most of my Grand National tips. Mitchell at second, and Haynes at third. And there's quite a deep set backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a very wide long leg, almost deep backward square leg for Milan as Leach bowls, and Milan is defending this again from the crease. It's very full of length, giving it every opportunity to swing, but that one comes right out of the middle of the bat. Sibley has already worked up enough of a sweat to want to discard his jumper, wipes his brow with it first, and then flings it to the unlucky 12th man. And at the end of the over, it's 6 for 1, and it's only 20 past 11.
It is quite warm out there. As you said, it's a sort of morning when you'd expect a little bit of swing, isn't it? I'm not saying we've seen any evidence of that yet, but these two both sort of hit the pitch bowlers, really. It might be more when we see Ed Barnard that we see lateral movement in the air. Anyway, here's Adam Finch from the New Road end. Right arm over, bowls, and Sibley is forward and pushing up to the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach at mid-on.
I don't know whether I've seen a lot of Finch, Frank, but he's... I mean, there's been a lot of young bowlers come through here in the last few years. Yeah,
well, he's had limited opportunities, really. Josh Tongue, of course, is ahead of him in the pecking order, but he's injured at the moment. And then Charlie Morris and Dylan Pennington both resting, sitting this one out. I can see why he's not had that many opportunities in terms of people being ahead of him, as he comes in now and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cox. But as I said, last year in the Bob Willis Trophy, he went on loan to Surrey and turned in a couple of good performances, a couple of fourthers, I think, for Surrey. And I know Alex Stewart was very impressed with him. But 1 or 2 injuries and, as I say, limited opportunities, really. And this is his first appearance in red ball cricket this season. Did take a clutch of wickets last week in a win over Notts in the second team. He comes in now and bowls, and this one is outside the off stump and again left by Sibley. Good leave this time, a little bit straighter. Knew where his off stump was. Actually quite a good delivery just in that corridor, but as I said earlier, I think Sibley's a master of his craft when it comes to leaving, and it's a skill which has allowed him to become quite well known as a crease occupant. 16 deliveries already for his one. 6 for 1, Warwickshire having won the toss. The man out Yates, LBW to Leach without scoring in the first over. Finch again, and again this is outside the off stump, and again it's left by Sibley, and again it's a good leave. It's only just about 4 or 5 inches outside the off stump, but he knows exactly where his off stump is.
It was a trusting leave, wasn't it? Although you could leave Finch on length so far if you chose to, because he's not been quite as full as
No, you're
Leach.
right. And he's quite tall, isn't he? And he hits
tall.
the deck quite hard.
Yeah, it's a different type of bowler.
Yeah. He's in now. 61 on his back, moving away from us, past umpire Nick Cook. He bowls, and Sibley has to play at this one. It's full and straight, and he drives it firmly, but straight to fielder at mid-on, the captain, Joe Leach. But it's an interesting debate. I think Sibley has his critics. People say that he's dull and he doesn't play enough shots and so on. But there's no doubt that in contrast to some modern opening batsmen, he is a very solid player and one who can see the new ball off quite effectively, which is an important aspect for a team in red ball cricket. He pushes this one out on the onside. Sodhi fields from mid-wicket, no run, end of another maiden over. Finch 3 overs, 3 maidens so far. Joe Leach 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Warwickshire 6 for 1.
I'll bet his biggest fans are generally the fellas who follow him in the batting order, for the reason you've just said.
Exactly.
You know, if you're batting at 4, and you can be fairly, as dependable as you can, the guy ahead of you, he's going to knock all the shine off the ball. I bet they don't complain so much about he's not playing the shots.
Absolutely.
That's what numbers 3, 4 and 5 are picked for.
Yeah, sure enough.
6 for 1 in 6 overs, Warwickshire having won the toss. Leach bowls a little shorter, and he's pulled vigorously for 6 by Milan. A stroke quite out of character with everything else we've seen so far, and it wasn't very short, but Milan seized on it and pulled it in front of mid-wicket, I think. I lost track of where it went, but he leapt on that. Maybe
just behind
square leg.
Yeah, just behind square. Great shot. Great shot.
Really was quick on it. And that was a very different tone to anything we've seen so far. 12 for 1. Leach he's a little wider at the off stump with the next one, and Milan doesn't play a stroke, but he's energised by that. Milan, he stalks down the pitch to scrape off a bit of muck halfway down it, and suddenly his movement is just his body language is much more lively, switched on by that first slightly shorter delivery by Leach, and absolutely clobbered it. He's 11 out of 12 for 1. Leach is circling at the end of his run, and now he starts. In right arm over the wicket to Milan. It's forward bat and pad together, almost catching the bat with the pad as he brings it through, and pushes it up to mid-on where Sodhi is round to field. 12th man Charlie Morris going past with the full kit on. There, he's got the full mask and surgical gloves and the orange tabard. There's more kit to be 12th man.
Yes,
Very on the field.
You do.
You used to have to go out with a jug of water. 12 for 1, Leach bowls, and Milan adjusts from the crease here, coming into the pads. Turns it to mid-wicket close in, and Baker fields. Your heart would be thumping a bit, wouldn't you? 18-year-old.
Yeah.
Championship game, local derby game. You've been brought up with all the Warwickshire, the local derby. Then you're in the team. That's terrific. Yeah. Good for him. Perhaps see him bowl a bit later. Here's Morris on his way again with the hand gel past us. Busy old job these days. Leach plays this full and wide outside the off stump, and so wide that Milan leaves rather disdainfully. and lets it drift through. $12 for 1. There are one or two more people have come in of late. People scattered around the Digley Centre. Of course, everybody having to be still distanced to a degree. Regulations as they currently stand. Leach bustles in and bowls to Milan, who places wristily into the offside to backward point, but it's rolling straight up to Brett D'Oliveira, so they don't entertain the idea of a run. That is the over, just the 6 from it, but it was a fair old thump. And it's sanitation time, sanitisation time. I think
yes.
I'm sure there's a difference between those two words on which we won't loiter. 12 for 1 after 7 overs. Milan's got 11 and Sibley 1.
Yeah, good over apart from the 6, I think, wasn't
yes.
it, really? Pretty spot on apart from the 6, but onto it very quickly. It's an interesting discussion to be had, I think, about modern opening batting or early order batting. And, you know, as a coach, I often say that I think that the art of leaving the ball is a lost art, really, as Ed Barnard comes on to replace Finch at the New Road end, and that if you're going to be a top order batter and play long innings, you've got to learn to leave the red ball when it's doing a bit. But at the same time, that sort of facility of playing shots that players grow up with these days, I'll just break off as Barnard bowls and hits Sibley with one that dips into him, takes him on the quite high up in the groin area, drops down on the offside. The facility that players grow up with to play big shots sometimes manifests itself as it did there with Milan, that they just see a bad ball and they're just onto it. It doesn't matter what the situation is, they're just onto it quickly and they just dispatch it as he did then. I don't think it made any difference that they were 6 for 1 or if they'd have been 106 for 1. He sees a short ball and he just whacks it. Barnard in again to Sibley, he lets that go outside the off stump and it's taken by Cox.
Yeah,
12 for 1.
Playing the merits of the ball rather than, you know, it's the first session, so I am going to be cautious.
Yeah. Although, having said that, Hashim Amla's innings the other day was, you know,
was
absolutely extraordinary innings, wasn't it? And it makes you realise how well he must have played to score that slowly. He beat that ancient record from Trevor Bailey, I think. In comes Barnard again, bowls, and Sibley lets that go outside the off stump, and again a bit of movement back after it passed the stumps. Cox taking it, moving away to his left, but I don't think people appreciate always, I'm sure some do, I don't mean to be rude about people's understanding, but to play, I mean, I can't remember the exact stats of Amla's innings, but to score as slowly as that, to face as many balls as that and not score that many runs, you have to play incredibly well, because you'd nick more than that normally. In comes Barnard, and again it's left alone outside the off stump. In other words, you know, in order to bat and face however many balls he did, I'll check it in a minute, and score as few as he did, he must have been middling nearly everything that he played at and leaving it, you know, and not getting edges down to third man and so on. He's a technically brilliant player, obviously, Hashim Amla, but
but it's about concentration
as
the point,
well,
isn't it, as much as technique.
Absolutely. In comes Barnard again. Over the wicket he bowls, and Sibley again, who's a master of concentration, leaves that alone, and it's wide-ish. Little bit of movement again away from the right-hander. 1 off 24 balls now, Dom Sibley, just bearing out what we were saying. And the Bears 12 for 1 as we approach the half hour, having won the toss and chosen to bat. The man to go, Rob Yates, man in form, really. 3 centuries this season in the Championship, but he went without scoring in the first over. Barnard in, bowls, Sibley drives very nicely to a full delivery, which again had a little bit of shape on it, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. End of the over from Barnard. He starts with a maiden, 12 for 1. Milan has 11 and Sibley has 1.
Yes, and he's looked fairly secure so far, Sibley, although keen to leave where possible, even to the extent of leaving the first ball of that over and being hit on the thigh pad by it.
Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners coming up now. Well, Warwickshire won the toss and chose to bat here at a sunny New Road. They lost a wicket in the very first over. The informed Rob Yates LBW to the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach without scoring, so 0 for 1 it was in the first over. Since then, Peter Milan has joined the watchful Dom Sibley. Milan's dominated the scoring such as it's been. He's on 11 off 19 balls. Sibley has faced 25 balls, so far scored just 1 run. We've had half an hour's cricket and we are in the 9th over. Warwickshire 12 for 1. It's Joe Leach to continue.
It is. Bowling to Milan, who's only faced Leach so far, and he cuts a ball hard for 4 runs. Again, it was only, didn't give him that much. It wasn't that short, but he got into position and hit it really hard, Milan. And so far he's been very judicious about the balls that he's tried to attack, but when he has, he's not spared it.
Just going back to that Hashim Amla innings, if people, I mean, there might be people listening who didn't know what I was talking about, Mike, but 37 not out from 278 balls. It's absolutely extraordinary, isn't it?
That's it all day to save a game for Surrey. Leach, who's now been hit for 6 and 4 by Milan in recent past, draws him forward here in defence to the extent that he almost lost his balance there and took one hand off the bat. But the ball still hit the middle of the bat, and that was the objective for Peter Milan, who is 15, 16 for 1. A game that if Warwickshire were to win, they would take them into the top section of Part 2 of the County Championship. What I assume is still going to be an unusual way of arranging. I assume at one point we will go back to the 2 divisions as it was before that. So he's turned again with one hand off the bat by Milan, out to mid-wicket to Josh Baker, who's fielding there. But remained in control of it. So yes, a win would take Warwickshire through. A high-scoring draw might potentially do that as well, but it would depend on what's going on elsewhere in this last round of game.
Yeah, in that sense, it's a bigger game for Warwickshire than it is for Worcestershire, isn't it? I think really have abandoned any hope of qualification. And yet, you don't feel that there's a huge amount between the sides.
No, it's been close, this group, I think, in a lot of the games. This is flicked by Milan for 4 runs. It was, again, full, but it maybe just drifted onto Midland leg, or Milan made it so and guided it wide of Baker at mid-wicket and timed it well enough to roll up to the rope before the teenager arrived in pursuit. So Milan with the second boundary of the over.
Yeah, bad ball that one. Genuinely leg stump half volley, meat and drink really to any top class professional batsman. And Milan just stroking it through. He's been either very good or right off it, hasn't he, Joe Leach?
He's in again to bowl short to Milan, who cuffs this for 4. This was a little bit shorter than the one earlier in the over, but it got similar treatment. Milan rocked back and hit his 3rd boundary in this over into the tarpaulins lying beyond the rope at cover point. So doubling of the total in that 9th over to 24 for 1. And Milan has scored all but one of them, Sibley having scored the other.
Yeah, not a good over that from Joe Leach. A couple of wide ones and a half volley, and Milan just the man to capitalise, though I suspect Sibley was watching rather enviously from the other end, thinking, why don't you bowl like that to me? Milani's had one, well, it wasn't an escape because we decided it didn't quite carry to first slip. He edged Leach to first slip low to sort of ankle height, maybe just bounced in front of Tom Fell, but other than that he's been quite dominant as Barnard starts his second over, bowling to Sibley, who goes back to this one and just blocks it down into the ground in front of him. I say goes back, even when he goes back he still ends up almost leaning forward at the end, Dom Sibley. He's a tall man. He just kind of rode the bounce on that one, but I suspect he doesn't often actually sort of go right back and and have all his weight on the back foot. He sort of goes back and then leans into it. It's Barnard in again and bowls, and this time pushes out on the onside and takes a cheeky single. Good single. Joe Leach fielding it mid-on, throwing at the stumps, head on hands from everybody, suggesting they think if it had hit, Sibley would have been out. It's an extraordinary run to take, really. Quite un-Sibley-like, I think, to take a risk like that. But he gets him his second run, and it takes Milan on to strike for the first time at the Diglis end. He's taking guard from umpire Nick Cook now. 25 for 1 with that single.
Yes, he's
Everybody was surprised,
yeah, his 2 runs have both been sharp singles. Sibley, you've got to rearrange all his kit now.
Here's Barnard in to bowl to Milan, and Milan is covering up, pushing this one out on the onside. Little bit of in-swing, little bit of movement back into the batsman from Barnard, who, as we suspected, with Mike mentioning humidity early on and the likelihood that the ball might swing today, Barnard has got some lateral movement, more than Finch, the sort of hit the pitch bowler who bowled from this new road end initially. Anyway, here's Barnard again in past umpire Cook. He bowls, and this one's short. Milan goes on the back foot and punches it into the covers, but he doesn't really time it. Cloth it, really, as they say. Kicks the ground a little bit in frustration. The batsman went straight to the fielder D'Oliveira at mid-wicket. If you're just joining us here at New Road, very welcome on the BBC Sports app and BBC website. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. Alongside me is Mike Taylor at Mike Taylor Sports. Mike from BBC Radio WM. Barnard in again, bowls, and this one is beautifully played by Milan and beautifully fielded too at mid-off. Very, very good piece of fielding by Adam Finch. Lovely shot from Milan. Look for all the way as he punched that off the back foot. But Finch diving to his left, very, very good one-handed stop, saved a certain 3 runs. And impressive stuff from the youngster. 26 for 1 with that single. Milan goes to 24, and Barnard is in once more from the new road end and bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Sibley. This one taken by Cock. End of the over. 26 for 1 off 10 overs. Warwickshire having won the toss and chose the bat, and as I said, if you're just joining us, the one man out, Rob Yates, LBW, to the 5th ball of the game, bowled by the Worcestershire captain Joe Leach.
It's been a feature so far of this session that Milan has been very respectful of anything on a good length, but anything that has fractionally erred either way from a good length, he's been very quick to seize on, and that has suggested he's a man in very good touch. There's going to be a change with a first introduction of Josh Baker. That's a nice move, a really early chance for him to get involved.
Yeah, really.
His left arm spin.
It is quite it's quite a bold move by Joe Leach, isn't it, to get him in there? But I think it's good. It makes sense to me in some ways. He's nervous, he's young. Why not get him on early?
I think also it might be a good move. In lots of more psychological than anything. Even if he only bowls a couple of overs,
yeah,
you know, because he's turned to him before Sodhi.
Yeah.
Just to give something different, but most importantly, gets the teenager involved in the game. I think that might turn out to be a smart investment in the long run.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Yeah. Big moment for this young man. 18 years old, from Astwood Bank Cricket Club near Redditch. Boy, I've had a little bit of contact with in a coaching capacity in years gone by. I'm very excited to see him play.
Well, he's got a slip and a short leg as he bowls his first ball at this level to Peter Milan, who flicks it just wide of Leach at shortish mid-wicket to get 1 run. And what a thing to start with here, playing against bowling his first over against 2 players of this standard, Milan and Sibley. He's in the big time now, the Astwood Bank boy, and I'm sure they'll be extremely proud of him at the club there. I dare say they'll have games and everything today, but they'll be focused on this at the moment as Baker with a little trot up to the crease has Sibley reaching well forward and nudging that down to short leg. 27 for 1. Baker's fiddling the ball between his hands, waiting for Sibley to settle. And now a slightly fuller delivery, and Sibley has tucked this past Fell at short leg, and he's going to get a run to the man at deep square. 28 for 1. Slipping a short leg with close field. Libby has now moved in at mid-wicket, not very far back. There's a backward point. There's a cover point, cover boundary sweeper. Mid-off, mid-on, and a deep square leg, which is full and drifting in towards the toes of Milan. And flick to Libby, who stops at the second attempt at mid-wicket, prevents a run. 28 for 1. Baker settling in, trots up again, and Milan is forward, defending respectfully for the next one. Oh, the old heart would be thumping here for Baker, but he's not betraying any nerves. Good for him. Comes again, very short approach, and Milan goes to flick this, a full delivery, and flicks it into his boot, I think. Runs away on the leg side, and he's warmly applauded there, Baker, by his teammates as well as the spectators, and that's a nice tidy start for him. 28 for 1, and lots of his teammates rushing up to just to tap his hand there and say, well bowled.
Yeah, it's a good start. The main thing from my point of view, looking at that, he landed every one, didn't he?
Yeah.
You know, he's a young spinner. He's come in incredibly nervous situation for him, I'm sure, playing against two very experienced players. He landed every one, and he bowled a little bit quick for me, if I'm honest, but I thought it was a good start, and I can understand why he might have just wanted to push it through, just to sort of give himself a bit of security. I'm sure as he settles down, he might just start to throw it up a little bit more and vary his pace a little bit, but great start really. Ed Barnard from the New Road end will continue now. He's bowling to Dom Sibley, right arm over the wicket. He's in, he bowls, and Sibley gets runs this time, working this off his hip down to long leg, where the aforementioned Josh Baker runs round to do the fielding, and they take 2. Good shot from Sibley, slight error of line from Barnard, and this is what Sibley's good at. He'll leave and leave and leave outside the off stump, and then when you drift into the pads, he will capitalise as he did there. 30 for 1. Sibley goes to 5. Barnard is in again to him. He bowls, and this one's fuller in the block hole. Sibley just sort of jams down on it, squeezes it back up the pitch. Alright, on the onside, fielded at mid-on by Joe Leach. Interesting cricket so far, I think.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure you're all very proud of Ashwood Bank if you've clicked on to see how the boy's getting on, so drop us a note if you have. It's nice to give the clubs a shout, because this part of the world, Worcestershire and Warwickshire, is stacked with good cricket clubs.
Here's Barnard in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sibley. Yeah, absolutely right. I've had some contact with a friend of mine from Ashwood Bank, Jason Adams, and I'm sure Josh's dad will be here, but he's also Paul Baker, quite a big figure at Ashwood Bank. And you say Worcestershire and Warwickshire, you can't really get much closer than straddling the border than Ashwood Bank, can you?
That's true.
You're not far away from Worcestershire, but from Warwickshire, but it is a Worcestershire club, I believe. Anyway, here's Barnard again. Bowls, and that's left alone again by Sibley outside the off stump. But yeah, by all means get in touch. It's always nice to hear from people who are listening, especially if you've got an interest in a club where one of these players has played. Frank Watson, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter is my handle, as most Worcestershire listeners will know by now, but alongside me is at Mike Taylor Sport. And from my point of view, I just like seeing spinners, I like to see Worcestershire including Sodhi and Baker today. Barnard in, again bowls. This one carries quite a long way through outside the off stump, left alone, but I say carries it, kicked up a little bit off the pitch, and Ben Cox almost had to juggle it, moving away to his right, above waist height. Barnard warming to his task now. He's in his 3rd over. As you can see, he just 4 runs so far. 1 ball left in his 3rd over. It's the 12th of the innings. Yates out for naught in the 1st over of the day, but since then the Warwickshire batsman fairly untroubled as Barnard is in again, and this one again climbs quite high outside the off stump, but started wide and left alone by Sibley, and climbing and going wider really, and Cox again taking it away above his waste away to his right in front of first slip. End of the over. 30 for 1, Milan 25, Sibley on 5.
Yes, if you're part of a club, if you're at a club game today, well, if you're already there, avoiding duty putting out the boundary flags, then drop us a note. Frank's given you the Twitter address. You can drop me an email if you want to heckle at greater length. Mike.taylor.02@bbc.co.uk. Don't miss the .02. Here's Baker up again. Round the wicket from the Digley's end. Full to Milan, who meets it on the walk and drives it firmly back to the bowler. He's quite a tall man for 18, but they all are, aren't they?
Yeah.
Those are the kids. Quickly in again, and Milan hits this in the air, wide of mid-on. I'm not sure he absolutely got all of that, Peter Milan. It was a bit of a scoop, and he managed to avoid Sodhi, and it dropped into the outfield behind him for 2 runs. But he was just trying to take a liberty there for the first time against the spinner, Milan.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be too discouraged as a bowler.
No, I think you would. Well, he's forward more steadily in defence this time, but he's just starting to shuffle a bit, Milan. He advanced to the first ball of the over, scooped the second, and he was obviously looking to hit it more cleanly than that. Now Baker drops just a little bit short for the first time, and Milan's quickly onto that, but he cuffs it straight out to the boundary rider on the rope at deep cover, and that's Haynes, so there's only 1 run. Probably a smart defensive, but a smart bit of field placing in the circumstances.
It turned a little bit, even though it was a bit shorter. Watching the replay, it is a used pitch, and I expect a little bit of turn.
Sibley is reaching forward in defence to the next one and guiding it out just past. Fell at short leg. 33 for 1. This is driven by Sibley, and it's well fielded. Tumbling stop. D'Oliveira, I think, moving across from mid-off. They do get 1, but Sibley would have been hoping for more. 34 for 1 at the end of the over. There's a little bit of a blue, it's more tinge more to the sky above the Digley's end, but it's hazy. There's a cross St George on top of the cathedral today, which I'm trying to remember now in the past whether I've seen it there before, but maybe it's for the occasion.
I don't think it's to do with football. I don't think it is, but we'll never know. Good over from Josh Baker. Conceded a couple of runs to that kind of false shot from Milan, and then a couple of other singles, but a tidy over.
Well, he's in the game. That's the most important thing, is they take another squirt of the hand gel. The most important thing is he's in the match now. So even if he doesn't bowl a lot, and you wouldn't expect him to bowl a lot in the first session, to be fair, but he's part of the game.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I think that might turn out to be a canny move.
Yeah. I like a left-arm spinner in the sides. Worcestershire have obviously had some pretty good ones over the years. One thinks of Richard Illingworth and obviously Norman Gifford, who played for both these counties, who has been quite a big influence on Josh Baker, as I understand it. As Ed Barnard comes in again and bowls, and Sibley pushes out on the onside, no run. The reason I like a left-arm spinner, as a coach, I've always tried to have a left-arm spinner in sides that I've developed. Can't always do it, of course, but it's because they turn the ball away from the right-hander, which I like, and unlike a leg spinner, being a finger spinner, they have more control. So if you get a good left-arm spinner in a team, it usually gives the captain a really good option, a certain amount of control. Finger spinner tends to be more accurate and turning the ball away from the right-handers, so it's always a nice asset to have in a side, as Barnard drops this one short to Sibley, who swivels round and gets his first boundary, pulling it away behind square down towards the ladies' pavilion, and Josh Baker is unable to get round and cut that off. 38 for 1. Milan is on 28. Sibley goes to 10. He's faced 40 balls, but he doesn't mind that. He's a patient man, as we all know. And as Mike was saying earlier, if you're 3, 4, 5 in this order, you don't mind that, watching Sibley go out and open the batting, and he's on the back foot and more watchful this time, pushing up to Joe Leach at mid-on. Again, as I say, he's on the back foot, and then having played the shot, his weight then transfers onto the front foot. He doesn't often get back and stay back and hit the ball and keep that weight on the back foot. It's just a little quirk that he has, Sibley. But he's a tall man, he's a solid man, he's balanced at the crease. He has his own method, and he waits now as Barnard bowls, and again he pushes up to Joe Leach at mid-on, and there's no run. So, early promise for Worcestershire with that wicket. Joe Leach picking up a wicket in the first over, Rob Yates, LBW to the 5th ball of the game, but since then, just one full shot really, Milan edging Leach just short of fell at first slip. Other than that, it's been fairly tough going for the Worcestershire bowlers. Barnard is in, bowls, and Sibley works this one away on the onside, straight to Ish Sodhi at mid-wicket, and Sodhi threatens to throw the ball into Cox, but everybody more or less accepts that all action for that ball has ended. They're not going to run, you don't need to throw it in, so he just returns it via Joe Leach at mid-on to the bowler. Hazy morning, that cross of St George flying on top of the cathedral, blowing fairly lazily as Barnard comes in and bowls again to Sibley, who pushes out defensively on the offside. D'Oliveira fields, end of another over from Barnard. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8, and Warwickshire having won the toss and chosen to bat 38 for 1 off 14 overs.
This is the last round of championship games, of course, so all the other matches are starting except one so far, and that is the game between Kent and Sussex at Beckenham, which has been it will start at 12 o'clock as Baker starts a new over and Milan defends out of the offside, because a bit like England the other day, Kent have been struck down by a positive COVID test, which has put their main squad out of commission. This next delivery has leaked away down the leg side somewhere. It's avoided everybody. I don't think Milan... Oh, he has touched it. So it's a very fine lance in every sense by Milan for 4, because my impression was that had scuttled through, but Milan's just tickled it away. Only just drifted to the leg side, and Milan found a way to score. It's 32. And playing very productively for Warwickshire here. Sibley steadies them after the early wicket, and Milan is making the score move, and this is again only just a little short from Baker, and Milan is trying to seize on it straight away, but cuts it to Leach at backward point. 42 for 1. And the next one he drives not quite out of the middle, but gets it up to Sodhi at mid-on and takes a single. So Kent have fielded a team which is sort of Heino Kuhn and 10 others that they've rather hurriedly had to assemble from players who wouldn't otherwise have been involved, but all the other games have now begun. Keep an eye on those as we go through the day. Baker round the wicket to Sibley, who defends into the leg side.
A little bit slower that one, I think.
Yes.
A little bit of confidence coming into the young man now.
Might vary it a bit as he settles in. Sibley reaches forward a long way to defend the last one. The other games in this group that have started, by the way, Derbyshire already in a pickle, having chosen to bat at Chesterfield against Essex, a 35 for 3. Notts 38 for 1, having been put in by Durham at Chesterley Street. And just quickly the others, Gloucester 49 without loss at Cheltenham against Hampshire. Middlesex 34 for none, having chosen to bat against Leicester at Northwood. Northants 40 for no wicket in Cardiff against Glamorgan, they won the toss. The Roses game is at Headingley, Lancashire 42 for none, and Somerset 50 for 1, a busy first hour at the Oval against Surrey.
And it's Ed Barnard from the New Road End to continue. And he'll be bowling to Milan. He's mainly bowled at Sibley. Milan dominating the scoring. Barnard in now. bowls, and Milan edges, and there's a good diving stop at third slip by Jack Haynes, very sharp, otherwise that was racing away to third man for 4. Jack Haynes, Ombersley Cricket Club boy, player I know very well. I have to say, I never thought 2 or 3 years ago we'd see him in the slips in first class cricket. I don't think he ever thought it himself, but he's actually caught a couple of good ones this year, and a very good sharp stop there. Waits again now as Barnard is in. Bowls, and this one's short and wide and very nicely played by Milan, who's been particularly severe on anything short outside the off stump today, and he's punched that one away for another boundary behind square on the offside. Bad ball, got what it deserved, and Milan is he's racing along here really. 37 off 41, having come in the first over, and it's 47 for 1 now, Warwickshire. But they've recovered well from that setback at the beginning.
With the exception of that one slight miscue when he was looking to hit Baker over the top, he hasn't gone chasing for anything.
No.
He's just been...
Just waited for the bad one.
Yes, and
yeah.
he hasn't had to be very bad,
No.
always. If it's just been a little bit off length in particular, he's been very harsh.
In he comes again, Barnard, looking to correct things. Bowls, and he does correct things. Good delivery, just slanting in a little bit to the right-hander, and he's forward, half forward really, just pushing it out on the offside. But yeah, I was saying interesting cricket. I think it's always interesting when you get an early breakthrough and to see how the batsman will recover. I always find it interesting watching Dom Sibley play in his own characteristic way, and obviously we've had some interest with a young debutant left arm spinner Josh Baker coming in for his first bowl, as Barnard bowls again wide outside the off stump, and again Milan cuts. This time he gets lucky because he's got a top edge and it's flown away past Mitchell at second slip down to the third man boundary for 4, but that was a full shot. Surprising really, I think it was just a little bit too close for him to play that shot. Looking at the replay, maybe not. He just got it wrong, but he got away with it. Flash hard, and you will get a boundary more often than not, and he does there. Slight change in the alignment of that cordon now. We've got 2 slips, and Haynes has gone from third slip to almost like 5th slip as Barnard bowls, and Milan pushes out on the offside, and it's fielded by D'Oliveira. But he continues to score at a rapid rate, and Worcestershire will just want to try and put a lid on this scoring, because 51 in an hour when you've lost a wicket in the first over represents a pretty good recovery. I always say 80 for 2 or 3 is about par on the first session and the first day of a championship game. Well, the chances are if Milan stays in, they're going to be well ahead of that by lunch. Barnard in again, bowls, and Milan is beaten by a good one this time outside the off stump, pushing at it, and it came back quite sharply off the seam, missed the stumps and was taken by Cox moving away to his left. So a mixed over from Barnard, 8 runs coming from it. Milan has 41, Sibley has 10, and it's 51 for 1.
I'll just leave you for a few moments while the local radio
Mike off to do an update for BBC Radio WM listeners. I'll be shortly updating FM listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester with news of the first hour here at New Road. Bright morning, sky was cloudy at first, but that cloud is lifting. It's quite bright now, touch of blue in the distance at the Digley end as we look to the south, as Josh Baker comes in round the wicket from the Digley end and bowls to Sibley, who squeezes this one out behind square on the offside, thickish outside edge running along the ground, and Jack Haynes comes round on the offside boundary to field as the cathedral clock chimes 12, and Sibley goes on to 12 himself, and it's 53 for 1 as Baker again is in from the Digley end and bowls a little bit quicker this time outside the off stump, left alone by Sibley and taken by Cox. No addition. So Josh Baker, 18 years old, debutant left arm spinner. He comes in now and bowls again. That's a nicely flighted delivery this time, just held that one back a little bit. Hint of movement off the pitch away from the right hander. Good bowling from the young man, and I think it's fair to say he doesn't look like a nervous debutant at the moment. He's settled in nicely. He's in again and bowls now, and this one is pushed out on the onside, and there's no run. Good move from the Worcestershire skipper Joe Leach to get the young man on early, I think. And he's in again now and bowls, and Sibley pushes up to mid-on. Fielded there by Sodhi, and there's no run. And I say that because, as Mike Taylor was saying, you know, he's now in the game, isn't he? He's not out there nervously thinking, what am I doing here? He's in again, he bowls, and this one nicely flighted and held back and pushed out defensively on the offside by Sibley, and that's the end of the over. Tidy one from Baker. 4 overs, no maiden and no wicket for 13. His figures, and it's 53 for 1 off 17 overs, Warwickshire having chosen to bat when they won the toss this morning. A smattering of spectators. I wouldn't call it a big crowd, plenty of room here at the moment, even with COVID regulations, I think, but still good to see a crowd here, and Josh Baker just getting a little ripple of applause as he makes his way down to long leg. Ed Barnard to continue at the New Road end. His 5 overs so far have cost 16, 8 of those coming in his last over. Bowling to Peter Milan, who's dominated the scoring here this morning. Milan pushes this one out on the onside, and it's fielded by Sodhi at mid-wicket. 53 for 1. 41 off 46 deliveries, Milan, which is a fair scoring rate in a championship game. At the other end, Sibley, by contrast, 12 off 52 deliveries. As Barnard is in again and bowls, and Milan is forward again, pushing out on the offside. D'Oliveira fields in the covers, and there's no run. So a 50 partnership for this second wicket, achieved in 89 balls between these two, steadying the ship after that early wicket. Warwickshire making a good recovery after losing a wicket in the very first over when Rob Yates was LBW to Joe Leach, the Worcestershire captain. This after they had chosen to bat, and so far the second wicket pair have added 53. Peter Milan has dominated the scoring, he's on 41, and Dom Sibley has been obdurate as ever. He's on 12 off 52 deliveries. The most interesting aspect from a Worcestershire point of view is to see a new young spinner, Josh Baker, introduced into the game early. The young Astwood Bank left-arm spinner, 4 overs for 13 so far, has been very tidy. But after an hour, Warwickshire 53 for 1 in the 18th over. As Barnard is in again and bowls. And Milan pushes that out on the offside, and D'Oliveira does the fielding in the covers. So Sibley and Milan, a different pair in some respects, a combination of the obdurate and the more dynamic, but it's proving to be an effective partnership for Warwickshire at the moment. As Barnard is in and bowls, and Milan gets runs, or 1 run down to backward point. Doesn't reach Libby coming in off the boundary. Haynes scampers back from his position at sort of 4th or 5th slip to do the fielding, and they get 1, which takes Milan onto 42, and the total onto 54 for 1. And Barnard with 1 ball left in this, his 6th over, the 18th of the innings, comes in now to complete the over and bowls outside the off stump. Sibley leaves alone, and it's taken by Cox, and that is the end of the 18th over. 54 for 1, Milan 42, Sibley 12, and Rob Yates the man out without scoring.
I'm not sure what the term is for a collective, a group of 12 men, but they've all come hurtling on. It has been, I wouldn't go so far as to call them the odd couple of Warwickshire batting, that would be unkind. But they have approached the task in contrasting ways, but very effective. And where Milan has sought to score quickly without necessarily taking a lot of risks, Sibley has also picked his moment. We saw the one boundary that he did hit, a short ball, the only really deliberately short ball we've seen attempted from Ed Barnard, and he swatted it away well enough. Baker starts a new over, and Milan slightly overbalances here, stepping forward to flick a ball drifting onto his pads to the leg side, and miscues it into his pad. Not the first time he's done that. And Baker, he's trying to probe something there. Next one, Milan is leaving a ball with more flourish after the ball has gone past than before it. But it's the same effect. It's gone through to Ben Cox keeping wicket. In comes Baker again, doesn't muck about, and Milan is flicking a full delivery to Sodhi at mid-wicket. He's tossing the ball from one hand to the other himself, as if to remind Jack Leach that he's about as well. I'm sure he's well aware of that. New Zealand international will get his turn, no doubt, but for the time being, Baker is on spinning duty, and that is a loose one, which Sibley pats away wide of deep squarely, but not quite wide enough, and it's smartly fielded on the rope by Finch, and it is 2 runs to Sibley. That's the first one Baker's really lost control of.
Yeah, he got away with it, didn't he?
He did.
That would have gone for 4 in a club game.
Yes. But Sibley treated it a little more respectfully than that, and is entirely watchful to the next one as he comes forward and defends it. But Baker into his 5th over. So a useful spell for him. Sibley's more positive this time. First little shuffle down the pitch from Sibley, and he drives it hard, but it's fielded by the bowler, and he's followed through. And 3 from the over. Baker now 5 overs for 16, and he's been tidy enough on the whole, and it's 57 for 1 in 19 overs.
Yeah, tidy, I think, is the right word. He's not looked like a nervous teenager, that's for sure. His Sodhi's coming on now, so we might have spinners in tandem, or we might have a change at that other end, but I think Baker's made a good start, and I agree with you, Mike. It's a very good point that you made earlier about Joe Leach's decision to give him an early introduction. It just means that he's part of things, doesn't it? As you exactly said, he's not the nervous teenager standing out there looking around at his surroundings thinking, do I really belong here? He's thinking, yeah, I can do this, I can bowl.
Well, the very fact that, I mean, it doesn't matter for anything as far as the game's concerned, and I wonder whether Leach would have just had a word with Sodhi before the start. I'm sure Sodhi's a good chap, but you know, Baker might think to himself, you know, there's an international spinner over there, but he's come for me first. Now, it doesn't mean a great deal, but it might mean a lot to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just right now in this moment, it might mean a lot to him.
Yeah.
But what also I still think means a lot is that 70 minutes into a championship game,
we've got 2
spinners on at the same time, which I think tells you something about how Worcestershire see the pitch.
Yeah, perhaps it does, yeah. Having said that, they lost a toss, so they're going to have to bat last on it, so we shall see. But anyway, Sodhi hasn't played any red ball cricket for Worcestershire this year. His red ball average is 34, 264 wickets at 34. So he's more famous as a white ball, and particularly a T20 bowler, really. And he's in now and bowls his first delivery from the New Road end, and it's pushed out on the offside. He got a slip and a short leg, a backward point, a man out on the offside boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a short long leg. And he comes in once more now, past umpire Nick Cook. Excuse me, big sneeze. Don't know where that's come from. And this one's pushed out on the offside, I beg your pardon. Just thinking, Nick Cook, the umpire at this end, left arm spinner himself. It'd been interesting if he'd had Josh Baker bowling at his end, or if he does at any stage during the game. I'm sure he'd have a fair bit of advice to pass on. Former Leicestershire and Northants man, and England of course. Sodhi in, once again bowls this one slower and steered out on the offside by Milan. I'm particularly interested to watch Sodhi bowling because I've watched him quite closely in most of the T20 games that Worcestershire have played so far this season. He bowls quite a lot of variety in the white ball game, obviously, He's in again now and bowls, and this one is cut by Milan. He'll only get a single because the man out on the offside boundary, Finch, and he returns to Cox, 58 for 1. I suspect that in the red ball game, Sodhi bowls a little less in terms of variety and tries just to settle down, throw in the odd googly, but he won't be varying it quite as much as he does in the white ball game, would be my suspicion. I'm interested to see if that's the case. In he comes now and bowls, and this one is a little bit short, and Sibley gets inside it, pushes out on the offside, past the diving Barnard at cover, and they take another single.
Obviously he took 4 fairly cheap wickets in the game the other night, didn't he?
Yeah.
The T20 game. And as you say, I'm sure the variety is a big thing.
Here he is again now. Balls, and that is a googly, I think, and Milan read it, I reckon, and went back inside it, turned it on the leg side, fielded it short leg by Fell, end of a fairly tidy over, but I have to say that neither batsman has looked in any particular difficulty since the loss of that first wicket. Milan has 44, Sibley has 15, and Warwickshire are 59 for 1 off 20.
And 2020 was going to be the game that finished off the spinner, if you remember, 20 years ago. I was looking the other day, and it's just a Warwickshire, and obviously they've had some quite good ones and a couple of overseas ones, but the value that Warwickshire have had from their wrist spinners in that form of the game has been the speed at which they take the wickets. Baker starts a new over, and this is driven handsomely by Sibley for 4 runs probably, although in pursuit is D'Oliveira, who's never to be underestimated in the field, but he doesn't quite make this one despite a spectacular tumble. He can't quite haul it in. That's a good stroke from Sibley. He's up to 19, 63 for 1. In all 2020 cricket for Warwickshire, going back to when it started, in terms of strike rate, the speed at which the wickets are taken, 3 of the top 4 in the list are wrist spinners. And I suspect that's probably similar for other clubs too, as Baker bowls and Sibley defends.
Worcester's most successful bowler in T20 cricket is Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah.
He's taken 100 wickets.
It's remarkable, isn't it, what he's achieved. Round the wicket comes Baker and Sibley defends. But on that I was looking specifically, but some of them had gone for quite a few runs, the wrist spinners, but they'd taken wickets quickly. Now, as you say, in this form of the game, it's slightly different, perhaps, for a bowler like Sodhi, but even now I was just looking at his career record as Baker bowls and Sibley adjusts and defends the ball into the leg side. In first-class cricket, Sodhi's played quite a lot of it, obviously with New Zealand and in Test cricket, taking a wicket about every 9 overs, which is reasonably brisk. Now Sibley shuffles down the pitch just half a step and takes a short single to Sodhi at mid-on, or more specifically just wide of him at mid-on, which gave him the angle and the time to get down the pitch and for a well-judged run and go to 20, and starting to score a little more readily now, Dom Sibley, than earlier on. That reconnaissance valuable as always. Milan turns this next one into a Yorker, almost to a full pitch, but pats it to mid-wicket. 5 from the over, 6 overs for 21 Baker, and it's 64 for 1. Warwickshire have now prospered to 44 to Milan and 22 Dom Sibley.
Yeah, good, decent over from Baker, just going about his work steadily. I'd like to see him maybe just slow down a little bit myself, but he seems to be in reasonable control. Just that one full toss really, his only really bad ball in 6 overs. Sodhi, who conceded 2 off his first over, will continue from the New Road end, and he comes in now and bowls to Sibley, who gets in behind this one and pushes it away on the onside. Takes 2 as Baker comes round, slightly wayward throw coming in. I sometimes find Sibley's shots hard to describe as he goes to 22, because he is quite unconventional, isn't he? Because his own method completely. And I don't know whether, I mean, that shot was fairly typical of him. Slightly awkward looking, but very effective. And I don't mean that in any way to be disparaging. And this one he gets very full from Sodi and just sort of digs it out, straight front leg, and just squeezes the bat down onto it. And it goes back to the bowler.
When he's in form, he doesn't get many wrong. But it's almost back. It's almost as if he's standing on a turntable sometimes.
Yeah,
turns to play the same stroke at a different angle.
He gets very chest on as well in defence, but it works. This one is slower and loops up outside the offside and is left alone by Sibley and then missed, well, kind of half stopped by Ben Cox, and it runs down to slip where Daryl Mitchell completes the fielding. 66 for 1. Yeah, there's more than one way to play the game, that's for sure. And there have been plenty of batsmen who have been very effective, who've had their own methods. Sodi bowls again, Sibley goes back and pushes this one up to mid-on, Hainesfield.
Well, I mean, you've
Shivnaran Chanderpaul.
Yeah, well, the world's #1 rated batsman for half of the last decade, Steve Smith, was doesn't look as though he was ever coached by anybody, but obviously he was. But I mean, look, you've done coaching, I haven't. But ultimately, if it works, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. He's worked his own method out, hasn't he? Sodi in, bowls, and Sibley drives, gets a run, diving stop by Barnard, or half stop. And they take a single, 67 for 1. Sibley goes to 23. Yeah, I mean, someone like Steve Smith, I think he's probably been coached, and this is completely an independent judgment, but I suspect he's been coached very, very well. I'll explain what I mean by that. As in comes Sodi again, and Milan gets a run, squeezing out on the offside, and score goes to 68 for 1. And what I mean by that is because presumably the coaches have said, we like what we see, you could do this, you could do that, but don't fundamentally change. Nobody's actually tried to force Steve Smith to play in a certain way, and it's produced, you know, arguably one of the most effective players in the world, really, at the moment, and in recent years. So, I think he's been coached really well.
I'm sure there are some certain obvious basic disciplines which generally apply, you know, about keeping your head still and all the rest of it, but ultimately, if a method works, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't think Bradman was the most conventional of batsmen, from what I've seen of him, on, you know, old black and white footage, but it worked better for him than it did for anybody else. Here's Adam Finch. So Josh Baker's getting a rest after that tidy little 6-over spell. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21, and Finch on at the Diglis end.
And here he is, with quite a long approach. Bowled 3 maiden overs from the New Road end earlier, and he starts in to bowl to Milan, who defends into the offside. Milan is 45. A tweet has flooded in to me from Nelly, who says, how many players playing for both Warwickshire and Worcestershire play in the Birmingham Cricket League, and can you name their Birmingham League sides? Well, there are a few who have played quite a bit of league cricket in this current Warwickshire team. As Finch comes in, and Milan plays this defensively from the crease. From Warwickshire's point of view, Robbie Yates, I believe, is a product of Moseley. Matt Lamb from Barnt Green. Obviously, quite a few of the current Warwickshire team have come in from other sources, as it were. But Sam Hain, I think, was registered with Walsall for a while. So there's a few, and I mean some of you know, like Rob Yates, have been developed through their own clubs and then through Warwickshire's various coaching pathways.
Well, I can give you the Worcestershire ones.
Milan just defends the next one back at the pitch, by the way.
Josh Baker at mid-off had said he played for Ashford Bank with Kenilworth Wardens this year. And then you've got Tom Fellows, played for Wolverhampton for quite a few years. Brett D'Oliveira and Jack Haynes, both products of the club where I'm involved, Ombersley. Daryl Mitchell's been playing at Ombersley this year as well. Ben Cox has played for Ombersley in the past. Joe Leach has been playing for Shifnal this year when he's not been in the first team. Adam Finch, I think, is a Himley boy.
Finch's next delivery is into the pads of Milan, who takes a fairly comfortable single out into some acreage on the leg side.
But yeah, the Birmingham League is, I mean, I played in the Birmingham League for Old Hill and Kidderminster way back, and it's long been a productive, fertile ground producing players for both Warwickshire and Worcestershire,
Sure.
and also giving players of Warwickshire and Worcestershire an opportunity to play when they're not in county cricket.
Yes, sometimes players have been dispatched out or allocated to
Yeah.
certain clubs. I
Yeah.
think certainly that was the case with Sam Hain with Walsall, which obviously he's come from other routes. Forward push here out into the offside from Sibley. So
Well,
there's a bit of a difference to be drawn between players who actually have been products of their club from a young
Yeah.
age, and others like
Yeah.
I mean, for
Well,
Hain,
Chris
for
Wokes came
example.
from Walmley as well.
Yes,
didn't he?
yeah. So, whereas other club players who've come to the county may be allocated
Yeah,
to play
sure.
some league
Yeah.
cricket. So there's a slight
Well,
difference to be drawn.
There was a time when I played in the league when Warwickshire had a side in the league.
Here comes Finch bowling again to Sibley, who defends very correctly back on the offside, and Finch, who is not giving a lot away, in fact only the 1 run so far in 4 overs. 69 for 1 in with Milan 46 and Sibley 23, and Warwickshire bowling along quite nicely.
Yeah, when I played for Old Hill in the mid-80s, Warwickshire had a side in the league, and they would play their home games on the main ground at Edgbaston, and if the first team didn't have a game at that time, you might well play against 4 or 5 first team players. I've played against many Warwickshire first team players, including the likes of Alan Donald and Paul Smith and Tim Munton and Chris Lethbridge. Lots of first team players back in the day. It was a great opportunity for the ordinary club players like me to play on the main ground at Edgbaston on a regular basis. As Sodhi comes in and bowls this one to Milan, pushed through, and Milan on the back foot pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. No run, 69 for 1, Milan 46. He's slowed down a little bit. He's scoring a run a ball almost earlier on in his innings. He's now on 46 off 65. Sodhi is into him again and bowls, and he goes back and gets a single, pushing this one with the spin out through the offside field, and it's fielded by Finch coming off the offside boundary on the river side of the ground, the 7 side.
I know from time to time the club league structures get altered, but I think I'm right in saying what's now the Birmingham League is sort of like as it were, if you'll forgive the terminology, a sort of a Premier League across several counties, isn't it?
Yeah,
Warwickshire and Worcestershire and others. Yeah.
Different from how it used to be. As Sodhi bowls again, and this one's driven up to mid on no run. When I played in the Birmingham League, and people of my generation, it was 2 divisions, first teams and second teams, and there was no promotion and relegation. It was just the same clubs were in it all the time. Now, of course, it's become part of the ECB's Premier League structure. As Sodhi bowls, and this one is left alone outside the off stump by Sibley.
So, I mean, for example, the club that my youngster is currently with, he's in Birmingham, but he's playing in the Warwickshire League.
Yeah.
And obviously their first team could potentially at some point get promoted through the pyramid up to...
Same in the Worcestershire League.
With the Birmingham and District League now sort of wider umbrella over that.
Correct. As Sodhi bowls, punched out on the onside by Sibley for a single. Yeah, so you've got teams in Worcestershire like Barnard's Green, which is in Malvern, and they're in the Birmingham League because they've worked their way through. There's been a bit of a restructuring recently when 3rd Division was changed back to the County League, but anyway.
That's the general principle.
You can work your way up. 71 for 1. Sodhi to Milan. Past umpire Nick Cook, he bowls, and Milan is very watchful, goes back and steers that behind square on the offside. Libby fields, end of the over. I mentioned earlier that I think a par score on the first ever championship is 80 odd for 2 or 3. Well, there's 71 for 1 as we approach 12:30, 12:25 or so. So Milan mainly with his 47 off 67 has seen them ahead of the sort of par scoring rate. Could change if a wicket or 2 fell, but so far a good partnership of 71 after that wicket went down in the first over. Milan 47, Sibley 24, and Worcestershire just in need of a wicket, I think, really, having got off to such a good start if they're going to make the most of the morning.
Yes, and they really look like getting one for a little while. Finch with 2 slips now in place. Bowls to Sibley, who leaves another ball that, although we're not at a very good angle to tell, straight off without looking at the video pictures. I suspect was not all that far wide of the off stump, but he can leave it on length because Finch is generally carrying the ball through well above stump height. I think I'm right in saying that Nick Archer still oversees the
he does indeed.
who,
if
I recall,
yeah.
back a few years ago, was a formidable player at that level himself.
Yeah, I played a lot with and against Nick. Yeah.
In comes a short ball from Finch, and Sibley, with only really an adjustment of his shoulders and neck, he sort of left everything else in place. Just flexed his shoulders and neck out of the way, and then practiced doing so.
Yeah, Nick Archer, Walsall legend, really, and
Walsall,
still very much involved with the club there.
Top
and played
order
a lot.
batsman,
Played a lot. Yeah, top order batsman. Played a lot for Staffordshire, captain Staffordshire. Played a lot with him for the Midlands Club Cricket Conference and for the Birmingham League representative side over the years. Another one who had his own method, Nick. He wasn't the prettiest of players, but he was a tremendously productive run scorer. Really was, and a very good captain as well.
Next one from Finch. He's pitched up a bit, but it's wide of off stump, and Sibley barely lifts his arms out of the way of that.
And a lot of people don't know that Nick Archer was also a very fine rugby player. Played
Was he
fly
really?
half. Yeah, he was an understudy at Moseley to John Finlan when Moseley's famous half-back pairing of Webster and Finlan, and he also played rugby at Loughborough and at Walsall too. Very, very good outside half.
They're based near me now, Moseley, at Bilston Common.
Yeah.
What's that little stadium they've got there? This is edged low, and that one I think is a sharp chance. Put down at second slip.
Mitchell.
Tumbling Mitchell there away to his left. First chance offered by Sibley. It was low, but I think that one did carry, unlike the one earlier on. It was first genuine nick
really
that Finch
low.
has got. It was a difficult chance to Mitchell. It was right in between first and second slip. And the first opportunity for a while for Worcestershire, and they haven't kept it. Sibley remains on 24. Difficult man to remove. But they might have had a bit of a break here, or at least they're hoping so, as Sibley drives firmly back down the pitch, and Finch certainly deflected the ball into the stumps. But despite the appeal, Milan had got back inside his ground. And that would have been an unlucky way.
Well, that's how Jack Haynes was out at Edgbaston, isn't it, for 87 earlier this year. And Brett D'Oliveira was out like that in a T20 game last week.
Milan was home, 71 for 1. Finch hurries in again, long striding approach, and he bowls a short ball which got a bit big on Sibley. He's managed to hoik it over mid-wicket and Libby for 4, but Sibley got himself into position to pull, but it seemed to get a bit big on him, and he was moving his head away. He's got away with it. It's gone away for 4, 75 for 1 at the end of a challenging over from Finch.
Yeah, when you see bowlers shake their heads and kick the ground, you sometimes think, oh, for goodness sake, pull yourself together. But I can understand why Adam Finch is a bit frustrated after that over. He's had him put down at slip, and then he's let him have a short one, and he's defeated him to some extent, really, because he was onto it very slowly, and it took him by surprise, as you say, got a bit bigger on him than he thought, and he ends up getting hit for 4. So my sympathies with the bowler, really. I thought that was a pretty good over from Finch. Having said that, Sibley has moved on. He won't bother him. He's one of those people who's completely phlegmatic at the crease. He's moved on to 28, and it's 75 for 1 as Sodhi comes in again from the New Road end and bowls a foolish delivery, which again Cox doesn't gather cleanly outside the off stump, having been left alone by Milan. Cox kept to Sibley in the one-day game, but he won't have kept to him in red ball cricket before, and it's quite a different challenge. He's bowling a lot slower than he does in white ball cricket, and giving the ball a lot more air is Sodhi. That one is, having said that, a bit short, and it's pulled at by Milan. He missed it, and not taken cleanly by Cox. Warwickshire's recovery from a poor start, losing a wicket in the first over, continues apace, thanks to the second wicket pair of Peter Milan and Dom Sibley. Milan is on 47, he's faced 69 balls, and Sibley, his obdurate usual self, is on 28 off 78 balls. They came together when Rob Yates was LBW to Joe Leach in the very first over without scoring. That was 0 for 1, but since then few opportunities for Worcestershire, although we have seen a catch go down at second slip just recently. Warwickshire at the moment going along steadily, are 75 for 1 in the 26th over, as this one's pushed out on the offside again by Milan. And yeah, I just think that Worcestershire will feel, if they can get another wicket, that the morning is, you know, it's been fairly even. But if Warwickshire go in and they're only one down at the break, having had such a poor start, I think they'll feel that the morning has very much been theirs, as this one's worked away around the corner by Milan, and there's a good stop by Joe Leach at short fine leg, tumbling to his left, rolling over, and there's no addition. So 1 ball left in Sodhi's 4th over. He's been tidy so far, he's only conceded 8 runs, and it's 75 for 1, the 26th over of the day. Bright sunshine now, probably the brightest it's been all day as Sodhi bowls, and this one's driven straight down the ground by Milan for 4. Lovely shot, actually, over pitch from Sodhi, to be fair, but he didn't try and hit it too hard, he just stroked it down the ground. It brings up his 50, Peter Milan, coming off 73 balls, and a very, very useful innings indeed. Edged one early on, just short of first slip. Apart from that, few false shots. Good innings from Milan, 51 not out, 79 for 1 off 26 overs.
Yeah, he looks a high-class player, and I can't think of many times where he's missed out on a bad ball so far. And it hasn't had to be very bad very often. He's played with great confidence, considering a wicket was down in the first over. For a number 3 batsman coming to the crease in the first over, no matter what their reputation, can be a difficult situation. But Milan is playing nicely. And so too on the whole is Sibley, although he was a bit ruffled by Finch in the young bowler's last over, and Finch is revving up for another go here from the Digley's end. Long run, and bowls the first one of a new over outside the off stump to Sibley, and almost for certain therefore he will not be drawn into a stroke. 28 to Sibley, 2 slips are still waiting. I wonder if Mitchell's just nicked his hand a bit there. He's looking at it rather ruefully at second slip in conversation with Fell, but they've got their backs to us, so I can't quite see. It's as if he's trying to adjust, sort out a fingernail or something. Sibley has to defend this one, but he does correctly, out into the offside. Apart from the 2 slips, there's Haynes, who's chatting with the substitutes at third man in front of us. There's a backward point, who I can't presently identify because he's doing all sorts of warm-up calisthenics.
It's D'Oliveira, or is it Libby? It's D'Oliveira.
No, it is D'Oliveira. It's backward point. There's an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and just backward of square leg on the ropes. Sibley hits through the covers off the back foot crisply for 4, and that made, from a batsman's point of view, a really pleasing echoing noise around the ground. Solidly out of the middle, and not a man in the field need move. 83 for 1.
Yeah, good shot from Sibley. Having said that he's unconventional, which he is, that's about as conventional as he gets, isn't it, on the sort of back foot punch like that on the offside. Stayed reasonably sideways on, gets his shoulders round a little bit, but back came through nice and straight. Good shot.
And he waits again now, flexes his knees as the bowler's on his approach, and then dabs this through mid-wicket, where there's quite a big gap. As the man round the leg side boundary comes out. In fact, there were 2 out on the leg side boundary now, noticeably, for Sibley. But having hit it all on the ground, there's time to get 2. Sibley, the one thing, he's a tremendous fidget at the crease. Even by a lot of batsmen are these days, but he's in between deliveries, he's constantly on the move, and if he's standing on the same spot, he's adjusting, he's twiddling his bat. And then halfway in the bowler's run-up, the knees flex, and from that point, his head doesn't move. He's absolutely stock still now, even though the rest of his body is still moving a bit. The head is the constant point, like the middle of a gyroscope, and he pushes the next ball away into the offside, and then as soon as he has struck the ball, he's all of a fidget again. Sibley, you must use up a tremendous amount of energy. There was a moment earlier on after he'd taken a quick single and had to dive, and all his kit was slightly askew. And while he's at the non-striker's end for the rest of that over, it was like watching a Marx Brothers film. He was constantly wriggling and fidgeting. But at the crucial moment, the head stays still, and that's probably the key thing, as he defends a full delivery out on the offside, and he's seen through that over from Finch. He's more than seen through it. He's picked up half a dozen runs to go to 34 out of 85 for 1.
Yeah, he's played well. I hope nobody listening thinks that when I say he's unconventional, I'm in any way trying to be negative about him. I think he's
unconventional in many ways.
He's worked out a method, and it works for him, and he's been very effective. And I think it's to his great credit that when he walks out there, you think you kind of I see him come out this morning. I think he'll still be there at lunch. He'll probably have about 30. You can have more than 30. He's got 34 already, but. He's been pretty unperturbed, and he was dropped at slip when he had 24, but he's not bothered by that. Brett D'Oliveira is coming into the attack, so the third spin bowler that we've seen this morning, the second leg spinner. He replaces Sodhi at the New Road end. Worcestershire's over rate's been good, 27 so far completed, and D'Oliveira coming in over the wicket, bowls to Milan, he goes back and steers this out on the offside, and there's no run. D'Oliveira's bowled well for Worcestershire this year in all forms. He's not taken a huge number of wickets in red ball cricket, but as the only spinner in the side for most of the games, he's done a good holding job on a lot of occasions. Comes in now and bowls, and this one is again steered down on the offside, and there's no run. Meanwhile, in white ball, he's been outstandingly good in the T20 campaign, both with bat and ball, as he proved the other night here against the Bears, with runs and wickets. In again now, he bowls, and this one is full, and Milan just pushes out on the offside, and there is again no run. Tidy start from the diminutive D'Oliveira. Sends Haynes back now from mid-on to long-on for the second half of the over. He's in bowls, and this one's a little bit shorter and cut away by Milan, who picks up a single, fielded by Finch, coming in off the boundary over towards the cathedral, which looks a picture as ever, with St George's flag blowing a little bit more stiffly in the breeze now from the southwest on top of the cathedral. The willows on the riverbank in full leaf now. Sadly only one chestnut down at the far end now, with two having been lost to disease. It changed the look of this New Road ground as D'Oliveira bowls again, and Sibley pushes out on the onside, fielded by Libby at mid-wicket, no run.
Yes, there's something missing, isn't there?
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it, that gap down there, as D'Oliveira bowls slower and fuller, and Sibley stretches forward and pushes out on the offside. Tidy over for D'Oliveira, one run from it, 86 for 1.
This ground has been developed quite a bit in recent years, and yet, for all that, it's still got some of the same character with it. You know, sometimes when sports stadiums are, and I have to say, as soon as I say stadium, I don't think that's the right. That doesn't feel like the right term for New Road. But as opposed to Edgbaston, which clearly is a stadium, you know, if you know what you can.
Yeah, I know exactly
you know
what you mean.
what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
But some of the smaller grounds have been developed, and something has changed about them. Here, I don't feel that. For all that it's got a very modern look in large parts of the ground,
Yeah.
it still feels.
Yeah,
like
I think
it
you're
used to
right.
feel.
I think you're right. It's a great responsibility on developers,
Yeah,
isn't
I
it, to
think
keep things right. They've done brilliantly at Lords, I think,
Absolutely.
fantastically, and at the Oval. But,
Yes, because that manages to be both a stadium
Yeah.
and feel it's like somewhere
Yeah.
historic.
Yeah.
This is the first ball of a new over from Finch, and it carries outside
But you're right.
the off stump, no stroke.
It can be done, and it can not work. I think that vista that we look at over towards the river is crucial to this.
Very
The
much so.
cathedral is absolutely vital, and those trees there. I think if that were closed up, then the ground would really lose that iconic view of the cathedral. The D'Oliveira stands made a big difference. A lot of people miss the old scoreboard.
Yes,
You know, the old green-fronted
I
scoreboard,
remember it
which
well.
was so popular.
in comes Finch,
shot.
and that is very well played
Shot of the
by Milan, who was just, again, only a little bit short of a length and only a little bit wide, but Milan, with no great flourish, but with everything technically correct and the timing atomically precise, guided it just in front of backward point for 4 runs.
But yeah, I agree. And the ladies' pavilion and the chestnut tree and everything down there is just so important. But that gap there now, where those chestnut trees were, does look a little bit unpleasant. But I suppose you just got to get used to it. It's like when you lose a tooth, you can't stop feeling the gap at first, can you?
90 for 1. This is outside off stump from Finch, and it carries again through to the wicket keeper. Barnard and Finch have had a pleasant carry through to the keeper at lively enough pace.
And the Graham Hick Pavilion has been a nice addition, and the
Yeah.
view from there across the cathedral is fantastic. It's still a beautiful ground.
It is.
And it looks better than it did a couple of months ago because the grass has grown back after the flood, so
Well, that
yeah,
always helps.
it's getting back.
I mean, development has to be done, with a mindful on realities. You've got things have got to be modern.
Yeah.
And here, obviously, there are particular specific considerations because of the danger of flooding all the time. That has to be factored in. So, next ball is again outside off stump, and Milan is choosy about what he plays at in this over. Lets that pass. So that's all to be borne in mind when redeveloping things. But
I'm not a huge fan of the newer grounds. The ones that are just like modern stadia that haven't got any history. I mean, they're functional, but I don't think they're particularly pretty.
Comes Finch, and again Milan plays no stroke 4 times, I think, in that over. We've still got one to come.
I've done this on air once or twice already this year. I think at Derby, notably early this year, when people started getting in touch on Twitter and saying what their favourite grounds were and why. It's an interesting one if you do want to get involved. I'm at Frank Watson 58 and Mike is at Mike Taylor Sport. And we had it did provoke some interesting conversation on air when we talked about people's favourite grounds and why. You mentioned they're playing at Chesterfield today, Derby. I mean, that's a wonderful place to play cricket and watch cricket.
Again, Milan, no stroke, allowing the last 4 balls of Finch's over to pass. So 90 for 1 at the end of the over. Yeah, Chesterfield's terrific. But again, a balance has to be found between the smaller grounds with character and the needs to have more modern facilities and this is a relatively small capacity ground, which reminds me, I was going to ask what the capacity, how many they were allowed to have in for the T20 game the other day, because I'm sure they could sell as many tickets as they wanted.
It's been 800 has been the capacity that's been allowed so far. The COVID capacity, as I call it, has been about 800. As D'Oliveira begins a new over, bowling to Sibley, bowls full toss, and Sibley fails to capitalise on it, just sort of chips it away on the onside, and Libby makes a tumbling stop on an old wicket end. Ball pops up in the air. Haynes completes the fielding, and there's no run. 90 for 1. D'Oliveira once again is in and bowls, and Sibley is forward. That very stiff front leg gets the bat well in front of the pad and pushes back up to the bowler. D'Oliveira. Slip and a short extra cover, the only close catches. Again, he's too full with this one, and this time Sibley does get runs because he works it wide of Libby at mid-wicket, and Josh Baker running round from Backward square leg does the fielding. The debutant, Josh Baker from Aswood Bank, 18-year-old left arm spinner. Tidy little spell earlier today, 6 overs, fairly tidy left arm spin. Brought on early, conceded just 21 runs. D'Oliveira is in again, bowls. Googly this time I think, and Sibley is forward again with that very characteristic locked front knee and pushes out on the onside. It's fielded by Libby at mid-wicket. 92 for 1. D'Oliveira again. This one outside the off stump, left arm. I called the googly. I might be wrong because I'm not in a good position to see here. Can usually pick Brett's googly when I'm behind him or even in front of him, but when I'm out at wide long on as I am here, I can't necessarily. This one's punched up to mid-on by Haynes. End of D'Oliveira's over. His second. He's so far conceded just 3 runs. It's 92 for 1, and I might just be an opportunity to say to people that are watching the stream and listening to our commentary, we can't see it exactly as you can.
No.
I often find this, Mike, people think, oh, you know, what's he talking about? Saying it's going down the leg side or whatever.
Yeah.
We are at wide long on. We are commentating on the action as we see it. You are seeing pictures on the stream from behind the bowler's arm,
Yes.
and you're getting our commentary with it. So do give us a little bit of leeway if we get observations wrong about the line.
Try and catch the replays where we can.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Anyway, 92 for 1. And another bowling change for Leach, who bowled the first 5 overs himself. A sense of change of ends for Sodhi coming. He's got plenty. There's no shortage of options in this side for him, but at the moment he's working through them without having looked like taking that many wickets. There's only been the one clear chance drop since the early wicket of Yates, and even that was. It wasn't a a 9 out of 10 chance to Mitchell. It was sharp and low, offered by Sibley. Off the rather unlucky Finch when Sibley was 24. So Sodhi, having had 4 overs from the New Road end, now switches to the Diglis end, bowling his wrist spin. And the first ball is just a whisker short, and Milan hits it out to deep cover for 1, and he's 57 and has been generally very fluent. 93 for 1. Sibley looks around the field and sees a slip and a short leg and a fine leg, well, sort of 45 degrees on the leg side for the miscued sweep. Sibley is looking to push out on the offside, and D'Oliveira at backward point. He's unable to prevent him taking a run. 94 for 1. It's a deep cover field unchanged for Milan being on strike. So he bowls, and that bounces a little bit. Milan sets as if to come forward, then chose to play it from the crease, and it just beat a fraction.
Turned a little bit.
Milan played that rather suspiciously. Stood still and jammed the bat, did a bit. So he twirls the ball and then comes into bowl, and Milan fiddles this away almost off the bottom of the bat for certainly 1 run. He wants 2 because the fieldsman coming in from mid-wicket, Adam Finch, is quite deep. By the time he gets there, Milan's already turned and he's coming back for a 2nd run. Because mid-wicket is out on almost on the boundary there for the sweep in the air, and then there's the one for the top edge sweep just behind square. I haven't seen anybody sweep yet. Milan is forward and plants his foot as if he's going to set off for a run. Sibley does the same at the other end, and then they both simultaneously shout no, and they're wise to do so because Barnard at extra cover has already picked the ball up. 96 for 1. Sibley 1-2 walking paces, then 3 or 4 scuttled paces into the crease. Milan defends and pulls the bat away across his body afterwards. End of the over. 4 runs from it. 96 for 1 in 31 overs, Warwickshire having chosen to bat. Milan's 59 and Sibley 37.
A couple of tweets have come in. I've had one from Ches Fox who says, I live on the Warwickshire border myself and it's great to see a young local lad given an opportunity. I would agree with that. And one on the ground, Charlie the Wolves fan says, Scarborough always has a good crowd and atmosphere.
It does.
I agree, it does. Fantastic. Love going to Scarborough. And he also says Leek was very picturesque too, but not sure Derbyshire still play there. Leek's Joe Leach's home club,
really?
I think, from his very, very early days.
There's a T20 game there, Warwickshire once.
Yeah, I don't think they do play there anymore. Here's D'Oliveira bowls to Sibley, who pushes out on the offside, fielded in the covers by Fell, no run. I'll tell you where I did a Sunday league game for Derbyshire, Worcestershire in 1988, a place called Knipersley, which I don't think I could ever find again. D'Oliveira bowls. This one is driven back and he flicks it onto the stumps. And it's just as well Milan had stayed where he was. Second time that's happened this morning. Second time he's been in. And, well, in this form of cricket, you're less likely to get out like that than you are in white ball cricket. But it did happen, as I said earlier, to Jack Haynes at Edgbaston when he was on 87 earlier this year. Yeah, Knipersley, deepest, darkest Staffordshire somewhere. And Derbyshire played there. Very odd. Odd ground, odd shape, odd facilities. This one driven by Sibley back to the bowler. Extension leads everywhere there were, Mike. I'm sure you can imagine. Yeah, 96 for one.
Got it in my mind, that's up near between Stafford and Stoke,
Yeah, it could well be. It's D'Oliveira bowls and Sibley comes down the pitch and kicks this one away. D'Oliveira goes for a big appeal, but A, he was a long way down the pitch. B, he was outside the line. And C, I think D'Oliveira was having a bit of a laugh with Nick Cook, actually, by the way that he continued that appeal. Ball was probably still about 15 feet to go by the time it hit his pad. He's in now. Down the pitch again, he drives Sibley, and he gets a run this time to wide mid-off. Sodhi does the fielding. Very confident now, Sibley. He's weathered the early difficulties of the new ball, left it well, knew exactly what he was doing. Occupied the crease just like his teammates would want him to, and he's moved on to 38 off 98 deliveries, Milan 59 off 88, and this partnership approaching 100, now worth 97. It's 97 for one as D'Oliveira bowls, and they take another single straight to the fielder Haynes at mid-on, but both setting off early and both knowing what they were doing. Good running, they're in tune with each other. 98 for one, Milan goes to 60, and Warwickshire, having made such a bad start to the morning, losing their in-form batsman Rob Yates in the first over, are heading towards lunch in very good shape indeed.
It's north of Stoke, Knipersley, so it's near Biddulph.
Yeah,
which, no wonder you can find it.
I found it once, I don't think I'll find it again.
I remember from days of reading the non-league football results.
Oh,
Knipersley Victoria,
right.
I'm sure it used to be.
I'm sorry, I was wrong about Joe Leach. It's not league, it was Stone, of
Oh,
course.
Stone!
Stone was his first club. Thank you very much to Deborah Streeton, who I think might have a close relationship with Joe Leach, and she's corrected me. Thank you, I'm sorry I was wrong.
Sodhi starts a new over, and his first ball is full and driven back to the bowler. I used to get the bus. In fact, it was 3 buses to go and watch Staffordshire in the first round of the NatWest at Stone.
Well, you must have seen Nick Archer play then in some of those
I'm sure I
games,
would have done,
Yeah.
Here's Sodhi bowled with this odd hop in his follow through there. And Milan leaves a ball that was dragged wide of off stump.
I should have known what Joe, because it's only a few weeks since Joe Leach told me in a podcast where his first club was, and it was Stone.
Stone was a splendid little ground. I saw them play Kent on a baking day in the first round of the NatWest, when it used to be sort of like the first round of the FA Cup, if you remember. And the next ball from Sodhi, I suspect, might have been the googly. By the way, Milan played it and sort of nipped almost between bat and pad and out on the offside. And I remember the first time I'd seen Aravinda de Silva, not long after he'd won the World Cup with Sri Lanka, this tiny little man come out carrying what appeared to be a matchstick, and he's a 6 that was still going up as it went over my head and landed in a garden over the road. It was a massive hit. Forward comes Milan and allows a ball to pass outside the off stump. Lovely ground, Stone. I got sunburned to hell over that. Three buses from Bournemouth, that was Stone. And get up early in the morning to get the first ball there.
They were great, those games, weren't
Oh, it
they?
was
The
terrific.
odd upset, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Shropshire beating Yorkshire.
Marvellous fun.
Yeah.
Sodi's waiting. Here he comes again. Trots up to the crease. Milan's fidgeting a bit this time. Not quite shuffling down the pitch, but hopping from foot to foot, and then drives out to deep extra cover for one run.
I remember, I think Warwickshire played Staffordshire at Walsall once in that in the first round, and Walsall and Steve Dean,
Oh yes,
phenomenal striker of the ball in league cricket, came out all guns blazing, I think. Yeah,
yes, he was.
Great games.
I have an idea in my head. They called him the Tank or the Terminator or something. I used to be in the local paper a lot, Steve Dean. Sodi bowls, and this is cut hard but well fielded at short extra by Barnard. Knocks it down with his left hand and reacts quickly to prevent a run. Just one from the over. 99 for 1 in 33 overs. 61 to Milan and 38 to Sydney.
Yeah, thanks to Deborah Street for telling me about Joe Leach. It always helps when people are listening, isn't it? And they can put us right when we get these. Sometimes you get things wrong. You don't need to. You just get a bit. Memory gets a bit scrambled or whatever. But anyway, Alan Hobo Stewart says Worcestershire probably my favourite ground as it is so English and has knowledgeable fans. Well, yeah, okay. I love the oval. He says Edgbaston is great when rocking a test. But a shout out for Corley Cricket Club near Coventry. Well, here's D'Oliveira in and bowls, and that one's short and dispatched by Milan down to long on, one bound for 4. Really first rank bad delivery that D'Oliveira's bowled, probably the first rank bad delivery of the day, and got what it deserved. He just went back and pulled it over mid-on down to the boundary. Brings up the 100 partnership as well between these two. 103 for 1. Very good effort by these two. Milan has taken the leading role, but Sibley has been equally important in the partnership in a slightly different way as this one's pushed out on the onside. 103 for 1. Milan 65 now, and Worcestershire in need of a wicket before lunch, but not really looking like it's going to come. There's more runs here for Milan, who lifts this one from D'Oliveira over mid-on. Fuller this time. He's on the front foot and lifts it over mid-on for 4 more as it clatters down into the boundary boards.
That didn't seem to be that far over the fieldsman, but it was hit. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It was hit with great confidence
it
and
was.
assurity by Milan.
He looks in good touch. He has done since the start, to be honest. This one from D'Oliveira is a bit slower and he's more watchful. Doesn't need to do anything, having taken 8 off the over already. Just pushes out on the offside.
May well be the last over before lunch.
Maybe. Might get one more. Not sure which clock they go by. I think it's the one on the Graham Hick Pavilion. D'Oliveira is in again now. Bowl short, and this one is cut for a single out to Adam Finch on the offside boundary. Finch returns, and they take that one. 108 for 1. I think Finch, if anything, probably deserves to be called the pick of the bowlers this morning.
Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that.
7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15. Had 1 put down, started with 3 maidens. Bowled pretty tidily, I think. D'Oliveira is in again and bowls, and this one is turned by Sibley behind square on the leg side. He'll get 2 because there isn't a fielder there. Long run round from slip for Darryl Mitchell. Run across from slip, I should say, and they take 2. It is the end of the over. I think we're going to get 1 more.
I must nip away, but let me quickly just say
we're
before
not.
I do.
It's lunch.
Oh, yeah. Right. I was just going to say, Nigel emails to say, enjoying the commentary from Bexhill on Sea. There's New Road, of course, doesn't have floodlights yet, which I suppose is one of the reasons why it's still got the character it has. But thank you, Nigel.
Well, more from Mike after lunch. It is lunch here. I'll keep talking for a minute or 2 because we're going to have an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners shortly. So David Milan, Peter Milan at lunch is on 70, and he's played very, very well indeed. He's faced 99 balls. Dom Sibley, the rock-like Dom Sibley, is on 40. He's faced 100 balls, and they came together, these two, when the 1 wicket went down. That was the wicket of Rob Yates, who was LBW to Joe Leach in the very first over. Leach starting well round the wicket, pinned Yates, big wicket, because Yates has been the man in form for Warwickshire in recent weeks, but it's the only success of the morning for Worcestershire, with the use of 6 bowlers but no further breakthroughs. 1 catch put down at slip, a very sharp low chance to Daryl Mitchell at second slip. Dom suffering that when he was on 24 off the bowling of Finch, but since then nothing really for Worcestershire bowlers to be encouraged by. Particular little bit of turn perhaps for the spinners, but at lunch Warwickshire having won the toss. For the Bears, waits now as Leach is in again, bowls to him, and he's taken on the pads. A big shot for LBW, and he's gone. Big wicket for Worcestershire in the first over. Rob Yates.
Overs, Warwickshire having won the toss. Leach bowls a little shorter, and he's pulled vigorously for 6 by Milan. A stroke quite out of character with Milan, who's only faced Leach so far, and he cuts a ball hard for 4 runs. Again, it was only, didn't give him that much
Between the sides.
No, it's been close, this group, I think, in a lot of the games. This is flicked by Milan for 4 runs. It was, again, full, but it maybe just drifted onto Midland leg, or Milan made it.
He's been either very good or right off it, hasn't he, Joe Leach?
He's in again to bowl short to Milan, who cuffs this for 4. This was a little bit shorter than the one earlier in the over, but it got similar.
And turned away from the right-hander, so it's always a nice asset to have in a side, as Barnard drops this one short to Sibley, who swivels round and gets his first boundary, pulling it away.
COVID test, which has put their main squad out of commission. This next delivery has leaked away down the leg side somewhere. It has avoided everybody. I don't think Milan... Oh, he has touched it.
Good sharp stop there. Waits again now as Barnard is in. Bowls, and this one's short and wide, and very nicely played by Milan, who's been particularly severe on anything short. Left arm spinner Josh Baker coming in. His first bowl, as Barnard bowls again wide outside the off-stump, and again Milan cuts. This time he gets lucky because he's got a top edge. And
in that form of the game has been the speed at which they take the wickets. Baker starts a new over, and this is driven handsomely by Sibley for 4 runs probably, although in pursuit is D'Oliveira, who's never to be underestimated. Finch, where he's in again, long striding approach, and he bowls a short ball which got a bit big on Sibley. He's managed to hoik it over mid-wicket, and Libby
of the day. Bright sunshine now, probably the brightest it's been all day, as Sodhi bowls, and this one's driven straight down the ground by Milan for 4. Lovely shot, actually, over pitch from Sodhi, to be fair, but he didn't.
Mid-off, mid-on, and just backward of square leg on the ropes. Sibley hits through the covers off the back foot crisply for 4, and that may... Yes.
You know, the old green fronted scoreboard, which was so popular.
In comes Finch, and that is very well played by Milan, who was...
Well, here's D'Oliveira in and bowls, and that one's short and dispatched by Milan down to long on. 1 bounce for 4. Really first bank delivery for lunch, but not really looking like it's going to come. There's more runs here for Milan, who lifts this one from D'Oliveira over mid-on, fuller this time. For 1. I think that was that's why I said I think she's got a close relationship with him. She's kept making name on Twitter, but yeah, Deborah Leach.
the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands, and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We're keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear.
Anyone for tea?
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No challenge for champions, unchained, no fear. Yup, the champ is here. Switch gears, we keeping haters in the rear. After blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear.
Anyone for tea?
Worcestershire entered the field, led by skipper Jody. And resuming the Warwickshire innings, Tom Sibley and Milan.
Good afternoon and welcome back to New Road in Worcester for the afternoon session on day one of this LV Insurance County Championship game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Lunch was taken with Warwickshire on 110 for the loss of 1 wicket. Peter Milan 70 not out and Dom Sibley 40 not out, and they put together this partnership of 110 following the loss of Robbie Yates in the first over of the game. Joe Leach was a successful bowler, and Joe Leach is returning to the attack for the first time since that opening spell this morning to take up the attack after lunch. He bowled 5 overs, 1 for 24 his figures this morning. He's coming in now from the Diglis end to bowl to Milan. First ball after lunch is on Milan's toes and he clips it to mid-wicket where it's fielded by another interesting character, debutant Josh Baker, left-arm spinner from Astwood Bank CC, 18 years old, making his debut, and he bowled a tiny little spell this morning himself, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. Milan dominated the scoring, 70 not out, he's off 100 balls, his 50 came up off just 73 balls with 7 fours and a 6. He waits now as Leach is in again and bowls to him, and he's forward to this one, pushing it into the covers where it's fielded by Ed Barnard, and there is no run. But Dom Sibley lending him excellent support, 40 not out. He's faced 100 balls. He's been as obdurate as ever, and has played an extremely important role for Warwickshire in their recovery from that early loss of Yates. 5th ball of the game, accounting for the in-form young Warwickshire left-hander, is Leach from the Digley end in again, bowls very full again in the block hole, and pushed out by Milan into the covers, fielded by Barnard. Good afternoon to my colleague. Alongside me is Mike Taylor of Radio WM, and Mike, after that difficult start, Warwickshire will be far the happier side at lunch, I think.
Yes, they will, certainly, because it's a position that's given them a very sturdy platform, and actually assembled the runs at a tidy
At a good
rate.
Good rate, and it's a big game for Warwickshire. I mean, you must say that. Bigger in a way than it is for Worcestershire, as Leach is in once more, and Milan is again pushing back to the bowl. A good over so far from Leach, attacking the stumps with all 4 deliveries so far. I say that about it being a big game. For any game between these two is a big game because there's fierce local rivalry, of course, but in terms of the group stage, let's be honest, Warwickshire in 2nd place, just 6 points behind the leaders Notts, are interested in the future of this competition this year. Worcestershire in 5th place, a long way behind, 40 points behind the leaders. So Leach is in again and bowls, and again Milan is defending out on the offside. Really good over from Leach so far, 1 ball left, and therefore you could say that Worcestershire have little to play for in terms of the future of this particular competition this year, whereas Warwickshire have a lot to play for. Interesting, if you look at the breakdown of points, bonus points, that Warwickshire have only got 13 batting bonus points, as opposed to Worcestershire's 22, and yet here they are, 110 for 1, and as you say, Mike, scored at a fair lick. We're only in the 35th over, which is completed now by Joe Leach, a maiden, first after lunch, as Milan defends out on the offside. Good over from Joe Leach, bang on target all through that over, hence it was a maiden. 110 for 1.
Yes, and Milan was very harsh on him this morning, Joe Leach, when he was just a fraction off in his length. His first boundary, Milan, was a mighty cosh over square leg from a ball that wasn't all that short, and that really set Milan going from that point. He didn't go chasing good balls, but he most definitely was harsh on anything that gave him a bit of margin. Ed Barnard is going to bowl from the New Road end after lunch. Saw a short spell from him this morning, well, 6 overs in the end, but both he and Finch pushed the ball through at quite a brisk pace, I thought. And here is Barnard, his first ball a little bit short, but still played by Sibley with his weight coming forward, and guides it comfortably out into the offside. 110 for 1 on a bright rather than sunny day. We've a little bit under the canopy here from the commentary position, but at no point have we seen clear blue skies, and there is a bit of a breeze, but it's not a bad day. Barnard leans back as he approaches the crease, and Sibley again pushes a rising delivery out into the offside, but he met it sturdily with the middle of the bat, as he did most things this morning, with the exception of just one edge that went low off Adam Finch, Darryl Mitchell second slip, but low to his left, and Mitchell couldn't quite grab it. Barnard bowls again, and this time fuller, but with a similar result. Sibley reaching forward, pushes the ball out just backward of square on the offside, and there's no run. waiting the first run since lunch. Warwickshire 110 for 1. All the other games have now begun in the championship today. No weather interruptions as yet. I'll just very briefly run through the scores as they currently stand for anyone who hasn't necessarily picked them up. Barnard bowls Fuller, and it's driven firmly to mid-on by Sibley. In this group at Chesterfield, Derbyshire 78 for 5, struggling a bit against Essex, with wickets shared around there, but 2 of them going to Sam Cook. But Essex, the champions, right on top at Chesterfield. Off goes Barnard, bowls again outside the off stump, and not taken cleanly by Cox, but just drops at his feet. Notts 77 for 2 against Durham, fielding, who chose to field at Chesterley Street. At Cheltenham, in the festival there, Gloucestershire 87 for 3 after winning the toss against Hampshire. At Northwood, Middlesex 91 for 1 against Leicestershire. Northants playing Glamorgan at Cardiff at 87 for 3 after winning the toss there. Off goes Barnard, bowls to Sibley, who defends into the offside, no run. The Roses game, Lancashire-Yorkshire, is at, it's the other way around, it's at Headingley, but Lancashire 97 for no wicket. Somerset 101 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval, and a late start. They've now just gone to lunch between Sussex and Kent at Beckenham, because the Kent squad having to be replaced due to a COVID test in the original group. So they started late. It's 51 for 2 there for Sussex. Whether they'll play an hour late, today of all days, is maybe a question about which they've been having some discussion over their lunch, but we'll see later on.
Another maiden then, to follow Leach's first after lunch from Barnard. Here's Leach again now from the Diglis end and bowls. And Milan is forward, pushing out on the offside. Good accurate stuff from Joe Leach since the lunch break. Attacking the stumps, getting his length right and giving Milan little to play with. As Mike quite rightly said, it was quite severe, Milan, this morning on any error of line or length. And a high proportion of boundaries in his 70. In fact, he's hit 10 fours and a 6. And he waits now. Leach is in, bowls, and again he's forward, solidly, defensively, up to mid-off. Very reassuring as a player in the pavilion, watching your team batting when 2 men who've put on 110 go out after lunch and play a couple of maidens out at the start of the session, because it tells you that they're playing themselves in again. They're going about it properly. They're not going out there thinking they're still seeing it like they were before the break. They've got to just spend a few overs getting used to everything again. Leach is in and bowls, and Milan gets the first run of the afternoon. In fact, runs, because you're going to get 2. A carefully played shot, steered down to third man rather than edged, really. I mean, it was off the outside half of the bat, but played it with softish hands and just ran it down past second slip. And D'Oliveira pursued it from backward point, and they picked up 2.
I've got one extra to add here to a discussion we were having before lunch about cricket grounds. Elaine tweets, and I can endorse this one, I'll tell you in a moment.
Fine. Leaching again, bowls, and Milan covers up again. This one possibly kept a little bit lower than he expected, just jabbed down on it, pushed it out on the offside.
Elaine tweets to say, best cricket ground, watch Warwickshire play at Colwyn Bay on a sunny day in North Wales. And I can certainly back that one up, having been there just as a spectator. But not only that, on a sunny day, it's a lovely journey across North Wales, and you're right by the coast. No, it's a smashing ground to go to, and if you get the chance to go and watch any cricket at Colwyn Bay, do go. It's lovely.
Beautiful. High scores because it's quite small. Here's Leach, bowls outside the off stump, and Milan cuts behind square on the offside. He'll get 1, he'll get 2. Good running as Jack Haynes does the fielding. 114 for 1. Milan goes to 74. Played at Colwyn Bay in 1974. It was my O-level year.
Oh, yeah.
I finished my exams, and my club, which was Alton and West Warwickshire, I think they were just called Alton Cricket Club in those days, went on tour to North Wales, and I was allowed to go along, pinched the time off school, which I shouldn't have done, but I'd finished my exams. So I went on the tour and I played at Colwyn Bay. Leach comes in and bowls, and he's pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 114 for 1, and I got some runs, and it was in the Birmingham Evening Mail, the score, and I got in trouble. I got in trouble when I went back to school at KES with the master in charge of cricket, who winked and said, "I noticed you got some runs the other day." "Oh, did it really, sir?" It's a bit embarrassing, but anyway, I got away with it.
You were too good.
It was only a few, it wasn't many really.
It's a sort of natural bowl, isn't it? It's Colwyn Bay.
Lovely.
Nice
lovely,
banking to sit
really
on.
nice place.
No, well worth a trip. Good suggestion, I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, quite a few outgrounds have been suggested, haven't they? And
Abergavenny.
Abergavenny.
Went on a school trip to Abergavenny.
Yeah. Quirky ground, that is. Quirky shape.
Yeah. Chock full of runs, that.
Yeah.
School trip, and Tony Lewis was sent to the trestle table broadcasting for Radio Wales. Here's Barnard on his way, running vaguely away from us as we'll have gone from over deep long on, and the first ball of a new over, allowed to pass by Sibley.
That's the second one that Cops has dropped. Standing back, just not catch, I hasten to add, but just straight forward, straight through. Barnard sometimes makes the ball do quite a lot after it's past the stumps. I'm just wondering if that's happened there. Second one since lunch.
Just twice in a row. As long as he wants to catch the ones that have nicked off, that's the main thing. But not that Sibley has looked like offering any more of those recently. And he drives a full delivery up to mid-on. He's still 40 as he was when he went to lunch. Milan now 74. I do feel for the opening batsman who gets out in the first over, especially if the others go on and get runs. There'd be a bit of you sitting there grumpily all day going, "These are my runs out here," in comes Barnard, and that was very firmly struck by Sibley, who will get a run in the end because it was quickly fielded to his left by the tumbling man going across from mid-on was Finch. But he just couldn't quite stop it cleanly enough to prevent Sibley getting a run anyway. But he did prevent, I notice him now wringing his right hand, he did certainly prevent a boundary. Good stroke. 41 to Sibley. And now Milan for the first time this afternoon to face Barnard, who gets a short one. He cuts off the under edge and it bounces past the unlucky wicketkeeper for 4 runs. And there haven't been too many miscues from Peter Milan, but he got away with one there. He looked suspiciously back at the bowler afterwards and then swatted his hand towards the stumps in annoyance, as if to say, "Look, how on earth could I have miscued like that?" But it just hit the under edge of the bat, didn't it?
Yeah, a bit close to cut, I think, probably. And might just have nipped back a little bit, but flew away, didn't it? Cox, goalkeeper style, unable to get hold of it.
Yes, totally wrong-footed him. Went just to his left-hand side. Got away with that one, Peter Milan. He's 78 and meets the next one more securely with the middle of a defensive bat.
Just going back to you saying, Mike, about Rob Yates sitting there thinking, I've missed out here. I think there's also, he's a young man learning his trade. He got 100 last week, and there will also be a part of him which comes to terms with it and just says, well, it was my day last week, and this week it's somebody else's turn.
As an opening batsman, I think you have to be used to that,
don't you?
You're in the firing line for some good stuff, usually. Barnard bowls, and Milan defends this book with a spring off the bat, and he goes out to D'Oliveira at extra cover. It's the end of the over, 119 for 1. Yates, in the couple of occasions I've spoke to him, I know he's a young man, but comes across as a particularly well-grounded one, Frank. Other than, ruining the fact that he hasn't scored any runs, he strikes me as someone who is quite well adjusted for the slings and arrows of opening batsmanship.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a bright boy.
I've seen a couple of his interviews that he's done on video, and I agree with you completely. And it is very important if you're going to be an opening batsman, as you say. It's absolutely vital that you can treat success and failure with a fair degree of equanimity, I think, because
I think that's
there can be plenty of it.
Yeah, it's manifested the way someone like Sibley bats. You know, play the next ball, not the last one.
Here's Leach from the Diglis end, bowling to Sibley, who pushes up to the bowler, well, to mid-on really. 119 for 1. Getting some cue from BBC here in Worcester in my headphones. A few minutes early of my latest update. Hot chocolate. Slightly annoying.
It's not really the day for a hot chocolate. It's humid for one of them.
119 for 1. Milan 78, Sibley 41. Solid as ever, the England opener. He waits now as Leach is in, and he lets this one go through outside the off stump, taken by Cox, standing back. And the score remains 119 for 1. We're looking at the flag on St George on top of the cathedral. It's indicating the breeze, and it was. I described it as lazy this morning. I'd say it's got a bit more energy about it today. The wind clearly from the southwest, and the flag really flapping quite busily this afternoon, and the cloud banking up in the southwest, suggesting that the forecast might be right, that we're going to get some rain towards the end of the day's play. As Leach comes in and bowls, and Sibley gets a run up to mid-on, so do the fielders. It's been a characteristic of the batting today that these two have taken runs when they've hit the ball straight to mid-on, more often than not really. And I think it's probably something they've decided on, and they've identified that whoever's at mid-on, whether it's Sodhi at one end or whoever at the other end, they're not the most fleet of foot, and if they go quickly they'll get in, and they've got in pretty much every time. There's one pretty close one earlier on when Joe Leach shied at the stumps, but that one completed easily. 120 for 1, and Sibley goes to 42 as Leach comes in again to bowl to Milan, who is playing defensively off the back foot, down into the ground. The ball bounces up over the bowler's head, and the fielding is completed by Libby at mid-off. No run.
Remarkable how confident you can be with the running if you're on the same script.
Yeah.
You know, and trust each other in your calling. Without being reckless, you can make it happen.
I think we see it, don't we? In the you know, if you go to a T20 last 3 overs and you hit the ball anywhere, they run, don't they? As Leach bowls and Milan plays defensively on the onside. Maybe they don't run if they hit it straight back to the bowler, but almost anywhere else. You know, if you need 12 off the last over and you make contact, then you're going to run. Probably going to run even if you don't make contact. But yeah, it is very difficult to stop two batsmen who are in tune with one another. 120 for 1. Leach with 1 ball to bowl in the 39th over. Turns now at the Diglis end. He's in, bowls, and run for Milan here as he squeezes it out on the offside, and Oliveira dives at backward point, but can't hold on to it. Ball just bounces off his knee actually as he slides across the turf, and they get a single. 121 for 1. Milan goes to 79, and Sibley has 42. Joe Leach 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30 now. The other bowling figures: Adam Finch 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15. Bowled pretty well, I thought, this morning. Ed Barnard 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 22. Debutant Josh Baker 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. Ish Sodhi 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. And Brett D'Oliveira 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. Barnard into Milan, who plays this back up the pitch defensively, and the bowler does his own fielding. Decent crowd in here, not a big crowd. Well, it couldn't be a big crowd because of COVID regulations, but not even a big crowd taking into account COVID regulations, but a healthy crowd nonetheless, and intriguing contest, albeit one in which Worcestershire, their home fans will feel, need a wicket, and they don't get one with this one as Barnard bowls slightly fuller to Milan, who clips this one to mid-wicket, and Isodi makes a good diving stop, which he's congratulated by, for by Adam Finch, moving across from mid-on, and there's no run. So runs since lunch so far fairly hard to come by. As Barnard comes in now and bowls to Milan, who drives firmly into the offside, and it's fielded by Brett D'Oliveira, and there's no run. Quite bright, not as bright as it was this morning. Fair bit of cloud banking up in the southwest as we look over towards Malvern, direction from which the weather tends to come here at New Road. As Barnard moves in again and bowls to Milan, who drives beautifully on the offside off the back foot. He's only going to get one run because Josh Baker is out there on the offside boundary, and he moves smartly across to his right and delivers his throw quickly to the bowler's end, which means they only get 122 for one now. Milan has moved on to 80. Played very, very well so far, and hasn't offered a chance. He did edge one that dropped just short of Tom Fell at first slip this morning. Here's Barnard from the New Road end, bowls to Sibley, punches this one back up past the bowler. No run as it's fielded at mid-off. Warwickshire are 122 for one, coming up to the end of the 40th over, having won the toss and chosen to bat. They got off to a very bad start this morning when the informed Rob Yates was LBW to Joe Leach without scoring, but since then Peter Milan and Dom Sibley have looked fairly untroubled. Sibley did survive one very sharp chance to Daryl Mitchell at second slip off the bowling of Adam Finch before lunch, but other than that, no real headaches for the Warwickshire batsmen. They put together a very good partnership at the moment. Milan on 80, Sibley on 42, 40 overs gone, Warwickshire 122 for one. And we have a sanitisation break. Played well, these two. Milan in particular, I think, has caught the eye. 80 off 121 represents a pretty decent scoring rate in red ball cricket. Dom Sibley less attacking at the other end, less adventurous, but equally as valuable to his side. 42 off 114 deliveries, and it seems a long time ago now that Rob Yates was LBW to Joe Leach in the first over of the day, but as they say, add a wicket or two, and the thing can look very different, and that's what Worcestershire will have said to themselves in the dressing room at lunchtime, I'm sure. Let's get out there and pick up a couple of wickets, and suddenly the whole complexion of the game will change. But no joy so far as Leach continues from the Diglis end.
And here he is, bustling in to bowl to Milan, who meets this bat and pad together and pushes it back to Joe Leach, who's now into his 9th over today. Had the only success that Worcestershire have enjoyed when he had Rob Yates pushing rather tentatively what appeared to be just a straight delivery. But other than that, it's been pretty fruitless for Worcestershire. As forward comes Milan again, rather cramped a bit here, and once more bat and pad close together, but nudges the ball into the leg side, and then he's practising his movement afterwards, Milan.
Yeah, there was a kind of strangled half shout, because watching the replay, he played it very late, and if he had missed it, he would have been smack in front, and I think that it was one of those where the bowler thought, oh, here we go, but he got his bat down on it late. Best players play late, so they say.
In comes Leach arriving again. This time there's a more full-throated shout. Whether there was certainly some wood in it, but whether it was pad first and then the bat, perhaps, as he was on his way forward.
Pad first, but looking at the replay, he was outside the line anyway, just fractionally, I think, so it's a good decision. I suppose it just encourages the fielding side a bit, doesn't it, if they can just have a little shout.
Try and get closer, at least. 122 for one, so 12 runs added since the lunch break, and here's Leach trying to make Milan uncomfortable again, but he plays this with a straight bat from the crease, just guiding it up to extra cover. There's 2 slips now. He had 4 at the very start of the day. De Oliveira at backward point. Haynes is looking contemplatively at the ground. I think of an easier way to describe that next time. It's deep cover. Write your own tongue twisters in this, John. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And deep backward square leg on the boundary. Not quite propping on the advertising board between balls, but thinking about it.
Good stop.
Was a good stop at mid-on. It was firmly driven back past Leach, who sprawled trying to stop it in his follow-through. Didn't quite manage it. But it stopped at mid-off, and there isn't a run. And I imagine for Worcestershire, if they can't induce many false strokes from these two, at least draw up the runs. They haven't been able to really stop Milan. At one stage he was scoring almost at a run a ball to begin with. He's slowed down a bit, but he's always been able to find runs. As Frank was saying a few minutes ago, they've taken singles readily enough. They keep him quiet. Now Milan gets a single here. He finds the angle to guide the ball just wide enough of Barnard at extra cover, and Barnard's sort of running round it to pick it up with his right hand as well, which allows them an extra tick of time, and they get through. There's a bit of chat now between Milan and Leach at the end of the over. It's all big boy stuff. 123 for one. Milan's 81 and Sibley's 42.
Yeah, good running again, and they have run well, these two. Just got the sense, didn't we, right from the start of their partnership, that they were in tune when it came to running. There's only been one sort of mix-up when Sibley went for a run that Milan didn't think he should have done, and they ended up completing it, but it might have resulted in a run out. But other than that, they've been really in tune, and it's a good sign. There's enough ways to get out without being run out, as they say. Barnard to Milan, who's kept the strike with that single. He's from the New Road end, he's in, right arm over bowls, and Milan just turns this one off his pads down to long leg, and again indicating how well they've run. Comes back for 2. I mean, there were 2 there, but they took them so easily because they ran the first one quickly, because they'd made their mind up that they were going to get 2 almost before they'd completed half a run, if you know what I mean. So good running. Milan's gone to 83. Excellent effort by him so far. I'll make a point about it in a minute. Barnard is in and bowls, and he pushes this one back to the bowler firmly. He's got 83, and he's hit, let's see, what's he hit? He's hit 11 fours and 1 6, but I can recall the 6, obviously, because it was the first boundary of the innings, and I can recall a couple of decent punches off the back foot for 4. But other than that, it's been one of those innings where he's just accumulated runs in a sort of unfussy fashion, and there's nothing memorable about it. Just a really good, solid, accumulating innings, and he gets another run here as he punches off the back foot. That's been a trademark, if anything, really. Straight bat, offside shot off the back foot, high left elbow, in front of square. Picks up another single. 84 now off 130 balls. It's a good scoring rate, and yet he's done it without being flashy.
Yeah, he hasn't gone
really
chasing it, has he? Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
really good batting.
Not been aggressive. Just whenever there's been even a small margin, committed to the stroke and hit it hard.
Barnard to Sibley, who plays that swivel that Mike so accurately described this morning, just swivelling sort of pull shot, just sort of helping it round the corner down to long leg for a single. Happy to give the strike to his slightly more fluent partner at the moment, Dom Sibley. 127 for 1. That could be the sort of strap line for his career, couldn't it? Happy to give the strike to his slightly more fluent partner, but that's again not intended in any way to detract from his performance, as Milan gets another run here, just steering this one off the back foot down behind square on the offside where Jake Libby does the fielding.
If he's batting at 6 o'clock tonight,
then
Warwickshire will be in a good position.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he will by then have probably made 100.
Yeah, well, at least.
So, you know, that in itself, if that were the target he set himself, I'll be batting till 6 o'clock, well, that's not such a bad target.
Yeah. Barnard is in again, last ball of his 10th over. He's in, he bowls, and Sibley drives very nicely, slightly uppishly perhaps, to Joe Leach. Now it's a bump ball anyway at mid-off, fielded by Leach. There's no run end of the over. I can't quite work out how I've got into this position. I almost feel as though I'm having to justify myself all the time. I'm a great admirer of Sibley and the way he plays, and in fact, having spent most of my career playing the second fiddle to more flamboyant batsmen at the other end, as anybody who follows Sibley will say he often does, is not in any way meant to detract from his value to the side that he plays in, whether it be Warwickshire or England, because it's absolutely vital. And as somebody said in the press box at lunchtime, it's also the fact that in a test match, for example, if you bat for a long time, it gives your bowlers, your seam bowlers, time to rest, whereas if the innings is over very quickly, it doesn't.
No.
So I'm a big fan, and it's 128 for 1.
That's what I should have marketed myself as, rather than just looking like I was hanging on for grim death.
Yeah.
I was supporting my more flamboyant colleagues. That's what I should have told the games teacher. Now, this is driven to mid-off for at least 2 runs. It's a good chase by Libby. First ball of a new over from Leach. And Milan stroked it.
It's also
the offside.
It's also, Mike, what we always say when we're on air with Dave Bradley, isn't it? I'm supporting my more flamboyant partner.
Get out of the way. 130 for 1. He's like a caged tiger next door, young Bradley, on the public address inside the grounds today with Worcestershire hat pulled down over the top of his glasses. Leach is hurrying in, balls to Milan, who stylishly defends here.
But a good line since lunch, Leach, really attacking the stumps, and it's given Milan far less to work with than he had before lunch. But equally with Milan, I've been impressed by the fact that he scored. We're talking about more fluent partner. He scored very quickly early on, and as you said, at one stage it was nearly a run a ball. Yeah. But it hasn't bothered him at all.
No.
Through the odd spell during the innings, he's been slowed down a little bit.
No, it feels like he's entirely in charge. Here's Leach, and Milan is forward, defending on the onside. And there's really only that under-edge cut off Barnard about 10 minutes ago. He's the only false stroke I can recall.
The edge one just sort of fell, it slipped, didn't he, on the bench.
But there's been very few.
Yeah.
And not many aggressive strokes. Oh, he's really trying to hit that hard. It's all timing.
Yeah.
Classy stuff. He's 87. And he's waiting for Leach, who bowls out fully outside the off stump. And Milan was looking for a run there before he hit it almost. He was confident in exactly where he was placing that, wide enough of Barnard, that as he played the stroke, he was setting off for the run. And Barnard's shoulders slumped a bit there. Not that he's not a sprightly fielder, because he is, but I think he knew straight away that there was no way he was going to be able to prevent the run, and so he didn't. 131 for 1 on what is now rather an overcast afternoon. comes Leach, and Sibley's pushing into the same gap. Barnard runs around that and throws at the stumps, and if I count all the hands on heads, there are enough there to suggest that it might have been tight.
Close, I think, that one. Yeah.
He didn't push it quite as wide, but Milan responded to the call all the same. Whether he'd have beaten a more accurate throw is hard to tell. And umpire Nick Cook might be quite glad he didn't have to rule on that. His colleague Chris Watts is standing at the dealer's end, and he's waiting for Leach to come past his left shoulder now, which he does. And Milan forward, defends on the walk a bit, and then strides back into his crease in a slightly urgent way, as if to correct himself for the way he defended that slightly on the move. Anyway, 4 from the over, 132 for 1, with 88 now to Milan and 44 to Sibley.
Yeah, he just overbalanced a bit, just got his head a bit too far outside the line on that one, hence the walk. Caused the right leg to just collapse, and as you said, it's almost though he scampered back in because he wanted to wipe it from his memory, really. But he's been very solid. It's always a good sign when a player plays defensively like Milan. He's been playing the ball back to the bowler and holding the position, which suggests perfect balance. And on that one, he walked because he'd just gone a bit too far with his head. But he's made very few mistakes, as Mike Taylor was saying. That one edge that dropped just short of slip, and one under edge that bounced over Cox, and one flashing cut that went over the slips, but I think he kind of knew what he was doing with that one before lunch. But he's played really well. 88, non-striker at the moment, as Adam Finch starts a new spell from the new road end, bowling to Sibley, who pushes up to mid on no run. Finch, who in my opinion, I think most of us here in the press box at lunchtime thought probably being the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers this morning. 7 overs, 3 maiden, no wicket for 15 before lunch.
Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that.
He had a chance put down, yeah. And he's making his first appearance of the season in red ball cricket, doing any cricket I think, in the first team. Comes in now, right arm over, and bowls to Sibley, who is on his toes, and drives out on the offside off the back foot, and he'll get 3 runs. There was a diving attempt by Joe Leach at mid-off, but he couldn't stop it. Brett D'Oliveira chased it down to the boundary in front of the hotel at deep extra cover and pulled it back just inside the rope, turns and throws. They're back for 3, and Warwickshire making sedate progress. 135 added for this second wicket now. 135 for 1. Sibley goes to 47, and Milan is on strike again as Adam Finch moves in past umpire Nick Cook to bowl, and Milan cuts a shortish wide ball out on the offside for a single. Baker, the fielder, out on the cover boundary. Milan goes to 89, and the total to 136 for 1. Definitely cloudier now. Sorry,
yes,
Mike.
I just look back at the pictures of that 3 that Sibley hit earlier in this over. He did play. It was quite a good ball. It was rising outside the off stump, but he played with such control and with a perfectly straight bat, even though it was climbing.
Yeah, and he does it again here. He plays it up to mid on this time. There's no. I think that was the point that I made before lunch when you played one up towards the chestnut tree. That he has an unconventional style, and it works for him. And sometimes his shots are almost slightly difficult to describe because they're not conventional, but that is the shot where he does play, particularly stylishly, sort of high left elbow, keeps them more sideways on position than he usually does, and the bat does come down very, very straight. He waits now as Finch comes in, bowls, and he withdraws the bat with that little flourish that he does, having leaned onto the front foot, leaves it alone, and it goes through to keeper Ben Cox.
Well, that's the thing. The arms and legs may be going in different distracting directions.
Yeah,
but the bat came through absolutely straight.
Yeah.
And that's the crucial bit. The rest of it's a distraction.
Absolutely, absolutely. He gets his shoulders round more than most, but so does Steve Smith, as you were saying before. I mean, different people play in different ways. Finch is in, and there again is that lovely straight bat as he punches it out into the covers, fielded by Brett Oliveira, and they take no run. End of the over. 136 for 1 off 44, and well, to say Worcestershire need a wicket is an understatement, and to say that Warwickshire have recovered well after a bad start would be also an understatement. They're in good shape, the Bears, having won the toss. 136 for 1.
Yes, they're building a nice position. The weather forecast for this game is not too bad on the whole, beyond sort of the first half of tomorrow. There is some possibility of rain arriving. There seems to be some rain on the way from the southwest. Are there any other championship games going on further southwest of here? Quite often, no, Somerset are playing at the Oval, aren't they? It might be worth watching. Cheltenham and Cardiff. It might be worth watching, just looking at the weather picture. Might be worth keeping an eye on those two games as we go to the afternoon. Whether they stop or not might be an indication as to what's coming here as Leach starts a new over and Milan drives the ball without really timing it back to him.
I think Cheltenham would be a good indication.
Yes, because at Edgbaston we quite often say if the rain arrives here, then we, depending on the strength of the wind, we might have half an hour, 45 minutes, and we know we'll be getting it. But perhaps Cheltenham particularly and Cardiff give us an indication today. 136 for 1. Leach in his 6th over since lunch, his 11th overall, bowls Fuller to Milan, who is defending. Back to him. Milan now 89. Didn't play much of a part in the 2020 campaign, for which I was advised he was not signed. He was signed specifically for red ball cricket. 3 test matches for South Africa. Lots of first-class cricket behind him. More than 11,000 first-class runs, which these days is quite a significant total, isn't it? A bit of a conference going on here. Leach seeking alternative views. And here he comes to bowl again to Milan, who is forward almost in slow motion this time. Eased himself into the right position.
Well, I'm just browsing a few weather apps at the moment. Cheltenham is pretty much predicted rain from now onwards, really, with a growing likelihood, and Worcester is not far behind in terms of time. It doesn't look that bad over to the southwest at the moment.
Leach arrives to bowl to Milan, who is back in the crease this time and defending. That's on the just out in front of him. There's a reasonably brisk breeze. We can obviously feel it tucked in the back of the new road stand here, but trees have been swaying all day. Leach turns and then hesitates just for a moment at the Digley's end before heading into bowl to Milan, who is technically correct once again as he takes half a stride forward.
Speaking of Cheltenham, nobody mentioned that, did they, this morning as one of the nice outgrounds? I mean, when everything's set up there at the festival, there are a few better places to watch county cricket, I think, than the college.
College, very good. Seen Warwickshire play there, and some play at Gloucester in an old Sunday League game, which was a pleasant place. Cowering in a tent on a windy day, but nevertheless, it's nice there. Leach long striding approach, and Milan again, he's looking for a single as he sets off into the offside, and it's guided wide through backward point. Must be deeply irritating for a bowler to know that the batsman's so in control he can be defending with a view to placing the ball for a single and invariably getting it.
And
Just
I
the
think
one from the over.
in Milan's case, with a view to keeping the strike as well. You know, he's done that a lot. I mean, there are times where as a batsman, you curse your partner nicking the strike all the time. But I think in Sibley's case, and here they've almost sort of agreed that Milan will take the lion's share of the strike, and they've been together an identical amount of time in a way, haven't they? And he's faced. Well, that's a pretty obvious thing to say, isn't it? But
of late,
what I mean is Sibley hadn't faced any balls when Milan did. So
of late he's had 22 balls in the last 5 overs.
Yeah,
and Sibley just 8. So he's hogging it a bit just now.
As Finch starts a new over from the New Road end, bowls, and Milan gets 4 down to fine leg, over pitched on leg stump, and a proper leg glance. This time deliberately getting inside the line and just tickling it off his toes down to fine leg for 4. Probably the easiest 4 runs he's got in his innings so far. All he had to do was make contact. 94 to him, 141 for 1.
He did one of those off the spinner, didn't he, earlier?
Yeah, that's right. Where we weren't sure if he'd hit it, where we just thought he might have just gone through, but just had to get a little bat on it, and well, it's a gimme really, and Baker's going to come on and have another bowl, I think, in a minute. Just saw Joe Leach give him the word, and he's loosening up now out at cover. Finch is in again and bowls, and Milan leaves this alone outside the off stump. Good delivery from Adam Finch, that one. Better length, and just outside off stump, just in that little corridor, but well judged by Milan. It's been a feature of these two, particularly Sibley, how well they've left alone the ball aimed at around about 4th or 5th stump, and Milan won't be making any errors now, having played so well. They'll want to register 3 figures as Finch comes in again now in slightly improving light, if anything. He bolts, and Milan covers up defensively, pushes up to mid-off where Joe Leach does the fielding. So yeah, we're talking about the weather. If it's raining at Cheltenham, it won't be long before it's raining here, given the prevailing southwesterly that we're experiencing. But at the moment the cloud is just on the slightly high side, and just on the slightly lighter shade of grey that doesn't threaten imminent rain.
Yeah, I think we're alright for this session.
I think we're alright, yeah, I certainly hope so. Anyway, here's Finch. Good easy run up, big man, bowls outside the off stump, and Milan plays a shot that, if anything, characterises his innings really, that back foot drive in front of square on the offside, and picks up another single as Josh Baker does the fielding. Joe Leach and Nick Cook, the umpire, sharing a joke at the moment. Nick Cook, always liable to see the funny side of things, in my experience. A good character, both as a player and umpire, and indeed as a coach. I've done a bit of work with him. Here's Finch in bowls, and Sibley pushes out on the offside. Oliveira does the fielding in the covers. Bit of encouragement for the bowler from behind the stumps. That was quite a good one, I think. I think Milan signalling to the dressing room that he might want a new pair of gloves. Doesn't want to leave anything to chance as he tries to get these next 5 runs to take him up to 100. 142 for 1. 1 ball left in the 46th over. And then I think we'll see Josh Baker in the attack again, the young left arm spinner making his debut. As Finch bowls, and Milan is going to, Sibley is going to keep a strike this time, just tickling this one away square on the leg side. Fielded by Soda. We're going to have a sanitisation break. So we've had an addition of a further 33 runs since lunch without loss. Still the solitary wicket to go down, that of Rob Yates, and Milan on the edge, on the cusp of 100. He's on 95. Sibley is 48. It's 143 for 1.
This has been by some margin, I think I'm right in saying, Peter Milan's biggest contribution for Warwickshire in red ball cricket to date. As I say, he did appear in a few of the 2020s earlier in the early in the competition, but it was explained to me that he was signed specifically for red ball cricket. But like so many batsmen early in the season, he didn't find it so easy going. This is his first half century in the competition. Only 121 runs in 8 innings before today. But it's not batted like a man with those sort of numbers behind him in this innings. It's been high class stuff so far. Going to face Baker, well, he might be by age the junior spinner in this team, but he was first to come on this morning, first of the 3 spinners who bowled in the morning session. And he's going to bowl first of all to Milan, who has 95 with a slip and a short leg. The close field. Here he is, left arm round the wicket, the teenager, and Sibley, I beg his pardon. Sibley's reaching right forward and defending back up the pitch. He's 48, Dom Sibley. Close to reaching a marker himself, not that he'll be particularly focused on that, I dare say, as he defends the next ball out on the offside. Noisy activity, sirens going on outside the ground. No, everybody's alright. Forward comes Sibley, drives and slightly off the inside edge. Trickles away, and in irritation, fidgets and plays another shot to himself another 2 or 3 times after. Now he waits again, and this time he flicks it between, or sort of behind short leg, and out to the man running around the long leg boundary, and he's back for 2 runs. And that's 50 for Dominic Sibley, who has found county form a little bit difficult to come by so far this season, but that has been a well-made 50 with just the 1 chance assembled, or 1 chance offered, low to Mitchell off Finch earlier on. And now he defends the next one into the leg side. And getting straight about trying to score another 50, I dare say, if he can do that. But his half century from 128 deliveries with 4 fours, patiently accumulated, but of particular value given that his opening partner was gone before the sound of the bells at 11 o'clock had gone away. 145 for.
Yeah, really good innings from Dom Sibley. Good over from Josh Baker, I thought, that one, settling back into his work, the young man, and right back on it, landing every ball. 7 overs, no means no wicket for 23. May not look anything startling, but for an 18-year-old making his first class debut, coming in to bowl against 2 Test players, I don't think it's too bad. I think he's done pretty well, Josh Baker. Lovely shape, gets a little bit of dip on the ball, and hopefully the start of a long and fruitful career for Worcestershire. Here's Finch in, bowls outside the off stump to Milan, who's on 95, pushes into the covers, fielded by D'Oliveira. Good partnership though. Once you get a partnership over 100, you're looking to break it, obviously, and once it starts getting up to these sort of figures, 130, 140, it's a substantial contribution to a significant total, one feels. They'll be disappointed now if they don't get 400, Warwickshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Got 145 for 1 on the board as Milan pushes out on the offside again. D'Oliveira fields, especially, I mean that goes without saying, especially that they lost a wicket in the first over, but if you're 140 odd for 1, afternoon session, halfway through the afternoon session of a county championship game. You've obviously seen off any dangers with the new ball. You've obviously come to terms with the surface. You've won the toss and chosen to bat because it looks like a good surface, and you're looking to get 400 plus, I would say. As Finch comes in again and bowls, and this one's wide and short, and that's a gimme, and that's the worst ball Finch has bowled, and Milan has cut that away beautifully behind square. So real strength for him. He's a stocky man, given width, big forearms, and punches that away. Lovely shot, takes him to 99, and I'm pretty sure he'll be looking for one of those little singles that he's taken so competently. I'm backing a back foot force between D'Oliveira and Baker for his single to bring up his 100. Here comes Finch. He's in, he bowls, and I'm wrong because it's over pitched on leg stump. He turns it on the leg side off the front foot and picks up the single that he needs. Just to FM listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester, be updated now. And as you join me, Warwickshire celebrates 150 coming up for the loss of 1 wicket, and alongside that, Peter Milan, their number 3 batsman, celebrates his century coming up. He faced 151 balls, he's hit 13 fours and 1 6, and he's played extremely well. It seems a long time ago that Worcestershire had their only success of the day in the very first over of the game, when Rob Yates was LBW to Joe Leach without scoring. Since then, we've seen England's Dom Sibley and Peter Milan of South Africa put together an excellent partnership. Milan, as I say, 100 not out, Sibley is 50 not out, and they are 150 for 1 in the 48th over. And yeah, there you go, 100 to Milan, 50 to Sibley, no extras.
No.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
It's dealing in very round numbers.
Worcestershire have had a couple of T20 games this year where they haven't considered any extras, which has been remarkable and says a great deal for the accuracy of their bowling. But in comes Finch again now, bowls to Sibley, who drives beautifully through mid-wicket. Hasn't got enough of it to get 4, but he'll get 2. It's pursued back by Ed Barnard from mid-on, and Sibley ticks along onto 52, and the total to 152 for 1 at the end of yet another fruitless over from a Worcestershire point of view. 48 overs now gone, and 48 remaining in the day.
Yes, my friend and colleague Brian Halford, now of Warwickshire County Cricket Club and formerly of the Birmingham Mail, had a long campaign to have the leg bye done away with, feeling it rewarded the batsman unfairly, so he would approve of extras naught being on the board.
I didn't know that about Brian.
Oh,
we have chatted on many occasions, but I've got a theory on leg byes which regular listeners are probably bored to death with by now, but I wouldn't do away with them completely. I'd do away with them anywhere except behind square on the leg side. That's my theory. So it would stop bowlers from going around the wicket and targeting the pads.
Baker starts a new over, and he's so formed, but I think Milan may have hit himself on the boot there, or jammed the ball into his foot, because for the first time he's discomforted physically, if not metaphorically, by some tricky bowling.
But I agree with Brian. If you beat the batsman and hit him on the pads and it runs down to third man, I don't see why you should get any runs for it.
Milan defends the next one on request. I'm sure Brian will furnish you with a list of matches that have been decided by errant leg byes.
Yeah, absolutely, I'm with him.
There we go. That's the campaign restarts here again. Forward comes Milan, defends back on the offside.
But I think you need to stop bowlers going around the wicket and targeting the pads, knowing they can't have leg byes. So that's why I'd still allow them behind square.
There's always a problem. Round the wicket comes Baker, and Milan, even though there was very little room to play with there, just adjusts and guides it backward a point and gets 1 out to Haynes at deep cover. 153 for 1 on the board, and still there. Extras naught. You really don't get anything for nothing these days. Are they changing the field? No. Mitchell's just stepped forward from slip, and it looks as though they were going to move things around a bit. Not for the time being. Sibley faces Baker and takes a run out into the deep field down to Sodi, longish on. Splendid fact reaches me from my colleague Jed Scott of the BBC Sport website about Peter Milan, who drives out into the offside with more flourish than timing, and it goes straight to Barnard at extra cover. It's the end of the over, 2 runs from it, 154 for 1. Jed points out that this is Milan's 35th first-class century, and the first one, if you'll excuse dropping in the casual film title in the middle of the commentary, out of Africa. In that,
is that right?
32
Wow.
have been
Yeah.
in South Africa and 2 in Namibia,
Right.
and now 1 here at New Road.
There you go.
So there it is. That's quite a lot actually these days. 35 first-class hundreds, and he's still only 31. The days when reaching 100 first-class hundreds was a realistic target for a top-class batsman are long gone, such as the amount of county or one-day cricket that's now played. So to see a batsman get to 50 first-class hundreds these days is quite a thing in a career, and Milan's at 35, and he's still quite a young man, so that's good stuff.
Yeah, but it's probably a bit annoying for Warwickshire to think that, you know, the first time he gets 100 out of Africa has to be against us.
Well, there it is.
But there you go, it's got to be against somebody, I suppose. Anyway.
What did you say? His first 50 in the competition this season.
Yeah, here's D'Oliveira replacing Finch at the New Road end. He bowls, and this one's slightly short, and it's pulled by Sibley. But straight to, well, not straight, but between the bowler and mid-on, but Jack Haynes moves across to his left at mid-on and makes a tumbling save, and there's no addition. D'Oliveira's in again in bowls, and again Sibley is forcing off the back foot, this time on the offside, and he gets a single because of a misfield by Barnard at short extra cover. Takes Sibley on to 54. And Milan, of the first 100 outside of Africa, waits now as D'Oliveira bowls to him, a googly I think, and he drives off the back foot, gets a single out on the offside. It's fielded by Finch coming off the boundary. 155 for 1, and fairly untroubled progress by this pair. Becoming a very, very big partnership as D'Oliveira bowls again, and Sibley is forward and pushing this one back to the bowler, using his feet nicely. No sign of any real turn for any of the Worcestershire spinners as D'Oliveira is in again. Bowls, this one bounces a little bit, just gripped the surface a little bit, so it played nicely by Sibley, just down on the offside. That did turn actually, watching the replay, turned a little bit, and he got a single, played nicely, controlled it well. Goes on to 55. 157 for 1. D'Oliveira once more, past umpire Nick Cook, bowls, and again a run off the back foot, this time Milan just driving out on the offside. That one didn't turn, just went straight on. End of the over, tidy, but no troubles. 5 overs for 20 now, D'Oliveira. Baker 8 overs for 25. Milan 103, Sibley 55. Warwickshire 158 for 1.
I am very aware that it can look terribly easy to sit here and say this sort of thing, but Worcestershire look rather flat in the field at the moment. And there are a number of reasons why that might be the case. They've been out there for 50 overs now, 49 of them fruitless. They're up against 2 very good batsmen on a pitch that appears to be giving no help. And as you said at the start of the day, while every match means a lot to, you know, in lots of ways, and no doubt no more than to anyone than to young Baker, as we've been talking about, the fact is Warwickshire can be said to have more riding on this game than Worcestershire, and as a result, this looks quite a hard afternoon in the field now. Baker starts a new over, and the first ball is defended into the leg side. Here he comes again. He's very brisk in getting through the overs, which a lot of people here will be more grateful for today more than any other day, I suspect. And there's a gentle run pushed here by Milan up to mid-on. both batsmen take a moment to adjust their gloves at the same time. Sibley bashes his bat into the block hole, a trench when he's finished, and then defends the next ball down to Fell at short leg. And the one after that strokes for a quick single to... Oh gosh, I think D'Oliveira's throw hit his colleague. There was a feel it hit Barnard, did it, on the shoulder?
No, it went to Cox, but it nearly hit Barnard.
I see Barnard. I was going to say...
Dived under it.
Barnard was getting out of avoiding the flak. And I'm glad it missed him. I thought he'd worn that for a moment. 160 for one. Milan... he does that sometimes, almost in slow motion brings the bat through, but the timing is still precise, and gets a single to mid-on, and there are singles almost at will now. Here's Sibley will... he won't have one there, he's hit that too true, straight to D'Oliveira, and he's not a fielder you can take too many liberties with. So it's just 3 singles from the over, but it looks a little bit too easy at the moment.
Yep, Worcestershire definitely need a wicket. Baker's bowling tidily, but maybe, I don't know, I'm just watching the river and just wondering if he's maybe just a tiny bit too full and he's getting driven. Just that bit too full so that the ball hasn't got time to deviate before the batsmen are onto it. But I might be wrong, it's difficult to tell really from the pictures on the stream, but he's bowled with good control. Hasn't bowled many genuinely bad balls, that's for sure. One, if anything. D'Oliveira bowls first ball of a new over, the 52nd of the innings from the New Road end, and Milan is forward, pushing out on the offside. 161 for one.
I'm not remotely qualified to say, but I wonder whether the biggest thing about making a step up like he's making today is that you get away with less. Although having said that, he did get away with the one really bad ball he bowled, where Sibley sort of patted it for 2 instead of walloping it.
Here's D'Oliveira bowls to Milan, who drives. I'm sure you're absolutely right that you get away with less. You know, just the same when you go up from sort of this level to test level, isn't it? And we see bowlers, the margins for error are so much less. D'Oliveira again bowls, and Milan is forward again, pushing out on the offside. I think, I mean, keep saying it, Baker's done really well for a young lad on debut. 2 test players out there, let's be honest, and
he's let nobody down.
He's let nobody down. He's bowled very tidily, and D'Oliveira is in again, bowls, and this one is driven up to long on for a single by Milan. Haynes the fielder. 161 for one, 162 for one now. I don't know if you've seen any of the young leg spinner that's been playing down at Sussex, Lenham. It looks about, well, in some photographs that I've seen, he looks about 12. He's 16 years old, but he's been doing really well. D'Oliveira bowls, and that was driven on the onside. And as you said, Mike, it's almost like a singular ball at the moment, isn't it? It's almost like they can pick up a single wherever they liked. But it's great to see young spinners coming through, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant, and good to see that captains are prepared to give them a go, and maybe there's a rebirth of the spinner coming along as D'Oliveira bowls. This one just short of a length, and again just reinforcing that point that we're making about singles. Milan just eases this away for a single, and it's all very, very easy at the moment for the Warwickshire pair. They've added 164 for this second wicket so far. Milan is 107 now, Sibley 57, and progress is sedate, untroubled, and from a Worcestershire point of view, quite worrying.
Yes, they haven't at the moment looked like finding a way to break through, and Warwickshire's only mind will be of making sure that they assemble the score they want without taking too long about it. And to that end, they've progressed at better than 3 runs and over so far. So they're having that success. I haven't seen the young spinner you're talking about. did you say
Lenham.
Lenham, is
Yeah.
it? Well, it's a
Yeah,
great
he's a-
name of
yeah,
Sussex, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is, of course, yeah, and he
He'd
is,
be at
he is
least the third generation,
yeah.
isn't he?
I'm not sure if he's Neil. I think he's Neil's son.
Is he?
Yeah, I'll just check.
He's driven the first ball of a new over from Baker, driven up to mid-off, but it'd be at least the third generation
Yeah.
for that county,
Yeah.
if I'm sure.
Yeah, Les and Neil
Les,
were the
that's
two
right. That was
before,
the
yeah.
name I was
Yeah.
trying to remember. Neil. He's driven out into the offside for a run down to deep extra cover by Milan, who is 108, and his score is just ticking over as surely as the distance counter on your dashboard on the motorway at the moment.
Yeah, he's not playing in the current game. He's been playing white ball cricket.
White ball cricket, yeah.
See, one of Kent's new bowlers has chipped in with 3 already in this game.
Yes, they've had to hurriedly assemble a squad, I imagine, largely of young players today because of a COVID test in the main squad as Sibley's next ball's defended back to Baker.
Yeah. Jaskaran Singh, Kent's second 11. I think he's making his debut. He's got 3 wickets.
Oh, good for him. This is guided through backward point for 1 and 2 runs, in fact, to backward point. Yeah, well, obviously no more high profile than the England one-day squad at the moment, but that's happened once or twice, and all you can say is, well, there's 2 things you can say. Firstly, hopefully nobody's too poorly, and having any too long-lasting effects. That's obviously first and foremost. And secondly, there's an opportunity for somebody else, which they might not have been expecting, and you sometimes find out players that are ready to step up. It's the truest test, I suppose you could argue. As 2 more runs here, flicked, almost walked in the end back by Sibley, who score is also ticking, more at heading into town in the rush hour pace rather than motorway pace, to stretch that analogy I had, although he's nevertheless now at 61, which is not to be sniffed at, and he doesn't get any more here for a sweet on drive, but Sodhi timed a well-judged flop to his left to at exactly the right moment to intercept it. So there's no run, but Sibley had already had a couple of 2s in that over, and he's going along really quite nicely now at 61 to Milan's 108, and they are 169 for 1.
Sanitisation break, so I'll give you some other scores. Derbyshire against Essex. Derbyshire 104 for 6 in that one. Durham against Notts. Notts 139 for 3 in that one at Chester Street. And then at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 170 for 5 against Hampshire. And Middlesex and Leicestershire are playing at Northwood, did you say?
Northwood, I believe.
Yeah, Middlesex 132 for 1 there. At the Oval, Somerset 155 for 3 against Surrey. Rain delay at Cardiff. So there you are. There is rain coming from the southwest, but it's still a long way away at the moment. And Kent, with that hastily assembled side, have Sussex 104 for 4. And finally, Lancashire, good start to the Roses match, 137 without loss against Yorkshire, as D'Oliveira starts a new over from the New Road end with a ball which Milan drives off the back foot out through the covers for a single. And once again we're seeing these this kind of appropriation of singles by these two without any risks being taken. It's very worrying for Worcestershire, as this partnership now has reached 170. You starting to talk about something quite significant when you get up towards 200. As D'Oliveira is in again and bowls, and this one is driven nicely by Sibley off the front foot, but straight to Barnard in the covers this time, and there's no addition. Cloud, if anything, looks a bit brighter towards the southwest as I look now. I think we're going to be okay for a good while as D'Oliveira bowls and Sibley lets this go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox. And score remains 170 for 1. D'Oliveira halfway through his 7th over. Comes in now and bowls, and Sibley drives up to long on, where Jack Haynes does the fielding and they take a single. None of the bowling figures have been awful. They've all been tidy, but tidy without any real penetration, shall we say, and these two have found run scoring fairly straightforward for the most part. As D'Oliveira is in now to Milan. I might be wrong here because there's a big shout for LBW, and they fancied that one, I think, and it looked a reasonable shout. I'm just watching the replay, might just have been sliding down the leg side, I think. Umpire Nick Cook, a bowler himself, had a good long look at it, but decided no, not out. And D'Oliveira is disappointed. He comes in again and bowls, and this one is a little bit shorter, and Milan is giving himself some room to cut it away to deep cover for a single. End of the over. Milan keeps the strike. He's 110 not out. It's 172 for 1. And if you're wondering what that rather strange noise is that you can hear through our effects mic, it's the cooing of the nesting pigeons just outside our commentary box up on one of the rafters in this new road stand. And
I felt
it sounds as though one of them might be in a bit of pain.
Well, I felt the need to say something while it was still doing it, because I'd just to scotch any roots. Sodi is going to come on and bowl. What? 172 for 1. I noticed that we talked about the Roses match there in Lancashire, 130 for none at Leeds. I mean, you know, there'll be trouble there in the there'll be chuntering all round the acres for that. But not only that, but I noticed on a tweet that just went past, Keaton Jennings reached his half century with a reverse sweep, which in a game which says more about tradition of county cricket than almost any other.
Yeah.
One of the best cricket books I've got, and I've found it somewhere second hand once, and should ferret for old cricket books and see if you can find some Neville Cardus. A book of Cardus writings on Roses matches, and it's just a delight. But Cardus would need an extra chapter for a chap reaching a half century with a reverse sweep in a
or
Roses
even playing one.
What would Emmett Robinson have said? Here's Sodi going to start a new over. I'm going to clear off in a minute. Maybe Sodi will hurry through his over obligingly. Here he comes and bowls the first ball to Milan, who defends from the crease. Yeah,
one of my very first cricket books was Cardus on Cricket, I think. Don't know where it is now. In the loft
Last
somewhere.
you for life, that. Speaking of loft, my friend Tom at Warwickshire press office is looking up at the pigeon, which seems to we seem to be owning a loft. Sodi with the ball tossed from one hand to the other, bowls to Milan, who elegantly places the ball, as surely as if he'd run across and dropped it like a golfer taking a penalty, between two fielders to allow himself a single. 173 for 1, and Milan is 111. Sibley has that little flick over his shoulder, just looking to check where the fielders are, if somebody's creeping up on him, as Sodi comes into bowl. And having established that they weren't, flies the ball in exactly that position for a single out to deep backward square leg. And goes to 63. He's made a good spy, Dom Sibley. He's always looking round over, checking his back, making sure there's nobody following him.
He reminds me of Jack Whitehall, you know, the comedian. I don't know whether I'm alone in that, but I always think of him when I see Jack Whitehall.
Sodi bowls, he was again with an occasional hop in his follow through, and Milan defends. In a moment the bell is going to sound from the cathedral, and I shall use that as my alarm.
Summoned away,
Well, I will, yes. I respond like that. The bell or the dinner gong makes it all comes the same. Don't hear the dinner gong anymore. You got on holiday, do you? This is forced away off the back foot, out backward of square on the offside, and there's a run. There it is. Out to deep cover. 176 for 1. I'm going to nip off quick. I've got to dial it.
Right, no problem. Off mic goes to update BBC Radio WM listeners as this Sodi comes in to complete this 55th over. He bowls and Sibley is defending, propping forward with that stiff front leg and just pushing it back up the pitch to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. As I say, all the bowlers have been tidy. I'll give you the figures. Leach 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Finch 10 overs 3 maidens, no wicket for 32. Barnard 10 overs 2 maidens, no wicket for 28. Baker 10 overs no maidens, no wicket for 33. Sodhi 7 overs no maidens, no wicket for 20. And D'Oliveira 7 overs no maidens, no wicket for 26. They've all been tidy, but only one of them has had any material success, and that was Joe Leach with the 5th ball of the day this morning when he picked up the wicket of Rob Yates, LBW. But since then, 175 added by these two, with few alarms. Sibley put down at second slip, very low down, very hard chance by Darryl Mitchell off the bowling of Adam Finch. But that was a long time ago. Here's D'Oliveira from the New Road end, the bowls to Milan, who goes back and didn't quite get this one right, trying to force it on the onside, just a little bit off balance as he played this one, and he just hits it straight to the fielder at mid-on. Waits again now as D'Oliveira bowls to him, and he drives straight down the ground. That's a fine shot. 1 bounce for 4, 2 bounces for 4 over the bowler's head, and the first boundary for some time for Peter Milan takes him on to 116, and the total to 179 for 1. So Warwickshire in complete control here. D'Oliveira bowls again, and Milan is forward and pushes out on the offside. Tom Fell comes in from extra cover to do the fielding, and there's no run this time. D'Oliveira once more in, bowls, and Milan goes back and cuts, and he'll get a single out to Baker at deep cover. In fact, it's Finch at deep cover, having cut the ball past Sodhi at backward point, and they take a single. So Milan 117, 180 for 1. Cloudy afternoon, but sky's still fairly light. Light is decent. No sign of imminent rain, although it is forecast for later on. D'Oliveira in again, bowls, and another single for Sibley, cutting this out on the offside. Warwickshire continuing this excellent second wicket partnership between Peter Milan and Dominic Sibley. They came together in the very first over of the morning when Joe Leach got the only wicket to fall, that of Rob Yates, without scoring. But since then it's been fairly untroubled progress for this excellent Warwickshire second wicket pair. Peter Milan's brought up his 100. He's 117 not out at the moment. Dominic Sibley is 64 not out. And Warwickshire in a position of some strength here, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Currently, after 56 overs, are 181 for 1. And we're going to see Ish Sodhi continue from the Diglis end. And he's going to be bowling to Sibley. These two, you just feel at the moment, the way they're playing, that the only way they're going to get out is if they get themselves out, and that might be a bit of an obvious thing to say. Sodhi comes in and bowls, and Sibley drives up to mid-off, and they don't take a single as Jack Haynes does the fielding. But what I mean by that really is that there don't appear to be any demons in the pitch. The ball is 56 overs old, it's not doing a great deal, and as long as they concentrate and keep playing properly, you can't see any way that these two are going to get themselves out at all. Sibley tucks this one away on the onside, picks up a single as Finch comes off the boundary to field, takes him on to 65, and the total to 182 for 1. And a really impressive partnership being built here by two very different players, but two players who have complemented each other superbly in this stand. And here's another single taken, despite the fact that Milan has hit the ball straight to mid-on, and D'Oliveira picks up, throws the stumps down. But as we were saying, Mike Taylor and myself earlier on, these two have been in tune with one another as far as running between the wickets is concerned, and they got through quite comfortably on that occasion. We'd like to hear from you if you're listening to us and you've got any observations. Maybe you're watching on the stream and you're listening to our commentary. Maybe you're a Bears fan, maybe you're a Pears fan, but we'd be interested to hear what your thinking is. I'm on Twitter at FrankWatson58 and Mike is at Mike Taylor Sport. As Ish Sodhi bowls again to Milan, who pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. Sibley, I should say, pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. 183 then added for this second wicket. No extras. All those runs shared by the two batsmen. As Sodhi is in once more from the Diglis end, gives that little hop after he's bowled. On this occasion, he's swept by Sibley down to backward square leg for a single. They just look easy at the crease, don't they?
Can't remember either of them playing a sweep before now.
No, I think you're right.
First
You made that point just before lunch as well, that nobody had done it.
We saw the field set for it at one point, or appeared to be.
Played it very confidently. Sodhi is in, bowls, and Milan pushes out on the offside. And Joe Leach does the fielding. End of the over. Another tidy but not particularly threatening over. 184 for 1.
And a slightly discomforting thing for Worcestershire, or maybe it's comforting actually in a way, is that these runs have been assembled without them really looking to chase anything. It feels like there are gears left. If they so needed to, then they could step on it. At the moment they're accumulating 3 or 4 singles and over off the spinners, and it doesn't appear difficult. We had one LBW appeal from D'Oliveira, which they threw everything at, but aside from that, it's been calm as a mill pond for the last half an hour.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Barnard's going to come back on and try and shake it up, I think. And if there's only one thing that Joe Leach can do, he's doing it, is that the bowlers he's keeping going in short spells. He's got plenty of bowlers he can use, and he's going to use them. I think that's got to be a good policy. Even if there's nothing else, then at least he can keep changing the bowling round, exploring every possible opening. But certainly they are finding it hard going at the moment. .118 to Milan, who is at the non-striker's end. They're well ahead of the over rate, so for the record. So there won't be an issue that they're having quite a long chat here about where precisely one fielder in particular should be, and that's a man at long leg, but he's gone quite a wide long leg, not that far behind square. Is Barnard going to try a short ball? He's tried one earlier. Well, that wasn't the short ball he had in mind. It was short outside the off stump, and it sat up and begged to be hit, and Dom Sibley obliged. And whatever people say about the scoring rates of Dom Sibley, he's far too good a player to miss out on something like that.
Yeah, lovely feeling. The way he hit it, and he didn't call, he didn't run, he didn't even shake to him, just went, just dismissed.
Yeah.
Wonderful, lovely shot.
Goes to 70, and what's the matter? The ball.
It's sanitisation because somebody in the crowd.
Oh, I see. Yes, of course. Joe Leach is looking at the ball as if they've thrown back a nectarine. There's quite at least one game of cricket going on behind, just a little bit of row of seating over as we look towards the cathedral. And Barnard's next delivery is outside the off stump and doesn't carry all that much through to Cox. It's fading a bit as it does so. Just to the right of the scoreboard as we're looking.
Dad's batting as well, which is a bit unfair, isn't it? He's dominating things.
Well,
yellow plastic bat.
On behalf of the I've never reached.
Oh no, it might not be Dad actually. No. It might just be the bigger boy. I think. Yeah, beg your pardon.
I've reached the age now where batting against the kids isn't quite such a good idea as it used to be. The Barnard's next ball is forced off the back foot to Milan. I can't score a double century off him anymore.
No.
No, I didn't do that, honestly.
and raise your bat to all the houses
Yeah, no,
around.
I haven't done that. No. But now it's not quite such a... In fact, it's becoming a positively dangerous occupation, quite frankly. 189 for one.
Yeah. Increase my pocket money or you get 3 bounces and over.
They have to go easy on me. Leach and Barnard again in conversation. Oh, we've got 2 men out on the long side, on the leg side boundary now. There's one in front of square and one behind. Umpire Watts is looking to see where they are. They're quite a long way back. Off goes Barnard, and again he's bluffing insofar as he pitches this up, and it's defended back on the offside by Milan, who just kicks up his heels for a moment between deliveries if he's trying to get the circulation going again. With, what are we, half an hour to go until tea. Been out there a while. Barnard leaning back in his approach, bowls outside off stump. It doesn't have to be very short for Milan to set himself to square drive, and he gets one out to Sodi, who's having to do quite a lot of running around the field at the minute. And change back again. $190 for one. Barnard on his way to bowl outside the off stump to Sibley, who plays that straight, batted, firm punch off the back foot, but it's fielded smartly at short extra cover by Fallon. There's no run, so he never did test out the deep fielders on the leg side. 190 for one, 119 to Milan and 71 Sibley.
Barnard walks away shaking his head. I think it's he's shaking his head as much as anything at the lack of response that he's getting from this surface, that anybody's getting from this surface. We've hardly seen anything deviate, have we?
No.
Whether by spin or seam. Hardly seen any problems whatsoever for the batsman. And before we make a judgment on the pitch, we always say we should see both sides bowl on it, but it doesn't look like a difficult surface in which to stay in anyway, and Worcestershire will be hoping that it remains that way, because they're the team they're going to have to bat last on it, having lost the toss. They have got 3 spinners in their side, one of them Sodi, about to start a new over. We haven't seen the ball doing a great deal as he starts with a foolish delivery outside off stump, which is left alone by Milan, taken by Cox. And yeah, well, that did turn a little bit, so there you go. Bit of slow turn, gentle, but maybe it is there. Just got to find it the right length and line a little bit more consistently. Sodi is in again, drives, beautifully driven through the covers by Milan. Fuller this time and driven superbly timed. No more than a wristy little flick really, but flying past the diving Ed Barnard at extra cover. 4 more runs now. This partnership nearing 200. 194 for one, and Milan 123 now. And this Sodi coming in to bowl to Milan, who pushes out on the onside. Hands on head from Sodi, because he thought he might just have done him there. Got a little bit of an inside edge really. It was a googly and it did turn, and he thought he might have got it back through the gate, but he just got enough bat on it to pick up a single as it moved, as it rolled away to mid wicket. But yeah, good proper googly and a fair bit of response too, so that's a couple that have turned in this over. Sodhi's in once more, bowls. This one is a little bit shorter, and consequently Sibley has time to go on the back foot and drive it through the covers, and it's fielded by Josh Baker out on the boundary.
As the captain of a team with 3 spinners in it, you'd be delighted to see that ball turn like that, but maybe you'd limit it given the 100 for 1 already.
Yeah, absolutely. 196 for 1. Sodhi is in, bowls. This one's a bit full, driven up to mid-on by Milan, and they take a single, even though it's straight to the fielder, as they have done on many occasions, as we've said today, because they run as soon as it's hit, and on that occasion D'Oliveira misfielded anyway, but they've got in every time. Good running, good partnership, really excellent from these two. Sodhi is in, bowls, and Sibley really stretching forward to this one to cover any spin, pushes out on the onside, no run. 197 for 1, still no extras. 125 to Milan, 72 to Sibley.
The advantage, if there is one, of the pitch spinning, it'll be interesting to see if it works for Jake Lintoff. It could turn out to be rather opportune. Everything might fall his way if the pitch is going to spin a bit, and the batsmen in his team have put together a substantial score, because Lintoff, the leg spinner, playing his first class game. He's had this remarkable arrival in the professional ranks, having been teaching, and pulled into the Bears T20 squad last season, and then this season, and now with unavailability to others, Danny Briggs called up unexpectedly by England, suddenly a new road in a championship game. It's been a great year of opportunities for Jake Lintoff. First ball of a new over from Barnard was quite short, but it was pulled easily by Milan, a controlled pull for 1 down to deep square leg. For 1. Barnard with another energetic sprint up to the crease, but it's wide enough of off stump here for Sibley, with no fuss at all, merely just to stretch his arms, and allows it to pass. Through to Ben Cox. Just fumble the copper, but otherwise proficient as always. A mainstay for some years of Worcestershire, came into the team as a youngster. Oh gosh, that was a good looking stroke from Sibley, and he's aghast that it's been fielded, because as he struck that he must have thought, oh look at that. Milan hit a gorgeous boundary in the last over, and now I've done one as well. And then Finch moved across smartly from mid-on and intercepted it, and Sibley snapped his head back as if to say, look, I'm trying to score runs as quick as it. Look how well I'm hitting the ball. 198 for 1. Is it that one? Alright, but is it a fielder again? Guiding it off the back foot to backward point. Dom Sibley. But they're middling everything at the moment. They might be hitting the fielders now and then, but they're hitting. It's a drum beat into the hands. 72 for Dom Sibley. His most significant score of the season. And he drives smartly here again, straight up to Leach, mid. Bowling along at better than 3 runs and over in a game I need to win to qualify for a place, or be sure at least of qualifying for a place in the top section of the second half of this competition. And Sibley again meets another one crisply, but he's on to Leach at mid by 106, and Sibley 72, and 198 for 1 it is, with 60 overs now bowled.
Yep, pretty flat as you said from Worcestershire this afternoon. Nobody's been sloppy. They haven't been careless. No. They've been professional. They've been solid, but they just don't look like making a breakthrough at
No.
the moment. These two have played really well.
They've been never less than diligent, and they are bowling
Yeah.
on what appears to be a fairly unhelpful service, apart
Yeah.
from a bit of spin, against two test quality batsmen.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
bear all those things in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's a subdued crowd here at New Road. It's a subdued Twitter. I haven't had the usual messages from people neither moaning nor praising. It's all a bit of the sort of accepting of their fate, really, Worcestershire at the moment in this red ball competition. So he starts in over and it's pushing out on the offside for a single. And I don't mean that way in a way of saying the players have given up or anything like that. What I mean is just people who just sort of, you know, we've seen quite a bit of this at New Road this year, certainly early on, and we've seen the attack struggle to make inroads, and it's frustrating. Nobody's accusing anybody of a lack of effort, but it's just not producing much at the moment. 199 for one run away from a 200 partnership for this second wicket as Sodhi bowls, and there it is as Sibley steers this out on the offside off the back foot. So the 200 partnership between these two comes up in almost exactly 60 overs. Outstanding effort by this pair, and Sibley has moved on to 73. Milan has 127 of those runs. Good time for the coach to have a stroll round the boundary. I think Mark Robinson goes round in front of us here, isn't it? Just walk round and nod to a few supporters and say, yeah, we're doing pretty well with 200 on the board.
Yes.
Sodhi is in again and bowls, and this one is driven by Milan up to deep mid-off. Jack Haynes in pursuit and pull it back just inside the rope. They pick up 2, and the score goes to 202 for 1.
Just for a moment, I thought that was going to accelerate past Haynes.
Yeah, he kind of
ran
round it,
yeah.
didn't he? Yeah, he did. He didn't quite get his lines of running right. Did run round it a bit, and anyway, they got 2. There's Sodhi is in again and bowls to Milan, and they're going to get more here, 4 of them, because that's pierced the gap on the offside, and it's beaten. Oh no, it's only 2 because it's a really, really, really good bit of fielding by the young man Josh Baker there, diving to his right, his wrong side. He's a very left-sided player, but running around to his right, diving along, flicked it back and saved 2 runs. Really good piece of fielding. 204 for 1. Sodhi to Milan is on 131 now. Bowls. Milan goes back and drives off the back foot in the gap between backward point and cover, and picks up a single as the busy Baker comes in again off the offside boundary. 205 for 1. 132 Milan, the dominant partner in this partnership, but he's faced more balls though. He's faced 193 to Sibley's 167. Sibley on strike now does that little knee flex that Mike was talking about this morning as the bowler's about to run up, and then pushes this one from Sibley into the covers. Barnard fields. There's no run. 205 for 1. This partnership now worth 205.
And I think the fielding there of Baker in that over underlines the fact that there has been no lack of diligence from Worcestershire throughout these 2 sessions. They've been right about their work, but it just hasn't looked like anything's going to happen for them. And that would test the patience and stamina of the best sides. They're taking a quick pause now. I think it must be quite still humid out there in the middle, because both batsmen Milan and Sibley look very much in need of a drink. I've put in a bit of energy into this. It looks hot work. But what are we, 25 past 3, you've had 61 overs, so tea will be on time at 3:40, and that'll give both Worcestershire's bowlers and these 2 batsmen, should they still be in position then, a chance for a slightly longer breather. And for Worcestershire, maybe a bit of a rethink.
Yeah, a little bit of a regroup and a replan, maybe. Yeah.
Having said that, I mean, he's cycled through his options readily enough for Leach. We've seen several bowlers, bowling at either end. He can't say that he hasn't given most things a chance. And they will have a new ball to use at some point in the evening session. But Warwickshire entirely in command. 205 for 1. And now Barnard is waiting. Umpire Cook. And he's in position. Here's Barnard waiting for, or was heading in to bowl to Milan, who guides the first ball with a knee flex of his own to Libby. Sort of short third man, so slightly unusual fielding position for him. More of a position you tend to see in the one-day game. He's not down on the boundary at the third man, he's only about halfway back. And there's a man just in front of square at cover point. There's a cover sweeper. It's a little bit of an unusual arrangement. And the next ball drifting into the pads of Milan, and he's managed to get 2 here, guided it past mid-wicket. Haynes coming in from on the rope. He's going to throw that in, but not before they've taken 2 runs. 207 for 1. Leach flings the ball back. There's lots of chat around the field for Worcestershire. Just discussing options or keeping each other's spirits up, I don't know. But forward comes Milan to defend correctly.
Keeping spirits up, I should think, as much as anything. And also, you look at, I mean, I know they're professionals and they've played some second team cricket and so on, but even so, Finch, first appearance of the season, Baker, first class debut. It's a long time to go without a wicket. Keep yourself going mentally, physically as well.
Yes, it'll be new territory for some of them. 207 for 1, Barnard bowls, and Milan comes forward with a very sort of late correction almost. But at the crucial moment, the bat and the pad were nailed together.
Yeah, just occasionally, just like when that head goes over too far, that's when the right foot overbalances and he doesn't hold that position. It's almost like his only flaw in this innings so far. Defensively, he's been really, really solid. And
the next ball he gets, again, he's slightly toppling forward as he defends, but he hits it surely enough into the ground. Darren tweets to say, what a fantastic response from the Bears after the early setback. Good to see both Dom and Peter getting in the runs at last. Yes, quite, because neither of them had passed 50 in this competition so far this season. Milan 120 odd runs in 8 innings, and Sibley something like 70 in 5 innings. But both filling their boots here, and that's a stylish stroke from Milan. It's going to get him 2 probably. Played off the back foot, but with his weight already coming forward, and a straight bat guiding the ball wide of extra cover for 2 runs. He really has played with some, not flamboyance, I don't know if he'd quite go as far as that, but he's executed the stroke very precisely and crisply this afternoon. We've seen some really attractive ones from Milan. He's such a good player.
Yeah, if I'm lying and trying to get to sleep tonight and replaying the day's events in my mind, and I think of Milan's innings, that's a shot I'll see, I think, isn't it? That back foot punch. He's played it really, really well. And he's looked really good. I find it hard to believe that it's his first 100 outside Africa, and it's
his first score of 50 for the Warwickshire.
Score of 50 for Warwickshire. It's hard to believe. He's not played with any nerves. It's not as if he was in the nervous 90s for long. He's gone past 100. He's just kept going. He looks as though he's been playing innings like this all season. Really, he's looked really good. 209 for 1. It's Sodi to continue from the Diglis end. I'll shortly be updating FM listeners to BBC Area from Worcester. I think I'm going into the gardening programme this afternoon.
Oh, splendid.
Maybe I should be talking about the chestnut trees, and if we could have got on the gardening programme when the disease that struck the chestnut trees down was taking hold, we might have had some crucial advice. No, I'm sure they took all the advice they could. It's just a sad loss, really. Anyway, slight pause in play as Isodi goes round the wicket, changes the field. Dom Sibley having a chat with Ben Cox, and a helmet has been brought out for Tom Fell. And here we go into the gardening programme any minute now. Well, it's looking good if you're a Warwickshire supporter, not so much if you're a Worcestershire supporter, I'm afraid. The rain is threatening, as you say, but it hasn't arrived as yet, and when it does come, if it does come, Worcestershire might see it as something of a relief, because having taken a wicket in the first over of the day, they're still waiting for a second one. It was 0 for 1 then in the first over at about 11:33 this morning, but Warwickshire since then have made excellent progress. Peter Milan is on 136, Dominic Sibley is on 73, and Warwickshire currently in the 63rd over, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 209 for 1. Make that 210 for 1 as Dom Sibley sweeps a ball from Isodi, which was delivered from round the wicket, outside the leg stump, down to short fine leg, where Joe Leach made a good stop actually, but they still picked up a single, which takes Sibley on to 74. And Sodi, with this new line round the wicket, tries to produce an error. Milan, however, like the canny pro that he is, just kicks this one away, just lets it hit him on the pad, because if it pitches outside leg stump, you can't beat LBW, and that's why Sodi going round the wicket is well, you would regard it as a fairly negative move, but at this stage you should try anything to try and get a wicket. This time Milan goes back to this one, which again pitches outside leg, turns a little bit, and he drops it down on the onside, and it's fielded at short leg by Tom Fell. So 210 for 1, and tea will be taken on time at 3:40. The over rate's been good throughout the day. Sodi is in now, bowls, and again this one is tucked away on the onside by Milan, just behind square, and they pick up another single. 211 for 1. Milan goes on to 137, and Worcestershire continue to strive for this breakthrough. Another change in the field now. Is that? Can't see one actually. The umpire's holding play up. Oh, I've got a fielder who's just gone off at cover. Anyway, here's Sodi around the wicket, bowl. Sibley tucks this one away fine on the leg side again, and they pick up another single. And that is the end of the over, and the total moves on to 212 for 1. Sibley has 75, Milan has 137.
I notice that rain stopped playing now at Cardiff.
Yep.
And I also noticed from one of the rain radar maps that it would be no great surprise if they're not too far away from coming off at Cheltenham, although it looks as though they are still playing at Cheltenham for the moment.
Right.
But by the time we come on after tea, I suspect we might be able to see,
right,
well, dare I say, some relief at hand for Worcestershire.
Substitute fielder Josh Dell has just come onto the field to replace Joe Leach. Don't know what's happened to Joe Leach. He was busy in that last over. He might have just injured himself slightly as he did one of those tumbling stops.
It's about 5 minutes till tea, so perhaps have... Well, Barnard's going to bowl and hasn't been rushing. I'm not sure Worcestershire want to bowl more overs than they've got to today.
I think you'll get another one after this.
Yeah, it might be. 212 for 1. This will be the 64th over, which Barnard's going to start now, and bowls to Sibley, who was always pushing to come forward, and he does in defence. Back to the bowler. Warwickshire in charge. The other scores, we'll cycle through those as we're heading up to tea. At Chesterfield rather, Derbyshire have struggled to 138 for 8. Louis Deploy made 43, but nobody else has got very many. Shane Snater with 3 wickets. It's a new name to me. He's guided off the middle of the bat between mid-on and mid-wicket for 2 runs by Sibley. Again with his weight all coming forward.
Yeah, Snater played here earlier in the season for Essex, but didn't impress that much, I must say. He was. I think we all felt that he was a little bit wayward, but
Yes.
but they obviously see something in him because they keep giving him a go, and it sounds like today might be the day he's repaid a bit of faith.
Umpire Cook looks like he might be coming on for the next over. Old habits die hard.
Yeah.
Notts 171 for 4 against Durham. Ben Slater's got scored 60. Snater and Slater doing well. Forward comes Sibley and defends into the offside. What else is going on around the country? At Cheltenham, so they are still playing at the moment. Gloucestershire 207 for 6 approaching tea against Hampshire. At Northwood, Middlesex 171 for 1. Sam Robson unbeaten with 93 there. Yes, raining at Cardiff. There's a short ball, and this is pulled by Sibley along the ground to deep backward square leg and Haynes, and 1 run. Looks like they went off some time ago at Cardiff because they bowled 45 overs there.
Yeah.
Northants 128 for 4. The later start at Canterbury, Sussex 132 for 5 against that reshaped Kent team who are doing very well. Lancashire have finally lost a wicket in the Rosies game at Headingley. They're 167 for 1. Alex Davis out for 84. And as Barnard sets off to bowl, and this is dismissively pulled for 4 runs over mid-wicket by Milan. He barely moved, just adjusted his stance and heaved it over mid-wicket. Heaves doing him a bit of a disservice, actually. It was more stylish than that, and he was hit hard for 4 runs. Somerset 197 for 3 against Surrey at the Oval is the last of the other scores, and Warwickshire at 219 for 1. And that was... He suddenly had a flurry of bounces just before lunch, didn't he, Milan?
Yeah.
It's the opposite of what you normally expect.
It's almost exactly the
Play for
same.
the
110 in the first session and
Yeah.
110 in this session so far. 109.
It's been immaculately paced all day, Warwickshire's batting, without any aggression to try and take undue risks. Milan, having clumped that previous boundary, leaves the last ball of the over, which may or may not turn to be the last ball of the session. No, I think we probably will get another one in. 219 for 4 after 64 overs.
Yeah, 219 for 1.
For 1, I beg your pardon, yes.
Outstanding recovery after that. You know, a wicket in the first over can always put the jitters into a dressing room, but absolutely not the case on this occasion. And these two have done their team proud. It's an outstanding performance. I was just thinking to that rapidly reshaped Kent side, Kent suffering from COVID this morning, a delayed start, presumably as phone calls were frantically made and players were grabbing their kit and shooting in from all areas of the county. When you're a team that's near the bottom of one of the groups, it's quite remarkable if you pull together an entirely new side and they then go and perform better than the previous side has performed all season. Rather calls into question some of the earlier selections. Sodhi is in, bowls. This one's tucked away on the onside by Sibley. Not saying that's going to happen, of course, and I'm not suggesting that Kent's selections haven't been good, but it's a potential, isn't it? It's like the England one day side, isn't it? You know, they've pulled in a new one day side and they've played just as well, if not better, than the other one. It's Sodhi in again, bowls, and this one defended by Sibley off the back foot, just dropping it down in front of himself. Fielded it short leg by Fell.
It's funny how people rise to the occasion when it's unexpected, though, don't you? You don't have time to get nervous about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said earlier this morning, you know, maybe one door closes, another one opens, and maybe you find somebody that is better than you thought, or better than they thought. You just don't know. And Sodhi comes in, bowls this one down the leg side, nicely taken by Ben Cox. At no stage was Sibley interested in playing that
No.
one. Started outside leg and carried on outside leg, and taken by the keeper. 219 for one. Sodhi round the wicket again, and Sibley allows this one to take him on the pad. Drops down on the onside, and there's no run. So one more run to make it the same number of runs as we had in the morning session, but a fruitless afternoon session for Worcestershire at the moment. And there is the one more run as Sibley tucks that away on the onside, and it's fielded by Finch out on the boundary. No, it's Dell, the substitute, out on the boundary. Josh Dell.
Maybe Sibley's
220 for one.
One of those people who, when he fills up with petrol, has to
Yeah.
fill it up to exactly the right number.
Yeah, I'm going to put 20 quid
A
in.
colleague of mine is like that. And woe betide if it goes to 0-1.
What happens if it goes over?
Oh, there's also
Loses
problems
sleep.
all day. Yeah.
Here's Sodhi in bowls, and this one tucked away by Milan off his toes, and we have identical sessions in terms of runs scored, because at lunch it was 110 for one, and at tea it's 220 for one, with Milan on 141. Outstanding effort from him, 141 not out, and Dom Sibley on 79 not out. Sibley scored 40 in the morning, he scored 30 in the afternoon, and he's absolutely solid as a rock out there. An outstanding partnership between these two of 220. Quick run through the bowling figures. Leach, the one wicket taker, 1 for 36 off 11. The others all wicketless. Finch 10 overs for 32. Barnard 14 overs for 46. Baker 10 overs for 33. Sodhi 12 overs for 41. And D'Oliveira 8 overs for 32. So tea on day one here at New Road. Warwickshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, 220 for one. Peter Milan 141 not out. Dom Sibley 79 not out. And we'll be back with...
And now Milan for the first time this afternoon to face Barnard, who gets a short, he cuts off the under edge and it bounces past the unlucky wicket-keeper for 4 runs. And Sibley just 8, so
yeah,
he's hogging it a bit just now.
As Finch starts a new over from the New Road end, bowls, and Milan gets 4 down to fine leg, over pitched on leg stump, and
now he waits again. This time he flicks it between, or sort of behind short leg, and out to the man running around the long leg boundary, and he's back.
Service, and you're looking to get 400 plus, I would say. As Finch comes in again and bowls, and this one's wide and short, and that's a gimme, and that's the worst ball Finch has bowled for his single to bring up his 100. Here comes Finch. He's in, he bowls, and I'm wrong because it's over pitched on leg stump. He turns it on the leg side off the front foot. Waits again now as D'Oliveira bowls to him, and he drives straight down the ground. That's a fine shot. 1 bounce for 4, 2 bounces for 4, over the bowler's head, and
long leg, but he's gone quite a wide long leg, not that far behind square. Is Barnard going to try a short ball? He tried one early. Well, that wasn't the short ball he had in mind. It was short outside the off.
Got to find it the right length and line, a little bit more consistently. So he's in again, drives, beautifully driven through the covers by Milan. Fuller this time. One run away from a 200 partnership for this second wicket. As Sodhi bowls, and there it is as Sibley steers this out on the offside, off the back foot. So the 2.
And as Barnard sets off to bowl, and this is dismissively pulled for 4 runs over mid-wicket by Milan. He barely moved.
He's been one of the great
Yeah.
Partnership, so he's Amos and Andy Smith.
Really?
Dennis Amos and Andy Smith, yes.
When was it? What year was it?
19, bear with me. Yeah. 78 at Edgbaston.
Thank you, Ross. Russ, 228 or 228 is my Yeah.
Yeah, good luck. I didn't come this morning.
No, I thought about it. Yeah, I know it's.
They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I stress overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please walk my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no challenge for champions and chain no fear. Yeah, the champ is here, switch gears. We're keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat and tears and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear.
Anyone for tea?
Normal, don't they? No, it's alright, it's good, mate.
I'm on the Cricket Society Committee and the Cricket Support Association, and the only way they can get off is by assassinating me.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Don't tell her, you tell her to attention you, don't tell her.
Where were you yesterday? I thought you were.
Which are you?
He wasn't, was he?
Phil Bellis was in the school of England. Who was?
Yeah, very good. It's gone a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. Just go down on them steps and sorry, no, not too bad.
Where were you? Where were you for the second day? Did you move? I didn't see you over
Yeah,
there.
I've been down here, and then I went side on first to start with sort of thing, but as I say, in these seats it's quite pleasant. Been down there, it's sensible really, isn't it?
Oh yeah. It feels like it's coming, but it hasn't done for a while.
Yeah, it does. It's been about 5 o'clock tonight, but I don't know whether that's still predicted.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed it keeps on.
Oh yeah. As long as we don't have a delay.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah, we've done well now, yeah. We've done well up to now, the thing has gone through it, yeah.
Well, they get through the Opens quick as
Yeah,
well, so.
yeah. I think everything's just good, so it's,
Yeah.
it doesn't. I see James making his debut.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's great for them, yeah.
Yeah. You alright? Yeah. Happy to do it. The rest of the week. Oh, yeah. If you remember, Tom, would you put my name down for Friday? Yeah. So you know him well? Yeah. No, you might send me an email, just confirm. Oh, no. Yes, I always find everything. Yes, thanks for that. Thanks, pal. Put the list together. Yes, that's no problem, Tom. Brilliant. Thank you. You called it, don't look phased. Happy, mate. Cheers. Don't look phased, thank you very much.
I mean, even if you just say, you know, what did it feel like when were you told?
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
And what was the
Yeah, I think he's the story. I think Josh is the story. I mean, from a Worcestershire. Well, and he came on, but he came on for you, bloody Bover.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's probably good.
So I'm going to, we'll speak, I'll have to speak to him after.
Well, okay, we can tell Gary I know it.
Yeah.
Derbyshire all out for 146, which against 6 is not doing us too many favours.
So we need to get.
Jamie will know. Come on.
We're on for the maximum matching points. 12 points for it. It's only 12. They're ahead of Essex. Definitely. So Essex get 24, they're 13 points ahead, aren't they? Yeah, so we need 12. So we need one goal. Yeah, they get 24, they get...
When we get 400, not us.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We're going to get 200 in a day, there's no way, isn't it?
Well, if you get to split 50, that's 4, and then you only need 2 up to that.
I have to say, I've been very
Yes.
missed opportunity now.
We had it, I remember playing a club game at Timbleton
10 years ago?
and Himbleton were playing that for a win. So the skipper says, "Oh, we'll have a bat first," and surprisingly enough, I'll open the batting as well. His opening partner got out in the first over, and the next two both made hundreds. And, I think there was a duck after that, because the old pat rash thing you get.
Yeah. So I don't know what happened to like Derby and Nottingham.
They're Nottingham, still there.
Nottingham.
Oh, they've lost 3 in the championship. They're only 2 down.
I don't know, I must admit, I didn't look. But you said the boundaries are really small at Derby.
Really?
That's what Martin Emerson tweeted out. I don't know if they've put them back again, but what Martin Emerson tweeted out, the boundary was like small.
They're going to keep the most batting points as possible.
You said you could rock up to the 15th game and go.
Oh,
Decent boundary.
Brilliant. That's not good.
no.
Considering they have them as far as they can, T20.
Yeah, they're massive. Biggest playing, one of the biggest playing areas in the country, isn't it? Probably, I think it's massive.
I got no objection to them doing that, really.
Mind you, Kent, Surrey have bowled 70 overs before too.
We thought they were going quick here as well.
Yeah, I know. I mean, fine. If you were taking wickets, you'd probably keep going, wouldn't you? But
Yeah.
you don't really want to be bowling more than 96 when the scores as it is, with the umpires anyway.
Just sent you a video where it was always quite dark there, so I just took the flag off.
Boring.
Okay.
I'll send you your own. Thanks, Tony.
Sorry, game, Tom.
Yeah.
Games is fit.
Yeah.
Out of 70, yeah. Ridiculous. Game here was only by 4. The games we should get into last, isn't it?
Yeah.
Last game.
Here we go, play for closed team session. Chris Watts, the umpires, on their way towards the middle. from the New Road end, Adam Finch.
Welcome back to New Road, where play's about to begin. In the evening session, day one of this LV County Championship game between Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire in a very strong position, 220 for the loss of 1 wicket. And Adam Finch to start the attack from the New Road end, bowls this one to Sibley, who is beaten outside the off stump. No foot movement whatsoever from Sibley on that one as he reached for it, and it kept a little bit low. Scooted through to Ben Cox. We're just 8 runs away from a record here, I think, with this pair nearing a record partnership for the second wicket against Worcestershire. Just update BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners. Warwickshire's second wicket pair resuming after tea. They're still together. They came together in the first over this morning and they've made fairly untroubled progress, and they're nearing a record for the Warwickshire second wicket in any game against Worcestershire. That record stands at 227, I believe, and at the moment Warwickshire, with Peter Milan on 141 not out and Dom Sibley on 79 not out, are 220 for 1 in the 66th over of the innings. This after they won the toss and chose to bat and lost a wicket in the very first over. So Worcestershire desperately in need of a wicket. Warwickshire 220 for 1. As Sibley pushes this out on the offside, and it's fielded by Jake Libby in the covers. And there's no addition. So yeah, we're nearing record territory, as I say, for these two. Record held, I believe, by Dennis Amos and Andy Lloyd for the second wicket against Worcestershire. 227, I believe, that record. So these two very close to breaking it, as Finch moves in now to bowl to Sibley, who's forward and pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. A change in the field we've seen in this over, with 2 men going into sort of catching positions in front of the wicket on the leg side. You often see this with in a county game where a team is struggling to make a breakthrough and they go off and come out after an interval or after a little break and something new is tried. Somebody's obviously said, you know, he's lifted a couple in the air on the leg side. It's possible that we might just pick him up if we try that. So they try it. You've got to try unconventional things when the conventional things aren't working. Here's Finch in to Sibley, drops this one down on the offside, and it's fielded by Darryl Mitchell coming from slip, and there's no run. 1 ball left then in the 66th over, the first one after the tea interval, and no scares for the Warwickshire batsmen. Well, at any stage really. I think the last chance was before lunch. The afternoon session didn't even bring any chances at all. As Finch is in again and bowls, and Sibley on the back foot plays defensively out on the offside. The end of a maiden over to start the evening's proceedings. 220 for 1 the score remains. At lunch it was 110 for 1, so we've had almost identical sessions in terms of run scoring morning and afternoon. We might have the same in the evening, or the weather might intervene, not exactly sure. But alongside me is Mike Taylor of BBC Radio WM. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and we're bringing you live commentary from New Road on the BBC Sports app and on the website.
And that was the first maiden since the second over after lunch.
Yeah.
Which
good start.
Is another feature. First maiden in 30 overs. So the feature of this. It's just been the easy pace
Yeah.
in that they've been able to progress at more than 3 runs and over with no sign of any risk. It's not that they've had to force it, it's been smooth. And that must be somewhat dispiriting. At least if the batsmen are taking risks and scoring against you, even if they're pioneering runs, you think, well, we might get him here. They haven't. You know, throughout, the feeling has been that were they to really need to step up a gear, they could.
Just I've had a tweet from Andy saying, how come Daryl Mitchell hasn't had a bowl? Well, I don't know. I suppose he might have been tried. They have tried 3 spinners, and they might feel that if those 3 haven't done anything, there's not much point trying him.
Sodhi round the wicket to the right-handed Milan for his first ball after tea, defends. Yes, Sodhi's tried 2 or 3 overs from round the wicket now.
I suppose you could equally argue they've tried the other 3 and they haven't done anything. Why not give him a go? But yeah, you might well have a little trundle this session, I expect.
It does feel as though it ought to be close enough for it to be a little bit of a wobbly day for that sort of thing. Round the wicket comes Sodhi. Oh, and a miscue, and Milan's going to be caught at slip off the back of the bat, I think. 220 for 2. Milan went to pull a ball from round the wicket, and it seemed to scoop up off the back of the bat, and a lollipop catch over his head, and it floated round to slip.
Yeah.
And Sodhi finally strikes Milan out for a handsome 141. And he will earn the applause he gets very much, not only from the spectators in the ground, but I'm sure from his colleagues. His first century for Warwickshire, and the first notable miscue of the innings brings his downfall.
Yeah, caught by Daryl Mitchell at slip, and I doubt whether he's ever taken an easier slip catch in his life. Just lobbed up in the air over the wicketkeeper's head. He had all the time in the world to see it, and so that record partnership is not broken. And the wicket falls with the score on 220 in the 67th over. So an outstanding partnership, and well, jubilation amongst the Worcestershire ranks, and not surprising really, because they've waited a long time for that wicket, and well, they really desperately needed it. Milan has gone 207 balls, 16 fours and 1 6.
Yes, and very few false strokes in that time. So it was an unusual. Yeah, it was an odd dismissal. I don't think it was the greatest ball that Sodhi ever bowled.
No, but that round the wicket. That round the wicket line is a little bit difficult as well.
Yes.
I suppose.
Something could happen.
Sam Hain is the new batsman.
Well, he would have been waiting, I don't say impatiently, he'd have been delighted that his colleagues are doing so well, but I'm sure he probably thought, well, I fancy a go at this. Who wouldn't? A batsman renowned for his own smooth style when he's playing well. Who wouldn't back themselves to have a piece of the action? If you have got that ability. 220 for 2, and Hain is going to take his time to get ready to face his first ball from the New Zealand international Sodhi, who's coming back over the wicket now. And Hain, wristily, as he always does, guides his first delivery past square leg, or short square leg I should say, but not for a run. First wicket for 66 overs, and we'll see if that is able to pep up Worcestershire's day a bit. Sodhi bowls, and back goes Hain, a ball that turns across him, but goes far enough for him to be comfortable that it's going past. Sibley standing gloves off at the non-striker's end and watching Sodhi bowl a slightly shorter delivery that turns, and Hain goes back and plays it carefully off the back foot, just defensively down into the ground, and then prods a spot suspiciously. This is the same pitch that was used for the 2020 game on Friday, so not a new pitch. Sodhi comes into bowl to Hayne, who's planted his front foot there and ready to bring down the defensive bat. So a wicket maiden for Sodhi to open his third session. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41, and Warwickshire 220 for 2.
Yep, so still no runs added since the tea interval, and a breakthrough, much needed from a Worcestershire point of view, particularly to arrest the scoring rate, if anything. Cloud definitely building up now in the southwest. As I look over towards Malvern, it's a lot greyer and a lot heavier than it was. Forecast is for rain to come in shortly. It's raining in Cardiff. We're keeping an eye on things at Cheltenham. Match delayed at Cheltenham, so I think it could be here fairly soon. First run since tea as Finch over pitches on leg stump and is clipped away by Sibley, who moves sedately on to 80. Just gets to the non-striker's end and plays the shot over and over again in his mind, and physically goes through the motions again of repeating that shot. Obviously quite pleased with that one. And Sam Hayne on strike for the first time now against Finch. 221 for 2. 28 overs left in the day after this one. And as Adam Finch comes in now, bowls to Hayne, who's hit on the arm, I think, by that one, which bounced on him quite a bit more than he thought he was going to. He just didn't play a shot, he just allowed it to hit him. Just watching the replay, see exactly where the contact was. I think it was on the forearm. Finch, yeah, just on the shoulder, maybe just flicked into the helmet as well, so they're going to have a little look at the helmet now. I don't think it was a flush blow on the helmet, but it just took his shoulder and then popped up, I think.
Yes, I think he absorbed a lot of the pace off it with his shoulder, but all the same, right and proper that they follow all these protocols these days.
Yeah, very much so.
One mistake is too many.
So a new helmet taken out. Oh, I'm not sure he's going to use a new helmet, but the physio's taken one out there. It's his forearm it struck, not his shoulder. So they've had a little look at his forearm, and now they're just inspecting the helmet, and they've decided that it's okay. I think it probably went off the forearm onto the visor, and yeah, a quick inspection of both, but I think they're going to decide that he's okay to continue. Good start from Finch. Come in and let the new batsman have one. A little bit short, wasn't a bouncer or anything, but just hit the deck quite hard. And he well, just, I don't know, just obviously didn't quite line it up right, took his eye off it a little bit.
He has made 1 or 2 deliveries climb, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Finch.
Yeah, he does hit the deck quite hard. And anyway, there's quite a break in play. Give me time just to repeat what I said a few minutes ago, that it is raining at Cheltenham now, or at least they're off the field at Cheltenham, possibly for bad light, possibly for rain. The rain is forecast. It's coming up from that way. It started to rain in Cardiff and then Cheltenham, and if it's raining in Cheltenham, you would think it's not too far away from here. And certainly as I look over towards the southwest, there's a bank of thick cloud, and that's where it normally comes from, and that's where we'd expect it to come from, and it's been forecast. So it might be that we don't complete this session, but we're going to resume it anyway, because the physios have left the field and Sam Hayne has been declared fit to carry on. And here's Adam Finch to bowl to him, and he bowls, and Hayne is turning this one on the leg side to one of those 2 fielders that have been planted there in front of the wicket on the leg side in catching positions. Jack Haynes, he's well, what is he? He's about 60 degrees around from the batsman, and then Tom Fell is about 45 degrees from the batsman in a straighter mid-wicket position. There's one slip as well, 3 saving one on the offside, and a mid-on, a long leg and a deep backward square leg, as Adam Finch is in and bowls, and Hayne is off the mark, tucking this away to that deep square leg. That's Josh Baker, the debutant left arm spinner, who comes in to do the fielding, and they take bat single, which means that the total goes on to double Nelson, 222 for 2. Just mentioning Josh Baker for those of you joining us for the first time, he is the 18-year-old academy product from Worcester, from Astwood Bank Cricket Club near Redditch, and he made a good start. He was introduced early on and he bowled 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 33. Looked unfazed. As Finch is in and bowls to Sibley, who pushes out on the offside. He looked unfazed by the occasion. Didn't look especially threatening, must say, but on a flattish pitch, I don't think any of the bowlers have looked particularly threatening, and he looked as tidy as he would have hoped to be on debut. Left arm spinner, landed his first 6 quite nicely, and really as far as Mike and I were able to tell, he only bowled one really bad ball in those 10 overs. Here comes Finch, bowls down the leg side to Sibley, who's gone, caught down the leg side. Great catch by Ben Cox, strangled you could say down the leg side. He's walked Sibley, he's not waited for the umpire's decision. It wasn't a good delivery, slightly overpitched down the leg side, and Sibley just clipping it off the face, and a good tumbling catch by the Worcestershire keeper Ben Cox. So the big 2 have gone. Sibley goes for 80, and 2 wickets in quick succession after tea. At tea it was 220 for 1, it's now 222 for 3. We have 2 new batsmen at the crease, and Worcestershire will just be hoping that they can do something extraordinary in the next half an hour or so to try and pull this game back.
Well, there's a thing, look, to think we were all thinking, well, Worcestershire will be quite pleased if it rains here, and they'll be glad it hasn't arrived yet, because the batsmen who have done so much to hold them up all day and have looked in next to no trouble all day have fallen in successive overs, and gosh, Sibley will be cross.
Well, you can tell, couldn't
he's
you?
a pretty even-tempered character, I think, but he'll be cross. Because it was by no means the best ball that Finch has bowled.
A complete strangle.
But yeah, and there it is. Sibley's missed out. He'll feel he's missed out, but he also will be pleased, and others who from further afield who want to check on his form will be pleased, no doubt, to see him having looked in some of his best touch today in batting for 2 sessions and making 80. But as far as the context of this game goes, it's an opening for Worcestershire. Well, 2 openings for them now, I suppose. Not that there aren't 2 good players here, with Will Rhodes coming out to join Sam Hayne, but no batsman who's just come in of whatever calibre is entirely without nerves or without weakness. So a chance for them.
The end of April, I think.
End of the over, so Sodhi on at the Diglis end to carry on there. 2 new batsmen, that's the thing as far as Worcestershire are concerned, I suppose.
Yes, this is their chance, with the sky darkening and rain expected, I think, certainly within the hour, and possibly quite a bit less. But anyway, Sodhi will suddenly be happy to carry on, and Hayne equally will be happy to pad up, I think, if he sees the ball pitched outside the line of the leg stump, as that one undoubtedly was. So could be in for a short spell of stalemate. Sodhi successful in his previous over. 2 batsmen who batted together for essentially for 2 sessions, falling 10 balls apart. Hayne glances for 1 down to deep fine leg. Past Fell, who in close. He's coming across to he's got the left-handers in there. Rhodes, first one we've seen today. So there'll be a shuffle round now. Let's look at the field for Rhodes. There's going to be a slip and a short leg again. And where is Haynes going to? He thought he was going to fine leg, but he's not. He's doing a jog trot around now to... Where is he going to end up? He's going to head back where he started in a minute. He's at sort of shortish mid-wicket, not a short straight mid-wicket. Baker is at deep backward square leg. So there's a mid-wicket and a short mid-wicket. And a long on. Sort of peculiar field. Round the wicket he comes, Sodhi, to the left-handed Rhodes, who defends just backward of point. Helicopter flying at some pace. Goes, I can hear it all of a sudden. Flies as we see it behind the cathedral. Gradually losing elevations, it scoots off to our left. Sodhi bowls straighter to Rhodes, who pats this carefully into the leg side. 223 for 3. If your kettle took her a long time to boil and you've only just come back after tea, then you've missed the wickets of Milan. Caught at slip by Mitchell, off the back of the bat, trying to pull Sodhi for 141. Sodhi bowls to the left-handed Rhodes, who's back in the crease and defends. And just now, Sibley caught down the leg side, trying to leg glance. And it did, as Frank was saying, it seemed to come right off the face of the bat and skim through to Ben Cox with a clear deflection. And Sibley falling for 80. Their stand eventually worth 220. Round the wicket comes Sodhi, and Rhodes defends with such deftness that the ball drops immediately to the ground and lies there obediently. 223 for 3 at the end of Sodhi's second over and third over in all since tea.
Yep, 223 for 3. They always say add a couple. You could have done that from Worcestershire at tea. They've done that, but if you add a couple now, it suddenly evens the day out, doesn't it, really? But these two will be keen to re-establish things, obviously. But two new men at the crease. Worcestershire will be hoping they can turn it from a little bit more than a foothold back in the game to something of a real revival, as Finch comes in and bowls and Hayne covers up, pushes out defensively on the offside, fielded by Libby in the covers.
Must be a slightly awkward test of concentration in batting, because you must know, I mean, they'll probably be able to see better than we will, but you know, you can clearly see, look, we might only be out here for half an hour, might be less, might be more, but you're not batting to a defined point, are you?
No, that's right.
But it's obvious that we're not going to still be playing at 6 o'clock. I mean, even the umpires now are looking over the chestnut tree. Not literally over.
Towards Malvern.
Yes.
Yeah.
Expecting that that's where it's coming in from, and it would be hard not to be distracted by that as a batsman yourself, I suppose.
Here's Finch in bowls, and Hayne again is on the back foot. No ball this time. First one of the day from Finch. Called by umpire Nick Cook, pushed out on the offside.
Extras
by Hayne. Extras up and running. Yeah, we've had pretty tidy cricket from Worcestershire in that respect. 223 for 3. Yeah, I was also going to say I've got the live stream going, and so that we can watch replays and things. If you're watching that at home, it probably looks really dark at the moment. I can tell you it's not as dark as it appears to be on the live stream. As Finch is in and bowls, and Hayne turns this on the leg side, and there's no run. It isn't, I'm not saying it's bright, but it isn't as dark as it might appear to be on your live stream, depending on your the quality of your equipment, etc., etc. I'm only watching on a small screen, of course, on an iPad. Other tablets are available, but yeah,
I have two every morning.
But ibuprofen, paracetamol.
Yes, different shades. well, you used to call shades of grey. I don't think you say that anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's filling in.
The longer lens view looks very dark as Finch bowls, and this one's driven very nicely by Hayne. Effortless push drive through extra cover, really nicely timed. His first boundary. He goes to 6, and the total goes to 220. 9 for 3. Yeah, it's a really lovely shot. Just a check drive. Didn't even follow through. Just timed it perfectly.
That was strange, that one, wasn't it? It seemed to sneak through the fielders.
Yeah, and then gather pace.
Yeah, a bit like, you know, the end of a greyhound race where when they finish and the trainers are trying to catch the dogs and there's always one that scampers past.
Lovely shot. It's Finch again. He's in, he bowls, and this one's banged in a little bit shorter, and Hayne just gets up on his toes and plays very neatly. Very well organised player.
Yeah.
Sam Hayne just on the back foot, just drops it down, plays it back up the pitch. 229 for 3.
It's all been very correct today, hasn't it? If you think about it, even, I don't know, but we're in the middle of lots of 2020 cricket recently. Just everybody sort of, right, we're playing right from the textbook today. The bats have been perfectly straight. The bowling's been very tidy.
Finch in, bowls, and Hayne again pushes out on the offside. Yeah.
Nobody's done anything, anything unorthodox.
Yeah.
Even when Sibley played one sweep stroke, and look at that.
Yeah.
You know, it's normally by this stage, even on a championship day these days, people are doing all sorts. I've seen ramp shots in the championship and all kinds.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's been, it's been a conventional day's play in many ways, hasn't it?
Sodhi came round the wicket and it felt like I should note it in the diary. Unusual these days, very straight up and down.
Finch, straight approach from the New Road end, right arm over, in, bowls, bounces that one in at Hayne, who ducks underneath it, almost disdainfully really, as if it's so obvious that he was in safe territory. He wasn't at all discomforted by it. It got Finch out of the over though, which was what he wanted, having gone for a boundary. 229 for 3 off 70, and 1 bonus point each so far, but nonetheless you'd say that Warwickshire are very much enjoying the better of the day.
Yes, hello to Ian, who sent a tweet saying, that's very kind of you, Ian, saying enjoying the commentary and the YouTube coverage. It says, the Bears' supreme batting performance is providing a much-needed calming influence before the anxiety and tension to come tonight. Well, I noticed you sent that about 10 minutes ago, so I hope the tension hasn't arrived with those 2 wickets. But thank you, Ian. Nice to have you with us. Sodhi, from the Diglis end to start a new over, bowls full to Rhodes, who's looking to push his first run, and he does, to Leach at mid-on. Warwickshire's captain, Will Rhodes, having the stripes on his arm at a relatively young age. But a responsible leader. I think he's proved himself to be quite an adept captain. 2020 series hasn't gone quite as he would like. He wasn't intended to be the captain of that when he first got the job. They were going to have others, but everything's gone a bit awry over the last 12 months, hasn't it? So he's ended up captaining in that as well. Hayne comes and defends. Back up the pitch. Sodhi's wriggling the ball from one hand to another. There's a lot of noise drifting in from outside the ground. I can't think what on earth that might be made of. Slip and a leg slip now, as Hayne goes back very carefully, but steadies himself, looking chest on down the pitch to dab the ball down, away from short leg, from the leg slip, for no run. 230 for 3. Umpire Cook, he's looking over his shoulder again. Can't take his eyes off that cloud.
It's very dark, isn't it?
It's filling in now.
Dark now.
What's they're all to fidget. What's up? Oh, they want some more.
Give
another close fielder, I think. Yeah. I think Haynes is the lucky winner, isn't it?
Yep.
And where's he
He's
going?
come back from quite a serious injury.
Yes. He's going to leg slip now, and Felly's going to short leg. So 3 in the close field. And Hayne, it almost looks as though Hayne was placing the fielder then. He's looking at Haynes with great suspicion. Sodhi bowls to him, and back goes Hayne, and pushes his head on the offside, almost making room for that. He's backed away a fraction. Opened up his stance and pushes the ball into the covers, where Baker fields. First 10 overs of his first-class career into the book today, Josh Baker. Day he'll remember. Round the wicket comes Sodhi, and Hayne is always reaching forward to defend, which he does neatly. Back up the pitch to Sodhi. Element of calm has descended again after the 2 wickets since tea. Seagulls making a noise. Back goes Hayne, and keeps out of the way of a ball he's confident will turn across him, and it does, and it's taken by Cox. No run. Hayne is playing very watchfully against Sodhi. 230 for 3 at the end of the over. 6 to Hayne, 1 to Rhodes.
Yeah, he played that over pretty well, didn't he? Hayne, just very watchful, not bothered by the changes in field. I think Sodhi, having gone round the wicket to get that wicket, might well consider now that he's going to just follow convention really with the 2 new batsmen in. Probably bowl over the wicket to the right-hander at least. But it's all about this next 20 minutes, half an hour or so, I reckon, before that cloud produces the rain we expect. And Warwickshire just won't want to lose another wicket. Worcestershire will want to take another couple if they can. Finch comes in to bowl to Rhodes, who's playing at this one down the leg side and just taken on the thigh pad, I think, and it dies a bit on Ben Cox. Drops down just in front of him, and there's no run. So Rhodes on 1, Hayne on 6. He's faced 21 balls, he's in no rush at all, Sam Hayne. 2 men out since tea, the 2 big scorers. Peter Milan caught by Mitchell off Sodhi for 141. Attempting to turn the ball on the leg side, it got the back of the bat and looped up to slip. And Sibley out for 80, strangled down the leg side, caught by Ben Cox off Adam Finch. This one is turned down to long leg by Rhodes, his second, and it's 231 for 3. Attention on suspects beginning to turn elsewhere in the sporting world in the UK as we speak. I'll be updating BBC Wherever in Worcester now. Warwickshire have lost their 2nd and 3rd wickets. Worcestershire fans will be delighted to hear after that outstanding partnership for the 2nd wicket of 220 between Peter Milan and Dom Sibley, but they've both perished since tea. Milan caught at slip off the back of the bat by Mitchell off the bowling of Ish Sodhi for 141, and Sibley caught down the leg side by the diving Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper, off the bowling of Adam Finch for 80. So welcome recovery for Worcestershire at the moment, with Will Rhodes the captain on 2 and Sam Hayne on 10 in the 72nd over, with the light closing in and rain threatening. Warwickshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 235 for 3. As Finch is in again, bowls to Hayne, having punished the previous delivery with a lovely square drive for 4. He pushes this one down on the onside, and there's no run. 235 for 3 then, and the over rate +4. Talking about attention turning elsewhere, turning towards Wembley tonight for many people, and that over rate of +4 meaning that we will have a prompt finish even if the rain doesn't intervene, although we expect it will, as Finch is in and bowls again, and Hayne, with all the time in the world, just plays defensively back up to the bowler. He does look he's just such a tidy player, Sam Hayne, isn't he?
Well, he came through at the time when Jonathan Trott was arguably England's leading batsman, or a very strong member of the England team, and it was very easy to watch them bat together and sort of half close your eyes and not tell who was who.
Here's Finch in again, bowls, and Hayne turns this one on the onside, fielded by Haynes at mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the over, the 72nd of the innings. 24 left in the day, weather permitting. 235 for 3, and the full scorecard. Yates LBW to Leach without scoring. That was 0 for 1 in the first over. And since tea, Milan caught Mitchell bowled Sodhi 141, 220 for 2 in the 67th. And Sibley caught Cox bowled Finch for 80, 222 for 3 in the 68th.
On come the posse of substitutes again. More kit being brought on and off.
I saw a tweet the other day from somebody, I can't remember who, and it might even have been Dave Bradley. It said, I wonder when COVID restrictions are lifted, whether the umpires will go back to being clothes pegs for the players, or whether they'll have enjoyed their freedom from such duties so much that they'll expect the 12th man to keep coming on and off taking sweaters and caps.
Depends when the decision is made, I suspect. Sodhi's going to come in and bowl the start of a new over, his 16th over, and Rhodes defends into the leg side. If they make that switch in August and it's 30 degrees, then the umpires might say, no, clear off. Yeah. If it's made at the start of the new season in April, when we start and it's 35 degrees Fahrenheit, then they might suddenly have a rethink. Round the wicket comes Sodhi, and Rhodes drives up to Leach at mid-on, but he's already decided he's going through for a run, and so he does, and so Leach doesn't bother trying to throw the stumps down.
It's a team, it seems to have been a team tactic, isn't it? They've obviously sat in the dressing room and said, you know what guys, if they're on the edge of the 30-yard circle or thereabouts, if there were one, if you hit it straight to them and you both run, you're going to get in every time. They've done it all day, haven't they? Well,
yeah, absolutely. And as long as it's done with due care and attention, then there's no reason why it shouldn't.
No, absolutely.
Round the wicket for Sodhi to the right-handed Hayne, who stretches his front pad, but it's more there to sort of stand sentinel, because he's pretty confident the ball is going to turn past through to the wicket-keeper, and so it does. Sodhi can straighten one and cause him a problem when he's doing that. That one's a little bit shorter, and Hayne quickly adjusts, moves all his weight back, and almost twists his bat, so it seems, the optical illusion to guide the ball backward of square leg. But at the moment the ball hits bat, the bat is always straight, and he gets 1 run. Lots of technically correct cricket today from the batsman, and lots of tidy enough bowling and fielding. I mean, there haven't been many misfields. Bowling has not particularly been erratic. That did turn across the left-handed Rhodes, who went shaped as if to play it down the leg side without really committing at doing so. But the ball started on around the line of off stump and turned across the left-hander. There's no question that Sodhi is making the ball spin, but not at any particular pace, and not especially discomforting the batsman in doing so yet. But he did pick up the wicket of Milan, who went to pull what he thought was a juicy short delivery. That looked like it might have been a full bung, and Rhodes nevertheless played it with a straight bat. Yes, it was. But Rhodes, rather than overdoing it, struck the ball firmly along the ground into the leg side and was content with 1. 3 singles from the over, 238 for 3.
Yeah, normal service has been resumed really since those 2 wickets, hasn't it? These 2 have just, well, Hayne in particular has settled down nicely. Rhodes just lending him support at the moment, and few problems for them. But Josh Baker going to come on for his 3rd bowl of the day, the young debutant. The first time he's bowled at the New Road end, and he's going to come on having bowled 10 overs and gone for 33 so far. It's been pretty tidy. Good time to bowl really, because they're not. You wouldn't have thought they're going to really go after it at this stage. Nice well, not gesture, nice thinking by Joe Leach. That cloud to the southwest increasing in its threat, one imagines, as it gets a little bit darker, a little bit thicker, a little bit lower. Baker's going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes, with One slip, backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, and a short leg in as well as he comes in and bowls, but it's a full toss, and it's he's lucky to get away with it. It's a good diving stop by Ed Barnard at cover. Got two hands on it, sort of pounced on it almost like a cat with a mouse. Baker is in again, bowls, and Rhodes drives up to mid-off, and they take a single. Still, personally, just feel he's bowling it a little bit quick, but that's just my impression from here. Tall lad, that's 6'3", 6'4", I would estimate. 18 years old.
Be a big lad when he grows up.
Yeah. And he's now bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Hayne with a slip and a short leg in. And fairly straight approach. He's in and bowls, and Hayne is forward, driving sweetly out on the offside. It's fielded by Libby, sliding in from extra cover. Hayne waits again. Baker bowls and he's forward, propping forward, just lets this hit the bat, it just runs out on the onside. Hayne, right-handed, tidy, neat player, very well forward, very conventional forward defensive, bending that front knee a long way. Waits again now. Baker is in, bowls to him, and he's forward again, pushing defensively back up to the bowler. Tidy stuff again from the debutant, a very tidy over, just one run coming from it. Baker now 11 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 34, and it's 239 for 3.
Well, the rain is holding off for the moment, and Warwickshire are just accumulating a few more runs. And making good this time. The forecast for tomorrow is probably the weakest point of the game, isn't it? It looks as though we might there might be a bit of time lost in the first part of tomorrow, unless the forecasts moved since I looked earlier. But after that, I think it should be good for the game. Sodhi ran the wicket, got spin at both ends again, and Rhodes, that takes him on the pad. It lobbed into the hands of Fell at short leg, but even from this angle it just looked as though it came off the pad. So often when it is off the pad, you can almost tell by the flight of the ball, can't you? It just pops a bit.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Rather than...
It wasn't a sharp catch,
No, no. So Rhodes didn't look at all perturbed. He's got 5, the Warwickshire captain. But the ball is turning for Sodhi. And Rhodes goes back and plays this late with a straight bat. But looks a little hurried. And plays it out into the offside. 239 for 3. And they're certainly being cautious against Sodhi, and that's probably a good policy. Especially if the effective close is maybe close at hand. So it seems. Round the wicket Sodhi, and again Rhodes goes back in the crease, but he looks as though he's got more time this time to play this defensively and push the ball on the leg side. Sodhi's first championship game for Worcestershire. New Zealand international with 18 test matches behind him, and his next ball has Rhodes forward, defending, turning the ball predominantly into the left-hander, of course the leg spinner, but with the threat that they might not all do that. 239 for 3, and he comes again. Rhodes reaches forward, defends, dabs the bat on the ball, takes one hand off the bat in doing so, but I think it was really only an indication to Hayne that he should not entertain the idea of a run. Ball trickles away on the offside. Batting very responsibly here, Will Rhodes. As Sodhi advances on him again, and Rhodes plays this down to mid-on and accepts a fairly comfortable single from a slightly over-pitch delivery. End of the over, just that one run from it. And That has taken Warwickshire to 240 for 3 in 75 overs, which over the course of 75 overs is a perfectly agreeable position to be in. But of course, because they've lost 2 wickets into tea, takes the gloss off it a bit.
Yeah, but nonetheless, you'd say if it was ended now, it's very much Warwickshire's day, especially as they lost a wicket. And you always worry, don't you? If you lose a wicket in the first over, you think, oh, here we go, it could be 10 for 3 or something. But fantastic recovery fashioned by Peter Milan and Dom Sibley. Both played extremely well. Hard to believe that Milan has not made 100 outside Africa before. Although, as somebody did say in the press box, tea time, it's probably a different game when the ball moves around and seams around.
Oh, I dare say.
And we didn't see a lot of lateral movement this morning, or indeed in the afternoon session. Certainly not from the seamers. Josh Baker to continue, left arm over the wicket from the New Road end, just about a 3-pace approach, hardly call it a run-up, as he bowls, and this one is pushed back to him off the back foot by Will Rhodes. Here's Baker again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paces, and he bowls, and this one's clipped by Rhodes off his toes up to long on, where Sodhi fields. And they take a single. Rhodes moves on to 7 off 21 deliveries. Hayne is 11 off 31 deliveries. 241 for 3 in the 78th over. And Baker will go round the wicket now to the right-hander, Hayne. He's in, he bowls. Hayne on the back foot. Steers this one out very firmly on the offside. Well fielded by Brett D'Oliveira, moving round from backward point. And there's no run, but Hayne continuing to impress with his tidy technique. He's on the back foot again, pushing out into the offside and fielded by Libby. Baker certainly whips through his overs, doesn't he? Gets through them very quickly with that short approach and busy style. He's in again now, and he bowls, and Hayne is forward, pushes back up to him. I've been so impressed with Baker's consistency. For a young spinner, his control's been outstanding. He's in again now, and bowls, and this one's dipping on Hayne and dug out. Well bowled by the youngster. Very impressive over that one from Josh Baker. Just 1 run coming from it. 12 overs. No maidens, no wicket for 35. His tidy figures. Still waiting for a wicket, but he's made a good start to his first-class career today. 241 for 3 after 76 overs.
Well, if all else that he can say from today, if all he's got really to say, well, look, I've got through 3 spells. My captain's had trust in me. He's actually gone at a lower rate than the team as a whole of scoring. So he's offered his captain an element of control. And although he hasn't looked particularly threatening, it's not as if anybody else has for much of the time. And he's been bowling, let's not forget, he's an 18-year-old. He's been bowling to test-class players for most of the day. So he can hold his head up, and I'm sure we'll see much more of him. Sodhi has started a new over, and Rhodes has defended the first ball. Valuable experience for Baker, and now Rhodes is stepping into place to defend, and an umbrella, the first one, has gone up at the Diglis end, I notice, and a handsome umbrella as well. It is multicoloured. Each section's a different colour. Splendid thing, but would look more splendid for cricket supporters if it was not up, alas, as Rhodes drives to mid-off.
Or if it were being used as a sunshade.
Well, quite, yes, that is very much no longer the requirement today, alas. It was a little bit of, oh look, the coats, they're all going at the Diglis end, look, the anoraks are going. I don't mean the sort of anorak that I was when I used to sit here. Many a time I sat here in the crowd as a teenager with my scorebook, and older than a teenager. But no, the cagoule is much in evidence. Never be without it. 241 for 3. That was only a little bit short, and Rhodes seized on it and hit it hard off the back foot and pulled for 4. He spotted that early, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a proper rank long hop, as many leg spinners are prone to bowl, isn't it? And you're going to whack that for 4 whether it's raining or not, whether it's light or not.
Pick the line of the length very, very early there. Goes to 11. Round the wicket so deep. Oh, that popped, and Rhodes got away with that as he pushed forward. It came high on the bat and popped in the air down the pitch. But
yeah, he thought it had popped to short leg, so I think he thought he'd got him. Umpires are having a chat.
It literally popped straight back towards him, but only about 6 or 8 feet, and there's no way that it could have been grabbed. Maybe we'll get one more over, but I fear not much more.
Ground staff are gathering by the covers, aren't they? Well, some of the crowd in the D'Oliveira stand are ducking for cover. Some of them are braving it out. Quite a few are putting their coats on, picking their bags up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a mass exodus up there, isn't it? Well, not mass exodus, but
decisions are being made there, aren't they? They're probably sensible ones.
And I don't think it's going to be long. We've called it right, Mike.
Yes.
We've called it right, I think. Here's Baker round the wicket to Hayne, who cuts this one to backward point. No run. Difficult for the batsmen to concentrate now because they know they're going off shortly, I would think. The crowd are moving, and you'd kick yourself if you get out now.
You would.
Baker in, bowls to Hayne, who's forward, and plays back to the bowler. Nick Cook will be enjoying this, I'm sure. The umpire at this end done a fair bit of coaching himself at Uppingham School, and seeing a young left armer will really be quite interesting for him, I think. This one again is pushed through. He's bowled pretty quickly, Josh Baker. Pushed out on the offside.
Yeah. Even the process for the batsman of, you're still up saying to yourself, don't do anything silly. You're distracting yourself even by doing that, aren't you, I suppose?
Yeah.
Just watch the ball.
Baker in again. Bowled, and he's got him. LBW. Pushed it through. First wicket for Josh Baker. Good on ball. Flatter, quicker. And Hayne going back. Beaten. And his LBW. Really good wicket for the youngster. Excellent from him. Really, really clever bit of bowling, and excellent breakthrough for Worcestershire just to make the day just a little bit better. Sam Hayne, it's a big wicket. He's gone for 11, and it's 245 for 3.
Well bowled, and it was, I'm sure Nick Cook.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm sure Nick Cook would have appreciated, having been an excellent purveyor of that kind of bowling himself for a long time, that that was a classical finger spinner's dismissal, wasn't it? An arm ball that continued straight on. Misjudged the length, Hayne, and he's going back when he wants to be forward, and he's nailed. That was not a terribly difficult decision for Nick Cook.
No, it's a really good bit of bowling from the youngster. The first of many, we hope, and the last ball of the day, I suspect, because they're now coming off as the new batsman Matt Lamb made his way out to the crease. The umpires have decided that the rain that's falling has become just a little bit too persistent, so Sam Hayne will be really cheesed off.
Very.
But it looks like, well, it's a break in play. It looks like it could well be the end of the day's play as far as we're aware, because the weather forecast is for this rain to come in. It's almost exactly come in on time. We said about 5 o'clock, and here we are, 5 to 5. So play is suspended with Warwickshire on 245 for 4. 3 wickets down since tea. Milan caught Mitchell bowled Sodhi 141. Sibley caught Cox bowled Finch 80. And a moment ago, Sam Hayne LBW to the debutant Josh Baker for 11. So play is suspended owing to rain and bad light, and if there's any resumption, we'll be bringing you live commentary, and also we'll bring you any news of any permanent final decisions on the day's play as soon as we have them. But with Warwickshire 245 for 4, Will Rhodes on 11, and Matt Lamb yet to receive a delivery, the players are leaving the field and rain is falling. Thank you very much for listening, and we'll be back with you as appropriate. Hey, hi, yeah, I'm here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, they might well have called it off by then, I think. No, it's not. If they call it off, then I can just record one for you if you want. So I'll do one at 5 in a minute, and then if they call it off after that, I'll record one. Okay, cheers. Okay, bye. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
this is Mike Taylor at New Road, where the first day of Warwickshire's championship match against Worcestershire has been...
Well, the players left the field about 5 minutes ago with rain falling steadily. It had been expected. We expected it to come around about 5 o'clock. It was almost on cue. Just before that, we saw a great moment when Worcestershire's debutant left-arm spinner Josh Baker, Astwood Bank Cricket Club boy, picked up his first-class wicket, trapping Sam Hain LBW for 11. A really good piece of bowling from the youngster, the ball going on with the arm, classic bit of left arm spin, and that followed the fall of the big 2 wickets also after tea. Peter Milan going for 141 and Dom Sibley for 80. They shared a partnership of 220 for the second wicket. So with the players off the field, the rain falling and no immediate prospect of a resumption, Warwickshire, having won the toss and chosen to bat, lost an early wicket in the first over. Big partnership for the second wicket, but Worcestershire fighting back towards the end of the day. 2 batsmen in at the moment, Will Rhodes on 11 and Matt Lamb yet to face a ball. We've had 1 wicket each for Joe Leach, Ish Sodhi, Adam Finch and Josh Baker. Warwickshire are 245 for 4. We've got one bloke in the studio on his own, presenting, doing everything. Everybody else gone to watch the cricket, the football. Yeah.
got one before I get my turn to go on holiday, so. No, the new Nuno hasn't spoken to us yet anyway.
Well, we would probably go and do it underneath there. Yeah, there's underneath the stairs. Well, yeah, but also, last time it rained, we went in the old shop. Yeah, one there. I reckon it's actually easy. Yeah. What, those two people? No, they're players.
as well.
They're playing cricket. They're playing indoor cricket.
Those two people, man, they're gone.
They're dipping it out into the...
Absolutely right on cue at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
5 o'clock they said.
It was bang on cue. I heard you say that, yeah.
She wants some big duvet stuff from the sheet on the tablet. She put it into that. I said, yeah, Tom. Who's that? UK gentlemen. They got duvet.
Excuse me. Who's got cake from? Just want to talk to the team. I won't do that.
Usually the players with the binoculars, isn't it? Not the story.
Yeah, the umps have got their coats on and they've just gone into our players.
That's really nice, thank you.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice. Potentially there's a couple of things we posted about it. That's good. Will people about talk? Am I able to go? Yeah. I can certainly ask.
We've now listened to somebody to tell on that.
Yeah.
First put people just come back out.
Yeah, they both come out of that. Well,
If not follow you down, Tom.
I think they're going to
Follow your guidance where we're going.
Yeah, I think from what JC was saying, to be under, Frank was saying, to be under there.
Under there, yeah.
Here they come, they're coming down there to Warwickshire.
It's not people. Oh, here we go.
What's the problem? They can't come in because they know that you'll be there. Saying it immediately.
So you're not here, Mike, that's it, is it? Right.
Yeah, it'll be here tomorrow.
Okay. Hi, it's Frank here. Hi, Frank here at the cricket. Can you hear me?
Wouldn't be surprised to know that the play has been abandoned for today. We'll see you here tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. And apparently football's coming home. But trust me, cricket's never been away.
Hi, Frank here. Got an update. Hi, Frank here at the cricket. Got an update for you. No further play in the cricket.